Recording in progress.
We good? Good evening. I call to order the September 12th, 2023 regular meeting of the City Council at 5 p.m. Roll call, Madam City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Detoy.
Here.
Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Here.
Mayor Jackson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We can now open it up to public comment on the closed session agenda. Seeing no one in chambers, do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
No, we do not.
Hearing no one online, seeing no one in chambers, we will close public comment and recess the closed session.
Recording stopped.
The trip to Salt Lake was less than you hoped for? Utah's a good team.
Ask Rob, he knows all about Utah.
Yeah, sure.
They're the enemy now.
They beat SC?
Twice last year.
Yeah.
The only two we lost, actually, was Utah both times.
Check 1 2. 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 Zero is unity. That's like anything above zero is like more than. Check 1 2. 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 Yeah. Check 1 2. 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 It says we're getting in the lobby, but we're not. Check 1 2. 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 That worked. I moved it above zero, and I also muted it and unmuted it a few times. So
as long as it's above zero.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I call to order the open session of the September 12th, 2023 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:07 p.m. Would Captain Lester please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Chief. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy.
Here.
Councilmember Seaman. Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Here.
Mayor Jackson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The City Council called this meeting to order at 5 o'clock p.m. There were 0 public comments on the closed session agenda. The City Council then recessed into closed session pursuant to those items listed on the agenda, and no reportable action was taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? Upcoming city events? Seeing none, I've just got a couple. I'd just like to thank everybody who attended the 9/11 ceremony yesterday, the remembrance ceremony, especially the children from our school district that were there on their way to school, who took the time to learn and reflect about the tragedy and the event that it took place 22 years ago. We appreciate the community's support at this annual event. Just want to give a special shout out to our school district, our police department, Captain O'Brien, Manhattan Beach Fire, Chief Bennett, Rabbi Katz, Reverend Paget, and the city staff for a really nice remembrance we had yesterday. Please join me for the State of the City address this Thursday, September 14th, at the Community Theater at 710 Pier Avenue. Social hour will begin at 5:30, followed by the presentation at 6:45. Seeing no other comments, this is the time for the City Council to discuss any changes to the agenda items. I have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the agenda.
We have a motion and a second from Councilmember Francois. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy.
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey.
Aye.
Mayor Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What is next, Madam City Clerk?
Item 7A, proclamations presentations. Proclamation declaring September 2023 as National Preparedness Month.
And I think we're going to have a Mr. Estrada. Oh, hang on a second here.
So, Mr. Mayor, do you have the proclamation?
Proclamation, National Preparedness Month. Whereas National Preparedness Month is an opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of emergency preparedness and to encourage all residents to better prepare their homes and communities for emergencies. And whereas this year alone, historic flooding, wildfires, smoke, and extreme heat have claimed the lives of many Americans and more broadly threaten the lives and livelihoods of people across the nation. And whereas individuals can prepare themselves and their families for emergencies by taking simple steps such as assessing your needs, making a plan, and engaging your support network. These activities create a culture of preparedness and can help save lives. And whereas this month is also an opportunity to pay tribute to the first responders who put themselves at risk for the safety of their fellow citizens. These brave police officers, firefighters, lifeguards, and emergency service personnel exemplify the compassion and commitment that help strengthen our community. We will be forever grateful for their services and sacrifice. Now, therefore, I, Raymond Jackson, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim September 23 as National Preparedness Month in the City of Hermosa Beach. I encourage all citizens to recognize the importance of preparedness and to work together to enhance our resilience and readiness. Dated September 12, 2023. And with that, Mr. Estrada. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, colleagues, and those joining us tonight. In keeping with tonight's proclamation and National Preparedness Month, I prepared a few slides to share with you today on some of the current efforts of our emergency management program.
Mr. Mayor, while we are pulling up the slide deck, I think we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. I just wanted to share that the most recent storm events that we've had, as well as the unprecedented weather event, I guess it's a hurricane, and all of that, I do want to thank our partners here in the city from the LA County Fire Department and LA County Lifeguard Division for their support. We would not have been able to be as prepared as we were had it not been for our partnership with those individuals. And some of them are here today, and you'll hear from them soon. And Israel will go through describing that partnership and how it helped us in the city. Thanks, Israel.
Thank you.
Apologize for the technical difficulties. I can navigate the PowerPoint for you, Israel.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Do you want to go ahead and just
Good to
get
go.
started?
I was just going to say,
Yeah.
if you'd like, I can do that.
And we'll pull that up when we can.
So without the benefit of my slides, I'll just speak a little bit. So a little bit of background on the emergency management program. It was established in the city in 2015 with the appointment of an emergency services coordinator, which was then with the fire department. Since its creation, the program has focused on the basic tenets of emergency management, which are to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. Okay, thank you. With our current efforts, these tenets have proven valuable for the city, as was recently evident in the events leading up to Tropical Storm Hillary a little less than a month ago. Beginning a few days before the major impact of the storm was expected, city staff coordinated every day. Staff from various departments, including police, human resources, public works, and our city manager and deputy city manager, held daily calls which helped to inform everyone on the efforts being undertaken by the County Office of Emergency Management, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and the National Weather Service, and our local partners at LA County Fire and LA County Lifeguards, which in turn helped to guide our preparedness activities. It is important to note that the team led by John Cordova of Public Works Department did an excellent job in preparing and distributing over 7,000 sandbags to residents, clearing debris from storm drains, and opening basins to minimize the impacts of local flooding. In addition to this already arduous work, they were ready to respond with additional staff to any major damage that would have visited upon the city or experienced by the city on a 24-hour basis prior to the storm and on the day of the storm. Our police department was also prepared with additional staff which were deployed to support any impacts the storm would have had on unhoused individuals throughout our community and to provide traffic control in any area that would have required any response from any internal departments and from our external partners, LA County Fire, McCormick Ambulance, and LA County Lifeguards. Our coordination calls were key to ensuring that all relevant staff and agencies had a common understanding of the situation and understood the lines of effort that were underway. While staff will continue to enhance our preparedness capabilities to respond to disasters, we encourage all individuals that form part of the Hermosa Beach community to embark upon preparedness efforts for themselves, their families, their businesses, and faith-based and community organizations. There are many ways to do this, and a good place to start is at ready.gov. Again, that's ready.gov, a website provided by FEMA with many resources. It is particularly important that preparedness activities be undertaken now with the impending El Nino weather events that the National Weather Service expects to be moderate to strong from about December of this year through February of 2024. As staff continues our preparedness efforts for weather hazards like El Nino, we have begun to update the hazard mitigation plan. Staff from police, public works, and our GIS analysts will be working to discuss and guide the writing of the update, which should be completed early next year. The hazard mitigation plan helps to guide staff's efforts to identify threats and hazards, and most importantly, to develop mitigation strategies that will lessen the impact of those hazards. This in turn helps guide our emergency response plans, other emergency plans, policies, and procedures. Another preparedness effort that should be of interest to anyone who lives, works, or enjoys Hermosa Beach in any way is Alert South Bay. Alert South Bay is a system that is used for public information and warning. It distributes information and instructions in the case of an emergency via text and email. More information about Alert South Bay can be found at alertsouthbay.com, including how to register to receive alerts. Another way to register, if you would like to do so tonight, is to send a text to 888-777 with the phrase Alert SB, one word. Again, that's 888-777 and text Alert SB, no spaces. As part of our efforts to make our communications interoperable with other agencies and systems like Alert South Bay, we are following the development of the BEAL system, the Beach Emergency Evacuation Light System, which is being spearheaded by LA County Beaches and Harbor. The system is an emergency alert notification system which uses lights and loudspeakers to notify beachgoers of an emergency. It has been tested and implemented in nearby Torrance and could be a viable addition to the city's alert and warning tools. Staff will remain in contact with LA County Beaches and Harbor to remain abreast of any developments and to evaluate its viability for our community. Finally, we are revitalizing the CERT program, The Community Emergency Response Program at Hermosa Beach can be an important and valuable component of the emergency management program. Volunteers can sign up to help with public education efforts, preparedness activities, and response activities. Our first meeting will be held in October, and we already have reached out to previous CERT members to gauge their interest in participating and to solicit feedback for potential lines of effort moving forward. With that, I remain available for any comments or questions that the City Council may have. I understand that also Chief Bennett is available for any comments regarding preparedness in general.
Thank you for that presentation, excuse me, presentation, Israel. Do you have any questions from my colleagues?
I just have a quick question. You stated that the CERT program is going to be reenacted, so what do former members of the CERT, how do they get involved, and then how are people that are interested get involved? I am a member of the CERT team in Redondo Beach, and so it's a great program, and it's really a good way to involve the community and get them involved in emergency preparedness. I was wondering if you could just expand on that a little bit.
Sure. The easiest way to get in touch with me is through our office email, oem@hermosabeach.gov. Again, that's oem@hermosabeach.gov. And essentially, we'll have a first meeting to gauge the interest and to understand some of the developments that the national CERT program has undergone. And then from there, we'll be reaching out to the entire community and offering it up to anybody that wants to participate.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Francois. Just a couple quick questions, Israel. You mentioned the CERT program. Can you tell me the interaction between the CERT teams and our neighborhood watch captains? Because I know that was something that you all were working with our recent hurricane preparedness.
So I think one of the first meetings, or at the first meeting that we'll have, we'll touch on subjects such as those, what our lines of effort should be, what other organizations we can partner with, how we can do interoperable communications with lifeguards, with LA County Fire, and with PD. So we are not at the point yet where we know exactly what that will look like, but it is one of the items that we will be discussing.
So more block captains would be certainly beneficial to the effort.
Absolutely, and it's open to anyone. So.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your work during the recent hurricane preparedness. You guys did a great job along with city. I know clearing debris, opening up storm drains and everything, and the filling of the sandbags and the distribution of sandbags was great. To the extent we can continue to push information this month, really hammer home the ready.gov, alertsouthbay.com. I think we should, because there are a lot of folks that didn't know about the alerts, and so to the extent we can push on social media, emails, whatever we need to do on our website to make sure people have those one or two ways in which they can be alerted in the event there's an issue. And you mentioned the siren. What are we doing with our siren? Do we have anything on that?
So we're in the process of evaluating the viability of the Beals system and whether that may be a better use of our resources as opposed to the siren that we had at the Community Resources Center. So we've not finalized the details of that.
So would the use be independent of the county? So if there was a specific Hermosa Beach incident that required immediate notification or an alert, as opposed to the county, say, a tsunami or something, is that what we're looking at?
So the Beal system, one of the benefits of it is that it can be used locally and in conjunction with Alert South Bay, which is something that we're already utilizing, or it can be used by the entire coast by Cal OES, California, by the Governor's Office of Emergency Services.
Okay.
So it's interoperable, which is something that the siren that we had planned before was not.
Great. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I assume we're going to get the McCormick Ambulance semi-annual report too?
We'll get that if you're requesting a report through consent, but we do have Chief Bennett here to chat with us about fire preparedness as part of this piece,
Okay,
national preparedness.
all right. Well, on our agenda, just this item was McCormick Ambulance 2023 semi-annual review as well. So if we're ready for that,
But in the earlier item, we had queued up Chief Bennett to discuss fire preparedness. I think that was a request, so but if we can pass over that and have him do it at the same time as the next one?
oh, I don't mean to go out of order. I just wanted to make sure. Got it. I think my agenda might not show both, but anyway. I just wanted to make sure we were going to get that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Israel. Do we have Chief Bennett available?
I'm here. First, thank you, Israel, and good evening, everybody. Mayor Jackson, City Council, City staff, and of course, all the residents of HB in attendance. Thanks for having us here tonight. I apologize I cannot be there in person. We did have your local battalion chief, Brian Kane, there for further questions or sidebars after, but I believe I just heard he got a response. So what I'd like to do is a lot of what I wanted to present tonight is in parallel to your proclamation and what Israel just brought about. But we've been talking a lot about preparedness, and when I first started to talk to Israel about it, I couldn't help but just think about 2023 and the preparedness challenges that it gave us locally as a city of Hermosa Beach, as a county, as a state, and really as a country. And like you mentioned, you started with 5 months of historic rainfall and the preparedness challenges that brought. Locally, we had the land movement to your south with your neighbors in Rolling Hills Estates and Rancho Palos Verdes. And of course, Tropical Storm Hillary and what local challenges that brought with sand and sandbags. And then, of course, when we talk across the country, we think about what's in our hearts right now and our minds is the Maui wildfire and how that affects us as a community. So I think in order to keep this streamlined and not take too long with this, I wanted to follow our website and the preparedness tips that we get at fire.lacounty.gov. And under the tab Safety Tips is an entire section on emergency preparedness. And there's really some fantastic information there, and it's about ready, set, go, not only for fires and preparing yourself, your family, your homes for fires, but also for floods and locally for storm surge. There's also earthquake preparedness, storm safety, and some emergency numbers that our residents here in HB can use to call. And it's based on 4 principles, and that is having a plan, keeping supplies, staying informed, and getting involved. And when we talk about having a plan and that is a plan for every type of emergency, which we saw having a plan for the Maui wildfire. And if I can just do a little quick sidebar on what happened to your south, I was the incident commander on the Rolling Hills Estates where we lost 12 homes to land movement. And one of the things I had to decide on was how much time do we get residents to both evacuate their home and get their valuables. And that was a super tough decision for me, and I can't imagine what that was for the residents. And one of the things I did when I went home is ask my family, regardless of what the information or the scenario is, if we have 15 minutes, what are we going to take? Are we prepared as a homeowner, as a resident, to evacuate if we're given 15 minutes? And that really stuck with me, and I really want to put that back out, regardless of what the incident is. Do we have a plan? And at our website, we talk about having a plan for fire, and that's just locally. There's templates for a fire escape plan, a path that we take with our family outside the house. How do we secure our utilities? How do we secure our electricity, our gas, our water? There's really good information there on the website. And then keeping supplies, like how much food, how much water, do we have a first aid kit with us? So that's the second part of keeping supplies. And then 3, real important, you guys have touched on it, is keeping informed. What are your local entities that push out information in the city of Hermosa Beach? And you talked about registering for Alert South Bay. That's super important so that we as a community and first responders can get you information about what's happening in your city. And then another real important part is about getting involved. You guys talked about the CERT program, and we can also help. Your community service liaison, Rosemary Vivero, is a master instructor in CERT, and she coordinates CERT through our fire department. So we can get together with that and make sure that any resident that is a current or wants to be involved can get involved with that community emergency response team. And also, to stay involved, you can take a first aid class, attend the sidewalk CPR that the city puts on during their local events. And, it takes a group effort. We're going to do what we can as a fire department to prepare you. I know the city and Israel's doing a fantastic job. We talk all the time about how we're going to get this information out. But again, it's a group effort with all of us. It's super important to us as your fire department, but it's just important for all the residents and community to stay involved and to do their part. So lots of good information along with yours, the fire.lacounty.gov, lots of really good information. So I know a lot of that paralleled what Israel brought, but available for any local questions specifically to the fire department. And I believe Chief Kane will come back after his response.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief Bennett. Do we have any questions from?
And thank you, real quick. Thank you again for that fantastic ceremony yesterday. It's special. We know it's special to you guys, special to the community, and especially to us as your police department and fire department. So thanks again for that.
Well, we certainly appreciate your participation and for what you all do for our communities. So thank you very much. I'll look to my colleagues for questions for Chief. None. Chief, just a couple quick things. I was talking with a friend yesterday, and we know there's a proliferation of e-bikes, and he had talked to a friend of his in Arizona who had a garage fire based on from an e-bike that was left charging overnight. He came home late that morning to find firefighters and trucks in front of his house, and his garage was burnt to a crisp. Are there any things? Are you hearing about these things? What should we be doing? Because we know there are a lot of e-bikes in town, and people are charging them and leaving them. And what should folks be doing and not doing?
Yep. Absolutely. So that right now, and just again to one of your neighbors a little bit north in the city of Carson, we just had one of the first transport truck EV vehicle fires that was struck by a train, and it was like a 36-hour event. And with that, we also have the Teslas that are in your community, and specifically the e-bikes and the scooters. And so that it's a huge problem, and it's a lot of the aftermarket chargers. And one of the first things that we express to our residents is to not leave them charging overnight, and don't leave them in an area where there's combustibles around them, because once they ignite and they get this flammable, it's got a flammable rollover that it's almost impossible to put out. It'll take one of those small e-bike batteries that have ignited hours, and we cannot put it out. So aftermarket chargers and not leaving them overnight inside your garage charging is one of the first and foremost safety tips that we can bring. But it's definitely a concern, and we're working on a policy and an internal policy that we're going to get out to our local firefighters that will, of course, give to the community on tips just for that, because we're seeing so much of it right now, and they're extremely dangerous.
Thank you, Chief. So would a regular extinguisher not extinguish a e-bike battery fire?
If the battery has already taken off, it will not. It'll slow it down, but as soon as it heats back up, it'll reignite.
Okay. Thank you for that. And speaking of fire extinguishers, check your extinguishers, make sure they're good. They need to be serviced periodically. We have a local company on aviation that offers a resident discount if you need yours checked or serviced. Any other questions for Chief? Thank you very much, Chief.
You're welcome. I'll be here for the next agenda item as well.
Appreciate it. Mr. Estrada.
Yes, sir.
You're up again.
Yes, I am.
Next, we have item B, Los Angeles County Fire Services and McCormick Ambulance 2023 Semi-Annual Review.
On December 31st, 2017, the city transitioned fire and emergency transport services to Los Angeles County Fire Department and McCormick Ambulance in order to monitor the service trends and ensure the highest level of services for our community. Monthly and semi-annual reports are provided to the City Council. This semi-annual review focuses on service data from January through June 2023. Call transfer time. Los Angeles County follows the National Fire Protection Association, which sets a standard for call transfer times at 60 seconds, 90% of the time. During January through June 2023, we had 425 calls transferred with an average transfer time of 54 seconds. Average LA County answer time was 4 seconds. Los Angeles County Fire Department defines average response time as the time that the first arriving units are en route and arrive at each incident. You could see the various different incident types, but the summary of it is that we've had 949 incidents with an average response time of 4 minutes, 39 seconds. NFPA stipulates that for EMS calls, responding units must arrive on scene within 8 minutes and 59 seconds, 90% of the time. Fire prevention. Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel assigned to Station 100 are responsible for the annual business fire inspection program. Station personnel conduct fire and life safety inspections at businesses both large and small to ensure compliance with the fire code. During this period, we had 111 inspections, 104 of them passed, and 3 businesses were vacant, 4 were closed. McCormick Ambulance Transports. We've had 385 transports and 245 were canceled. According to contract terms, the response time for a Code 3 incident, which is where responding emergency units are driving with lights and sirens to a presumed life-threatening emergency, must not exceed 8 minutes, 59 seconds. Code 2 response must not exceed 15 minutes, 0 seconds. On the line, we have Joe Chidley with McCormick Ambulance, and Chief Bennett is also on the line still with LA County Fire.
Good evening. Do we have any questions from my colleagues? None? Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Did we get the data for that last standard? The last slide indicated 8 minutes and 59 seconds for completion of the transport, if I'm not sure exactly what it was.
Yes, that data is reported every month on our monthly reports.
Okay, but for the 6-month period at the beginning of 2023, how did we do on that standard?
I do not have that data with me.
Okay, so we just look at our monthly reports that are on our consent calendar?
Correct. And if you would like, at the next semi-annual review, we can aggregate the data.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, we're actually doing that. We had that discussion with Councilmember DeToy, where the monthly McCormick report is much more detailed than our semi-annual, and we simply followed the format that had existed previously, but we will improve that going forward, tally up the 6 months and include it in the semi-annual.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a great evening. Anybody else have anything? All righty. Madam City Clerk, what is next?
Next, we have item C, Los Angeles County Lifeguard Services presentation.
All right, hello everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is AJ Lester. I am the Marine Battalion Chief from the Lifeguard Division of Los Angeles County Fire Department that is in charge of the half of our LA County coast that goes from Marina del Rey south to San Pedro, including the city of Hermosa Beach. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Appreciate you guys having me come up and give a quick little presentation of an overview of our lifeguard services that we provide. Since we're talking about public safety and safety preparedness, I'll also give you a few little safety tips as far as the beach. This time of year, we can see a lot of swell that starts coming in, and we don't have every single lifeguard tower open like we do in the summer, so we'll talk a little about that stuff. But we'll get started here and go for a quick. So I talked about our battalion. So LA County Fire Department Lifeguard Division covers 72 miles of coastline and Catalina Island. We have roughly 600 part-time lifeguards, 168 full-time lifeguards, including all ranks from chief all the way down to our ocean lifeguards that you see in the lifeguard towers. We have a fleet of 10 Baywatch rescue boats, and we have a fleet of 65 rescue vehicles. So it's a very large area that we cover, and City of Hermosa Beach we refer to, as you see on the slide here, as Area 15. So we number our areas, and Area 15 is the designation that we've had at the City of Hermosa Beach. So our rescue operations, we talked a little bit about some of our different units that we have. Marine Battalion Station 100 is right at the Hermosa Pier, and that is where we run our Marine Battalion 100 operations out of. There's one Marine Battalion Chief that is assigned out of that building. That would be my rank. We have one Captain Ocean Lifeguard that is assigned specifically to the City of Hermosa Beach. We have 2 Ocean Lifeguard Specialists that are assigned to the City of Hermosa Beach. We have 1 Lifeguard Rescue Unit that is out of our Station 100 in Hermosa Beach. We also have a rescue watercraft, which is essentially a jet ski with a lifeguard on top of it that can make quick rescues in large surf. We've also got a lifeguard rescue boat we call Baywatch Redondo that is out of the Redondo King Harbor and has quick access to be able to worry about any boats or pier jumpers or any kind of marine emergency that requires a vessel. And that has a rescue boat captain and an ocean lifeguard specialist that are assigned to that with specific training to rescue boats. So we talked about Area 15. That Captain Ocean Lifeguard patrols the beaches 365 days a year from sunrise to sunset. We have 2 Ocean Lifeguard Specialists. The captain and the Ocean Lifeguard Specialists are both trained EMTs, emergency medical technicians, similar to what you see on a McCormick ambulance like we discussed. So essentially you have 3 ambulances that are driving up and down the coast, worrying about any medical issues along with anything in the water. And then we have our ocean lifeguards. So the locations of those units, we have LG, what we refer to as LG 151, which is basically 15-1. That's assigned to 10th Street Tower, just south of the pier. And we have LG 152, which is assigned to 28th Street, north of the pier. Hermosa Beach is a large area to cover, and it's split with that pier, so those units will be using their rescue vehicles to patrol up and down the beach, watching the water, and respond to any medical emergencies. We also have 13 lifeguard towers that are within the city limits on the beach, and those are hired seasonally based on weather activity and ocean conditions. So in the summer, you'll see every single lifeguard tower open, right? Whereas this time of year, maybe on the weekend, we get a heat wave like we did last weekend, and there'll be maybe 7 or 8 of those 13 towers open, but not every single lifeguard tower is open all year round. So we can ebb and flow with the tides, right? Not really with the tides, but activity, weather, and ocean conditions. So this is what the tower makeup looks like. They're divided from Area 16 being to our south, and then Area 16 being to our north, and Area 14 being to our south, Redondo Beach, and the city of Manhattan Beach. And you can see that the 10th Street and 28th Street is where you will have a truck that is located 365 days a year patrolling those beach. And then the area captain is assigned out of the station and can be wherever he or she needs to be along the coast based on where the calls are. Keep going. So we pulled some stats from the 2018 to 2022. We haven't compiled 2023 stats yet because the year's not quite over yet. So we went back to last year and the previous 5 years. And if you look on the larger side here, we have our 5 years of total stats. So as far as ocean rescues, lifeguards along Hermosa Beach completed 3,034 ocean rescues. So that is a lifeguard swimming out to someone, getting them to get on the can and pulling them to a place of safety, right? We also had 361,418 rescue preventions. Preventions are when we walk up to someone and tell them that they're near a rip current, they're in a rip current, they're near something dangerous, and we prevent them from injuring themselves. We're a very proactive organization. We like to be out in public. We like to talk to people. We like to make sure that we're preventing those injuries before they even happen. Ordinance advisements, 128,646. So those are things like, no fires on the beach, no dogs along our coast, things like that. And that's how many ordinances we've advised over that 5-year period. We had 11,201 emergency vehicle responses, which is our truck driving to some sort of rescue or an emergency. We had 554 boat warnings, and we had 149 persons missing that were reunited, along with agency assist, which is consulting with another agency on whether it's the police or fire or whatever it is. And then just from last year, so that 5-year average is what's there. On the far side is the total of 5 years, and then our average is on the other side. So we have, on average over those 5 years, we complete about 600 ocean rescues, 72,000 rescue preventions, over 1,000 medical responses in the city of Hermosa Beach, 25,000 ordinances, 2,240 vehicle responses, 110 boat warnings, 29 missing persons, and 1,063 agency assists. So that's just to give you a brief overview of what our statistics look like over the past 5 years along the city of Hermosa Beach. Junior lifeguard program. A lot of us are very familiar with the junior lifeguard program. I was a junior lifeguard back in 1991, maybe. And it's an incredible program. Hermosa Beach is lucky enough to have 2 designated areas of where we have junior lifeguards. So we have Hermosa by 16th Street, north of the pier with 460 participants. 6 junior lifeguard instructors are assigned and 8 cadets. And then we have the Tim Kelly on the south end with 504 participants, 7 junior lifeguard instructors, and 8 cadets. It's an incredible program. We talked about emergency preparedness a little bit. As far as beach preparedness, anyone that has the opportunity to send their children to this program, it is going to do wonders for them being able to go to the beach later in life and know what they're doing, and maybe even backup rescues, or maybe be standing in front of the city council and being the Marine Battalion Chief giving this presentation in 20 years, right? 30 years. So it's an incredible program, and anyone that can participate, I would highly recommend it. There's lots of community events. So we have the International Surf Festival that you guys are well aware of, that we participate for life safety, and we make sure that everybody's safe during that event. We've got our Days of Summer Beach concerts, which were a great addition you guys had, and luckily there wasn't too many incidents that happened through it, so it was a successful event, and I think everybody was excited to have it back. We had Fiesta Hermosa, the Hermosa Triathlon, we provide water safety. We've got the AVP Hermosa Beach, which can just be a large beach crowd, and then that goes over into the water, along with our volleyball tournaments, and then the CrossFit Games. So those are some of the events that have happened this past year in the city of Hermosa Beach. And then there's a picture from 1931 of Hermosa Beach City lifeguards at the time. And then shortly after that, they merged with the county, and we've been providing lifeguard service ever since. We talked about emergency preparedness. The emergency preparedness that I would recommend just to the general public, especially this time of year, is checking in with a lifeguard before they go in the water. We're out there, the towers are open. We are very talkative. We love to go out in the community and talk to people. So if you come up to us and ask us where they should swim, is it safe today? Is there anything going on with the water? We'll let you know where the safest spot is to swim. Always want to swim and surf near an open lifeguard tower, especially this time of year. I showed how spread out the city of Hermosa Beach is. If there's not tons of beach activity and you go in between the 2 farthest lifeguards that are apart, it can delay their response time to get to you if you do get in trouble, right? So swim and surf near that open lifeguard tower. And then we will get some big swells that are coming in here, and the city of Hermosa Beach is kind of a big wave spot. So just swim and surf within your own abilities, right? If you have any doubt on a big day, maybe just don't go out. But check in with that lifeguard, and they'll let you know where it is safe, or maybe to stay in where you can touch. I also like to thank the city of Hermosa Beach. You've been an incredible partner. I know I've been working with Suja and Israel on the emergency preparedness for both Hillary and then the Jova swell that we had. Everybody did an incredible job. I think we were over-prepared, which is a good thing to do, because I think we were ready, and didn't quite live up to what it was going to be, but I think we were ready for it if it was going to be that, right? So I appreciate the partnership. And anyone have any questions for me as far as the lifeguard division goes?
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the presentation. I was going to, if you can throw that picture back up, there was Scott Davey in there anywhere?
I think he's the one on the far left. We'll ask him at your state of the...
And I think maybe next Surf Festival, we have like a Throwback Thursday, and you don those uniforms from back then.
Well, we can do the throwback. I like it.
Just an idea. No, but thank you. Thank you for the community support. Thank you for the education, outreach. Your colleague was kind enough to join us for one of our mayor conversations in surf safety, so thank you. Lifeguard Specialist Nolan. thanks for the help with emergency preparedness for the hurricane, and thanks for what you do every day, most of which no one hears about. So I'll look to my colleagues for any questions. Councilmember Francois?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a lot of respect for what the lifeguards do out there. I'm a frequent swimmer. On occasion, they've come out to check on me because I swim straight out and straight back, and they think I'm in a riptide or something. And then I did get a really bad stingray bite once, and I still had to ride my bike home in pain. But they came fast with the hot water, and it was great, everything you do out there. Do you know anything about the pollution levels of the water? It seems as though the information takes a while to get to us before they post the sign not to swim, and then it takes a while before they remove the sign. And I was just hoping, is there any way to get more reliable or quicker information? Apparently they do measure it every Tuesday or something.
They actually measure every day.
Every day, but results aren't, like if you go online, all you get is yellow, green, and red. You don't get the numbers. And like all of a sudden the sign's up, and you would think, well, if I knew 2 days ago that the number was creeping up, I might decide to go down to 22nd and not at the pier. Or, you know, there are certain areas, because I used to do the stormwater testing, certain areas where the bacteria levels are always seem to be higher. But do you know if there's any effort to have more reliable information, or could you tell us a little bit more about the process of putting the signs up and taking them down, and how that information is transmitted to the public?
So I don't want to speak for LA County Public Health. They're the ones that handle the water quality testing, but we work in close conjunction with them. So they go out and measure every day. They will get that alert that says that we want to post yellow signs, reds, you know, whatever the bacteria level is. We'll get an email to all, it's actually in all lifeguards, so even the recurrent lifeguards get the email, and then we immediately go and gather the signs and put them out. So it's not a perfect system. Like you said, there is a little bit of a delay by the time it gets tested, goes to the lab, but they are working on some predictive science that goes with it, where they can try to get ahead of it a little bit, but I would probably defer to them and their website on what that actually is. But to your point, the fastest we can get those signs out, the better it is. And it seems like, you know, I grew up in the water here, and I feel like the water quality, although there is a lot of signage that is going up, it seems to me like it's never been cleaner than it has been in the recent years, right? So,
Right.
although we do see those signs that, you know, I grew up surfing, and it seems like it's gotten a lot cleaner. So that's
there's a few stations, like one's at 28th, and one's at the pier, and one's down at 2nd, or maybe the Redondo border. If the county were to release to the fire department, county lifeguards, the actual bacteria count number each day, you'd be able to write it on the chalkboard in front of your lifeguard tower, right? I mean, it could be as simple as that.
that would be something we could work with with LA County Public Health. It's one of those things that, you know, I think they purposely try not to get that scientific with it, because I think people, you know, what is 4,000? I don't even know I don't even know what the level exactly would be, right? So they just try to.
Well, I guess that's part of the fear, is that people misinterpret the numbers, but darn it, if I see it's cleaner at 28th or 22nd than it is at the pier, I'm going in down there. That's, you know, simple logic, but maybe they don't want to chase people away. I don't know.
I mean, the key that we always tell people when they come and ask us is just don't swim and surf near that open storm drain if you can, right? If it's rained recently, just go further away from the storm drains. That's where a lot of that stuff washes out from the city, right? And, you know, even if there's no sign posted right that second, you know if it's flowing, you maybe don't want to go there. You know?
Okay. Thank you.
Great, yeah, thank you.
Thank you again, Chief. Appreciate you being here this evening. Madam City Clerk, what is next?
Item D, proclamation declaring September 19, 2023 as National Voter Registration Day.
National Voter Registration Day, September 19th, 2023. Whereas 2023 is the 11th anniversary of National Voter Registration Day, a nonpartisan civic holiday encouraging voter registration and celebrating our democracy. And whereas the city of Hermosa Beach recognizes that many Americans are not able to vote because they miss a registration deadline, do not upgrade their registration information, or are unaware of how to register. And whereas the city of Hermosa Beach is committed to the highest standards of election integrity and also to encourage broader voter registration, access, and citizen participation in elections among voter-eligible citizens. And whereas the need for reliable and trusted public information and education on voter registration is critical to America's active participation in elections and the integrity of the electoral processes. Now, therefore, I, Raymond Jackson, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim September 19th, 2023 as National Voter Registration Day in Hermosa Beach and commit to joining national efforts to support voter registration and citizen participation in elections. And with that, what is next, Madam City Clerk?
Item 8, City Manager Report.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Hello and good evening. We would like to start with a couple of quick updates about local permits and licensing. First, I'd like to give a quick update on the city's 2023-2024 parking permit program. We thank everyone for their patience as staff worked with the city's software vendor to make necessary adjustments to the online permitting system to accommodate recent program modifications. Now that the changes are complete, the sale and renewal of residential and employee parking permits are available online and via email and mail. Renewal letters for the 2023-24 residential parking permits were mailed to Hermosa Beach residents during the week of August 23, and the city issued a press release and social posts to notify the public. We have heard concerns from members of the community about the recent program changes and want to clarify the situation. Per the updated program, which is intended to improve the availability of the city's limited on-street parking and ensure users of city amenities share in the cost of their use, parking permits are now limited to a maximum of 3 eligible resident vehicles, with a 4th permit possible under certain circumstances. Owner guest permits are no longer available, and hang tag and transferable permits, which can be used to accommodate a guest, continue to be limited to 1 per residence and must be assigned to a vehicle registered to the Hermosa Beach address. To ensure community members have ample time to purchase or renew their permits, enforcement of the new permits will begin at 10 a.m. on Monday, October 16th. For further information on the city's parking permit program, please visit the city's website or call 310-318-0217, and a team member will assist you. We also have an update on local licensing. The city will be offering 2024 dog licenses this upcoming Monday, September 18th. Dog licenses provide pet owners with proof of ownership and to help reunite lost dogs with their owners, as well as ensuring that the dogs are vaccinated against rabies. City ordinances require dog licenses to be purchased or renewed each September for all dogs 4 months of age and older, or within 30 days of receiving their first rabies vaccination. Dogs who are new to our community must have a license within 30 days of moving to town, or a penalty may apply to their owners. Licenses are available for purchase on the city's website through our online licensing system, in person at the City Finance Cashier Office at City Hall during business hours, or by mailing the appropriate information and payment to the City of Hermosa Beach Dog License Renewal, 1315 Valley Drive, Room 101. Next, I'd like to inform our community that there has been a date change for the city's biannual paper shredding and compost giveaway event. It is now scheduled for Saturday, September 23rd at 710 Pier Avenue. From 8 a.m. to noon, residents can drive in through the Pier Avenue entrance to have their important documents shredded on site and pick up a bag or 2 of free compost. Residents must bring their own containers for the compost, and paper shredding is limited to 3 boxes per vehicle. And finally, Coastal Cleanup Day will take place Saturday, September 23rd from 9 a.m. to noon. This annual event is a day of service and relies on volunteers to help clean up our coastlines in an effort to keep our oceans healthy. Hermosa Beach is one of 50 sites across Los Angeles County where volunteers can participate in this year's Coastal Cleanup Day, and all are welcome to join. Registration and supplies will be located near the pier. Participants are encouraged to bring their own reusable buckets and gloves to cut down on waste. And Mr. Mayor, I wanted to also provide an update on a couple of our projects, if I may. I'd like to share a few updates on high priority projects that our city staff and expert contract vendors are currently working on. First, an update on the ongoing Clark Building renovation. Our Public Works team is working to address final design comments from our engineers, building and safety, and the County Department of Public Health. These processes take time and are nearing completion, but are necessary to ensure that we have a solid design package before going out to advertise for construction, which is the next step in the Clark Building renovation. City staff is looking forward to advertising the project for construction in approximately 2 months. Next, an update on another high-priority project, the Greenbelt Pedestrian Trail. The Public Works team is actively working to complete the final design of the project and would construct an accessible pathway on the Greenbelt between Pier Avenue and 8th Street. Staff recently received a 90% design submittal from our consultant team and is actively working to finalize the design. The project remains a high priority, and city staff estimates it being ready to advertise construction in approximately 2 to 3 months. And with that, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council, I'd like to invite Chief LeBaron to join us and share his update.
Good evening, Mayor Jackson, Mayor Pro Tem Massey, and members of City Council. I'm going to talk to you in a few minutes about some of the recent updates at the police department. However, before my comments, I'm going to invite up Detective Sergeant Eric Cahalan, who works with me at the police department, to speak about a procedural change that will take effect in Los Angeles County beginning on October 1st and will apply to all the police departments in Los Angeles County, which includes the Hermosa Beach Police Department. Our intention for sharing this information is to ensure that you and the public are aware of upcoming changes that may generate questions from our community regarding the processing of arrested persons by the Hermosa Beach Police Department. So I'll turn it over to Sergeant Cahalan.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm here tonight to discuss the recent changes that are going to take place as of October 1st as it applies to bail. As many of you are aware, throughout the country over the past several years, there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of changes as it relates to financial bail for suspects in custody. Los Angeles Superior Court recently established a new bail schedule, and we're going to talk about that.
Eric, can I have you lean very much into the mic?
Okay, how's that?
There we go.
Better? All right. Let's talk a little bit about bail. Bail is the conditional release of a defendant with the promise to appear in court when required. In some countries, and especially in the United States, bail usually applies as a bail bond, a deposit of money, or some form of property to the court by the suspect in return for a release from pretrial detention, meaning after they're arrested, they post this bond or bail, and they're released until their day in court. The LA Superior Court has decided to set up a pre-arraignment release protocol. And what is that? It's a shift in the handling of pre-arraigned subjects who have been arrested for what the LA Superior Court calls nonviolent, non-serious felonies and misdemeanors. The court has determined that a money bail and the ability to pay should not be the determining factor in deciding whether that person who is presumed innocent stays in jail before trial or is released. According to the presiding Judge Dessner, an arrestee's release status should be determined by risk to the community and their likelihood of returning to court. What does it mean for us? Prior to the pre-arraignment release protocols, annually, the LA Superior Court would establish a bail schedule for felony and misdemeanor crimes. Upon arrest and booking, the arrestee would either be cited and released or held for bail based on a defined schedule. Under the pre-arraignment release protocols, all crimes defined by the LA Superior Court as nonviolent, non-serious felonies and misdemeanors will have a predetermined release status. And and they'll be as follows. They will either be cited and released in the field by the officer upon arrest. They will be brought to the station. They will be booked, or they get fingerprints and take a picture, and they'll be released. Or they'll have a magistrate review. And this is also done after booking. There is still no financial bail assigned. However, the release may come with the least restrictive, non-financial condition. And the bottom line there is the arrestee is still eligible for immediate release back to the community with no financial bail. There are still some crimes, serious felonies, serious violent felonies, such as homicide, vehicular manslaughter, kidnapping, robbery, domestic violence, and others that are listed in the felony bail schedule under the serious felonies and violent crimes. You could find a complete breakdown of the new 2023 LA County bail schedule online. There's some questions. Is this the same as the COVID or emergency bail schedule? No, it is not. Was this bail schedule created by the District Attorney's Office? The answer is no. Was this voted on? The answer is no. And are all the California courts doing this? And the answer to the question is no. If you have questions regarding the bail schedule, you can reach out to the Stanley Moss Courthouse at 213-830-0800. Ask to speak with the Director of Criminal Operations. What does this mean for Hermosa Beach? It means business as usual. Police officers are still going to patrol the streets. Suspects will still be arrested. They'll still be held accountable. They'll still have a day in court. They'll still see a judge. Just the process between the time of arrest and the time of appearance is going to change. I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate that. Do you have any questions from my colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sergeant Kalin, thank you. Just to give everybody a frame of reference, this is what the press has been referring to as the zero cash bail policy. Is that correct?
I believe it's in that same, it is not a zero cash bail policy because there is still some bail, but yeah, it's falling in line with that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure people could connect it to some of the news reports that have been published in the past few weeks.
There's news release from the LA County Superior Court related to the pre-arraignment release protocols. It's PARP is their acronym, so if they want to get direct from the Los Angeles Superior Court, they can visit their website, Los Angeles Superior Court, and look up the bail, and it's in there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. So this new policy that's being adopted, that's taken effective, has been issued by the courts, is that correct?
The Los Angeles Superior Court's judicial officers, yes.
So the people don't have any recourse to this. The courts issued this and decided it. Is that correct?
The courts did issue this, and this is taking effect October 1st. So this will be the policy that we follow.
So what recourse do people have if they think this isn't right?
They can reach out to the Stanley Moss Courthouse. They can attempt to reach out to the judicial officers. That would be your best recourse. Judges are voted on, so I think it's an elected position.
So these elected judges that vote on this, and is it based on any legislation or?
Is the policy based on
Yes.
legislation? Probably better answered by an attorney on what legislation gives the court the power.
Right,
I would be speaking out of pay grade.
Correct, yeah, so there's no specific law that was passed by Sacramento that said, LA Superior Court, Stanley Moss, here is the new, bail program as the gentleman said. Now, that being said, there, likely are some overtures that the decision makers at the Superior Court are hearing from the state legislator about the impact of bail on low-income residents, things like that. Now, once again, I'm not providing any type of policy position on it, but that's kind of where it goes. But to answer your question, no, there's no specific legislation mandating or directing. The courts do have power to govern themselves, so what they did do, in my understanding, is within those parameters, albeit a policy choice which may not be agreed with by everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the briefing. I think the biggest takeaway is what you said at the end, that from your perspective, it's business as usual. So you can continue to operate to keep us safe. So appreciate that.
You got it, sir.
Thank you to Sergeant Cahalan. He is a absolute subject matter expert on this topic in the sense that it's complicated and very complex, and he's helped guide our officers so that they understand how to stay within the law and still continue to serve our community the way that our community expects us to. So I appreciate him being here tonight. I do want to talk about a few things that fall more in line with the continual updates that I'm providing, and I want to talk about our continued benefit that we're receiving to the safety of our community using technology. Recently, you as the City Council approved the purchase and installation of additional automated license plate readers that we refer to as ALPRs. I want to start by acknowledging, as was discussed when we received permission to continue to purchase these types of cameras, that the police department is very careful to use this information appropriately and in line with current laws and policies. As we've mentioned previously, our goal at the police department is to make Hermosa Beach the safest little beach city. And this technology that we have is a perfect example of what we would call a force multiplier. That means that using the information provided by our ALPR cameras, we are able to do more work, conduct better investigations, eliminate the likelihood of our officers detaining people who are not involved in criminal activity, and maintaining a better awareness of what is happening in Hermosa Beach at all times of day and night. The technology makes our officers more efficient by providing them with important information that narrows the scope of who they are looking for and where they are looking for them when they're dealing with specific crimes. I'd like to share two examples that have taken place since the last council meeting to highlight the value of our ALPR cameras. First of all, on August 30th, our officers were notified of a kidnapping that had occurred in a nearby South Bay city where a 4-year-old girl was taken from her mother. The crime resulted in a major investigation, and information about the suspect and his vehicle were shared with the neighboring agencies. Early that morning, officers received a notification that the suspect's license plate was captured by one of our ALPR cameras in the city. Patrol officers worked with our partners from LA County Lifeguards, who you just heard from, as we believe the suspect may be near the beach. At approximately 7 a.m., officers located the car, and an undercover surveillance was initiated. Our drone team, which is another technology we have, was also deployed for additional coverage of the area, as we hadn't found the suspect yet. Approximately 1 hour later, the suspect and the 4-year-old girl were located in the restrooms adjacent to the beach. The girl was unharmed, she was reunited with her mother, and the suspect was arrested, and the investigation is now being handled by the originating agency. The second example, not nearly as significant as that as far as the crime go, but nonetheless a good example of how technology can be a force multiplier. On this past Monday, around 2:15 in the morning, our patrol officers were working hard, as they usually do, looking for late-night criminal activity. While on a traffic stop, one of our officers was notified through his mobile computer in the car that a stolen car had passed through the intersection of 9th and Hermosa Avenue, where we have a camera. The license plate was red. The computer runs a check on that license plate, and it identified it as a reported stolen and notified our officers immediately. A description of the car was also provided. The officer finished his traffic stop and then drove to the area of the notification, and shortly after arriving to that area, he found the vehicle. Another traffic stop was conducted on this car. The driver of the vehicle was arrested and booked for being in possession of a stolen vehicle. If it were not for the information provided by those cameras, it was probably a crime that would have likely gone unnoticed by our officers, since they were occupied with other investigations at the time. Finally, I do want to provide an ongoing update on some of the quality of life complaints that we receive at the police department and the efforts we're making to address them across the entire city. We continue to enforce all bicycle and pedestrian-related violations when our officers are not working on other priorities. We talked about it today that we're going to continue to do operations in the areas that are most needed to ensure that people stay safe on the bicycles. We're also receiving many complaints about people who bring their dogs onto the beach and allow them to be off leash in the parks. We recognize, although there's differing perspectives of what we should do about this in the community, that this is a public safety and public health issue, and it's something that we do enforce every day during our routine patrols. At times, we also dedicate specific attention to locations and times of the day where the complaints are being received. Over the past month, our community services officers, who are charged with overseeing animal control violations, conducted several directed enforcement operations that focused on the beaches during the early morning hours and parks at peak use times. Their efforts included partnering with our counterparts at the Redondo Beach Police Department, and a total of 11 citations and 3 warnings were issued for various animal-related offenses as part of that operation. More directed operations are being planned, and the daily patrols will continue to include the presence of our community services officers in the areas where they are most effective. So, Mayor Jackson, that concludes my report, and I too am ready to answer any questions that you or council may have.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the update. I just had a question. There was a lot of buzz recently about an incident that occurred on the plaza. Is there anything to report on that? Is there an update at all? Or
So
I know there was a video that was being circulated on social media.
Yeah, the video was circulated. We had that video. We looked at it. There was a fight. I will say that I have made no secrets about the fact that we have problems in Pier Plaza late at night. This was a fight like others that happened that same weekend that we respond to and we investigate to the fullest of our ability. In this case, those that saw the video heard the video, heard what sounded like a gunshot. We at the police department cannot confirm it was, because we have no evidence that anybody was shot, that a gun was fired, that there was any damage based on a bullet that went through any buildings or anything like that. But we can't say it wasn't a gunshot, and we've been very clear about that in our social media updates and our comments to the community. We investigated it to the fullest extent possible. The people involved in the fight were not identified because they fled the scene, but the victim was unwilling to press charges. And I think one of the things that's not understood very well by our community is if a victim does not want to press charges, we don't have the ability to pursue that criminal case under circumstances like this, because there's no case. So this idea that we were either not doing enough or that we were covering something up is just ludicrous. We did everything that we possibly could, and at this point, without a victim, there's not much more we can do.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Chief. Do you have any questions? Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Chief, for continuing to do your service and keeping our community safe. I did want to follow up on that incident just then that occurred. You stated that if the victim is unwilling to press charges, then we don't investigate it anymore, we don't pursue charges. Is that, there are circumstances when we do, even if the victim doesn't want to, isn't that true?
Yeah, well, one of the things I added to that, just to be clear, is under these circumstances, with this case, there was not anything more we could do. We investigated this.
We didn't have a suspect.
Even if we had a suspect, and in this case we did not identify the suspect, we didn't have anybody who was forthcoming with any information. But even if we did, the crime is specific to that victim, and that victim was unwilling to press charges.
Oh, the crime wasn't associated to a gun?
No.
But shooting a gun in the air, of course, is a crime, but you had no evidence.
We have no evidence that there
okay.
was a gun. We didn't see anybody with a gun. If we had seen somebody or identified somebody with a gun, as I talk about almost every council meeting, we are arresting people with guns almost every weekend. We would have arrested them.
Okay.
I would have told you about that because we want our community to know that that's what's going on.
And I assume you do look at other private security cameras or any videos that were supplied to you from private citizens, I assume.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have very good working relationships with the businesses down there. And many of the cases that we investigate are ultimately solved or furthered with the videos that they provide us. So we do appreciate that, and that's a standard protocol that we do every time we investigate.
Okay. And I want to just ask a quick question regarding speeding on the Strand. I continue to get complaints from people that it hasn't improved, and people are going very fast on that Strand. E-bike or no e-bike, they're just plowing through there, and it's amazing that we don't have more accidents than we do. And I'm just wondering if there are any more tools, especially given the fact that Manhattan Beach now is cracking down on it, establishing a speed limit there. For example, putting signs at the 4 entryways that cyclists enter the Strand heading south, as well as cyclists entering from the south heading north from Redondo. You know, there are no signs saying that functional electric bikes are not allowed at all, and the speed limit signs are small. And I'm just wondering, are there any improvements like that that could all be used to help, or what else can be done to help improve this situation we have?
It's a good question with a much larger conversation attached to it. I know that we've had community meetings with some of the residents on the Strand. They've brought some great ideas forward, and we've followed up on those, and I think they've made huge improvements. We absolutely have talked about and continue to impress the fact that we focus on engineering, which is what you're talking about, and we can look at any improvements that need to be made in regards to signage and posting of speed limits and those sorts of things. So that's a conversation I will have with our Public Works Director and our City Manager to make sure we are doing everything possible with the advice that you're giving, which is a great place to start. We also focus on education. That is something that we partner with our school district. Our police officers understand this. You know, the lifeguards talked a little bit ago about their junior guard program. One of the things that we did during their junior guard program was go down and meet with every single one of the junior guards and talk to them about e-bike safety. So that education is happening, and we reached, based on their numbers, probably 1,000 kids over the summer on some of the things that we talked about. And then the enforcement. The enforcement does happen. We have the data to show that, and we will continue to do that. I talk about the importance that we have as a police department of meeting all of the city's needs. So if we are not able to enforce at the levels that people want, they do need to remember that we have other crimes that we're responsible for. We have other vehicle code violations. Loud exhaust is something we hear about quite a bit, and other violations that we enforce. We just met today as a command staff and talked about some operations that we're going to be doing that include enforcement of speeding on the Strand, because we get the same complaints that you do, and we take them very seriously. So I appreciate your constant feedback and the support you give us to help us know when and where we should be looking, and we will listen to you and make sure something gets done.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, if you want, I'm certainly willing to meet with you, and if there's another colleague of mine that wants to form a subcommittee, that can be done with any motion, and we could go that route if we need to. That might be a way to build more public support for the tools that you need.
I'll leave that to your council colleagues, but I will tell you that you will likely be getting an invitation soon to come out and see how we enforce some of those laws. That was discussed today as well.
Surely. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. I know that the school district just implemented a bicycle certification requirement for all kids riding their bikes to school. So I know that you were part of that discussion and part of the process, and that group that is pushing all those safety initiatives. So thank you for your efforts in that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Thank you, Chief. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Next, we have public participation. This is a time for members of the public to address the City Council on items on and not on the agenda and items listed on the consent calendar. As a reminder, if you are speaking on an item that will be heard at a later part of the meeting during this public comment opportunity, you will not be able to speak on the same item later. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. When called, please state your name for the record. If you are joining the meeting by phone, please remember to dial *6 to unmute yourself and *9 to raise your hand. Participants joining by internet, please remember to use the raise hand feature. And we will begin with members of the public who have submitted public speaker cards. And the first, we have Mr. Christine.
The long and the short of it is that the city of Hermosa Beach is seriously in violation of California laws regarding public access for wheelchairs, as well as multiple violations of the Federal Disability Discrimination Act. Take a look outside and take a look at the visual that I have brought here. There is no easily acceptable entrance to the building we now occupy. The one single entrance to the serpentine ramp that leads to where we are is also unmarked, bereft of any sign that might enable a wheelchair-bound person such as my wife, who's with us, to go in the right direction. The only entrance to the ramp is only a few steps from the street. If a wheelchair is coming from the far reaches of the parking lot, a person must pass the city hall, the police station, and the library to get to that entrance. Then, if the wheelchair person's business is in the city hall, he or she must retrace their steps, pass the library and police a second time to reach their destination. Wouldn't it make sense to have an entrance to a ramp which is convenient to the city hall? Wouldn't it make sense to have a wheelchair entrance in front of the city hall instead of the current poorly marked ramp access, which is the equivalent of 2 buildings away? The not so unfortunate get out of their cars and walk into the city hall section of the building. Wouldn't it be nice if the wheelchair people could do the same thing? You do not give me time to get into the specifics of the rules, codes, and laws that are being violated and broken. Suffice to say that in order for a ramp to be visible from both a distance and close up, the entirety of the ramp should be painted. And put up a sign, please. A person entering that parking lot for the first time has no idea where the ramp begins. Now we come to Mr. Mark Groh. That's spelled M-A-R-K and G-R-O-H. When I was before Mr. Groh, a hearing officer who heard my appeal of a parking fine, he was unwilling to spell the name. The hearing is on tape. You can look it up. He showed up with a chip on his shoulder. He is unprofessional, arrogant, rude, and uncooperative. He has an attitude, is an embarrassment to the city, and has no business holding the job. I took 19 or so minutes to make my case. Mr. Groh, G-R-O-H, twice said he would visit the site of the alleged violation. He did not do that, and his dismissal of my appeal took all of 7 words. 7 words. That's what's known in the vernacular as the kiss-off. Mr. Groh, G-R-O-H, will be asked to do better on December 1st, when the next round in this unfortunate affair plays out in downtown Los Angeles before Mark, M-A-R-K, Wyndham, a judge in the Superior Court of the County of Los Angeles. I await a more equitable hearing in this case.
Next, we have Sarah Harper.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members of residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm Sarah Harper, Library Manager at the Hermosa Beach Library. I just have a few announcements of some upcoming events. Right now, we are currently accepting entries in our annual bookmark contest, and those entries will be accepted from students in grades K through 12 up until October 21st. We look forward to all of the wonderful artwork that we will receive this year. We have some great programs coming up. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. we have a puppet show by Loose Puppet Company. And next Wednesday at 3 p.m. we have Megan the Bubbleologist, who will be talking to us about the science of bubbles and having many, many bubbles available for the kids. Everyone is welcome to attend. And we have one more program coming up on Wednesday, the 27th. We have a special Latin jazz performance, and that will be especially for our adults at 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, the 27th. Thank you.
Daniel Brown.
Yeah, my name's Daniel Brown. I live at 64 20th Court, and this is regarding the guest parking. I had my truck totaled last year by 3 drunk girls, and I never retained another car. So I don't have a car registered in my name, but I think I should still be able to get guest parking. because, I have a legal license and I'm a resident. So I just would like to be able to get guest parking for my friends. Not, I don't know if I'm gonna get a truck. I've been able to maintain my life because I'm retired with my electric bike or my bike. So I don't have a registered car right now, so I hope I can get a guest parking path for my guests. That's it.
Thank you. Next.
Sam S.
Good evening. My name is Sam Sabra, 24 8th Street. I got three things I want to complain about. Street vendors, do they have permits? Do they have licenses to sell food in the street?
This isn't a back and forth, so it's your opportunity to speak to us. This isn't a back and forth, so.
It's not? Okay. They need to get permits from the health department, permits from the city, liability insurance, like every business in town. Rules needs to be followed. Number two, Hermosa Avenue. When I leave my house, I want to take my granddaughter to school in the morning. I got to make a U-turn on Hermosa Avenue when I leave my house from 8th Court. I have to go all the way to 2nd Street to do that because that's the only stop sign that allows me to make a left turn or a U-turn. Otherwise, I will get into an accident because in the intersections, they need to pull 2 parking spaces from each intersection in order for us to see who's coming, if it's a pedestrian crossing or a car coming. It's like playing Russian roulette. That's how it is. One of our officers got into an accident making a U-turn on 6th Street not too long ago. He's one of my favorite officers, by the way. Anyways, that needs to be taken care of. Why can't we put stop signs? That barricade that they put, it's a joke. And number 3, are we getting 3 parking permits and a hanger? Are we? Is that what I heard earlier? Mayor Jackson? Are we getting any, is it 3 plus 1?
The new parking resolution calls for 3 permits maximum.
Maximum 3?
Maximum 3.
What about the hanger?
One of which can be a hanger.
One of them, okay. And that's final?
That's what we voted on, yes.
But you have to have
not
a registered car for each.
Okay.
Again, this isn't a back and forth. We can have a discussion later, but yes,
That's how it is.
it's 3, yes.
Okay. Don't forget the street vendors needs to be taking care of that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Nancy S.
Hi, I'm Nancy Schwabhack, 3122 Hermosa Avenue. That handout, and I'd like to thank Rihanna Guzman, the Deputy City Clerk. She helped me research all of this. I'm here to talk about the guest parking passes. As the city manager said, the guest pass must now be assigned to a vehicle. This is a new requirement, and in my opinion, this was not discussed or voted on by council. As the mayor just said, it's limited to 3, one of which can be transferable, but if all of them have to be assigned to a vehicle, and you have 2 vehicles, then you're effectively limited to 2 passes. And I think that affects a lot of us, and then this gentleman can't get one at all because he's one of these great people that doesn't drive around. So in my research, I noticed certain language related to transferable passes disappeared between the proposed resolution attached to the February 28 agenda and the adopted resolution, which was approved on the consent calendar in the next city council meeting. The language that dropped out, I show is highlighted on the back of my little, on my little thing, and I starred the one that specifically granted a guest pass without any reference to being assigned. And so I think what happened, it was 1:30 in the morning, it was late, there was a lot of discussion about the 4th pass, there was a lot of discussion about canceling passes for people that moved out, so people moved in could get a pass. There was a lot of that, and I think this just got lost. So I would request the city council look at this, review the notes from David Fulton in his written comments. He hits the nail right on the head. And I would ask that at a future meeting, you put on the agenda reconsideration whether you intend the transferable pass must be assigned to a vehicle. Again, that's a new requirement. I'm also curious, why are the decals affixed to the passenger side of the windscreen? That may be some other state law or something, but it seems to me if they were on the driver's side, that would save the CSO's time because they wouldn't have to get out of their vehicle to see if it has a pass. It would be right there in front of them. Again, there may be some other law I don't know about. But thank you for your consideration of my remarks, and thank you for your service to our city.
Brian? Sorry. Brian? I'm not sure the last name, M. Miller, or I'm not sure if it's with the V.
Point of privilege, could we ask the speakers to get the microphone as close as we can? The last speaker was unclear, and I got some email saying someone can't hear it on television, so.
Do we have a Brian related to parking? No? Okay. Next, we have Robert. Oh, Brian, okay, you can come up. Okay, I'll just go down the list, and then at the end, you can come up. We have Robert Preston. Kelly Anderson.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Today I want to just express my real dissatisfaction with the new permit parking process. I'm not sure how you came to this conclusion. Regardless, I signed up, I've got it now, but I'd really love it if you'd revisit it and take a deeper look into the impact it's having on my family and many of those around me. It really, if you think it through, it has a severe hardship on especially families. I have kids, we have nannies, tutors, music teachers, grandparents, aunts and uncles coming. We depend on those passes, and life is horrible without them. And really take a different look at this. I'd love it if you revisit it, come up with another vote, go back to the old way. We're paying more and we're getting less. And I've always viewed Hermosa in my 41 years here as a family-friendly community. I'd like you to keep it that way and get us some passes. Thank you.
Trent Larson.
Hello, City Council. Trent Larson. Let's get this going. I have prepared remarks tonight on public safety, housing, and homelessness. But before that, I'd just like to say I really enjoyed the concert at the beach over Labor Day. On Sunday, I was right against the rail for the Petty Breakers. And I like to do that because I like to feel the sound energy coming into me and then let it flow back out. And I had a little bit of a flashback moment back to 1979 when I was first on the rail in the Seattle Coliseum to ZZ Top and the warm-up band Loverboy. And it was just a ton of fun. So anyway, these are remarks that I've shared with the Republicans in the District 66.
Is it even our responsibility?
Yes. On public safety. Crime is rising.
No.
Criminals are brazen. Punishment is lacking. And the good people of Los Angeles are suffering as a result. Progressive liberal crime policies have instantly and negatively downgraded neighborhoods and the quality of life for law-abiding citizens. Criminals benefit at the expense of the good-hearted, honest Californians. Justified fear and earned suspicion of political motives grip the public. Purposeful degradation of policing powers and lenient to zero consequences for criminal activity sow seeds of public mistrust. Planned backsliding to the primitive is the vision of progressive policies. Citizens need to be brave and bold and unapologetic for demanding reform. Punish criminals. Do not tolerate misdemeanors without consequence. Prosecute property crimes. Send convicted criminals to jail and empower police. On housing, local zoning and planning is best for California communities. Sacramento Democrats are corrupted by special interest groups advocating high-density, publicly subsidized housing in direct conflict and or majority acceptance by residents, command and control dictates from Sacramento with heavy-handed penalties for noncompliance poison the goodwill and compassion of homeowners and concerned citizens who cherish traditional cultural norms of our beautiful California hometowns. Bowing down to statistical formulations, calculating units of measure, regardless of the consequences for the working and culturally invested public citizens, is a direct conflict with the good past policies and spirit of California. And finally, on homelessness. It is a stain upon our state. It is unacceptable in the current situation. Unsustainable is homelessness. Gluttonous public policy housing, zero punishment for loitering vagrants, or misdemeanor crime breed and grow homelessness in California. Every community is negatively affected by the tolerance of the homeless. Homelessness can no longer be accepted as a lifestyle change or choice. Compassion for all requires change for the betterment. Homeless persons need mandatory sheltering or involuntary confinement. Destroying or occupying public property cannot be tolerated. Clean up California and restore pride in our public spaces. Thank you.
Michelle Hampton.
Good evening, Michelle Hampton, 1728 Loma Drive. I was unable to attend the August 18th City Council meeting, but I saw that the City Council passed the adoption of speed limits in our business district, Hermosa Ave and Pier Avenue. I wanted to thank you for making these changes. They are much needed in our city. Question though, how are the new speed limits going to be enforced? Our city is going to spend time and money on these changes. How are we going to make it all work? Is there a plan to hire more police to enforce this? I understand that we have until June 2024 before these speed limit changes take place. During that time, could we possibly hire some more police to help enforce these changes that will take place in June 2024? Also stated was that the cost to purchase the new street signs would be a minimum cost. So let's put some money towards enforcing this change by hiring some police to keep our speed limits enforced in our city. I would like to ask in the near future also to look at Monterey Boulevard, especially from Pier Avenue to Park Street. This is a major corridor for school traffic and children getting to schools, Hermosa Valley and Hermosa Vista. Let's slow down Monterey. The speed limit there is 25 miles an hour. I live on that street. I see people flying down it constantly, possibly even going 40, 50 miles an hour. It's disgusting. It seems like a super highway all the time. Lastly, I want to ask of everyone in this room and those watching on television to slow down and obey the speed limits in our city, please. Thank you.
Carolyn Petty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on, that's kind of high. I'm here to speak on what's going to be happening in 2 weeks, which is the mayor rotation. We all know what happened with Hanny, and it was very unfortunate, but it would be also even more unfortunate if that practice continued. And I'm here to encourage you to not continue that practice. Everybody here at the dais is on an equal footing. Every one of you was elected by our residents. Every one of you deserves a turn as mayor. The issue is that if it becomes this issue of cronyism, where people are always angling for 2 more votes to support them as mayor, then that's going to affect policymaking potentially. Because any incoming council member is going to be thinking twice about not going with the majority, because then when it's their term to be voted in as mayor, they might not be. So everybody up there might not like each other. I was up there, we all know the dynamics then, but I still voted for Hanny to become mayor because it was the right thing to do. So please really think about this in 2 weeks and really think about what the right thing is to do for the community and respect the community, because like it or not, everybody has been elected by the residents and really deserves a turn as mayor. Thank you.
Chris Prenter.
Good evening. I came to comment on the parking permits, especially the guest pass. We've been using those for 50 years plus, and they're really a convenient thing for residents to use. My mom only has one car and one garage to park in, and when she needs someone to come and visit with her, she's able to hand out a parking permit that's not tied to someone's license plate. It's flexible, you can share it with different people, and that's the whole point. And we've been using these for years and years and years. I don't understand why we're just taking it away now. And it seems like that was a decision that was made in the middle of the night with no real public comment. I think if more people knew about it, you'd see a lot more people showing up to comment on it, because I guarantee you it's not popular. And for myself, we use one because my son's out of town, but when he comes to visit, he can use it. My daughter is getting a car. She's going to need one occasionally, so we're able to switch it around without having to buy just one permit that's tied to an extra car. It's that flexibility that helps everybody live their lives more comfortably. It's something that we've enjoyed for decades, and you're just taking it away now, which I don't understand why that's happening, but it's really a convenient thing that we all use, and I'd like you to reconsider that and make it just a standard guest permit pass like it has been forever. You can hand it out when you have a friend visit, or if you have a caregiver come, or whatever it is, your plumber or something, you're able to hand that off and they can utilize it. So thank you, appreciate it.
Angie Silverman.
Next speaker, please.
Angie Silverman.
Hi, Angie Silverman. I live on just the other side of the police department and the fire department on that street there. And that street, when I walk on Cypress to cross over, is very, very dangerous. It doesn't have, it has little clicker things that really kind of don't work, and you can't see them. And whether it's the day or the night, the people are on their phones, or I don't know what they're doing, but they're not letting pedestrians cross. So what I do, it's just the only thing that works. I go like this. And I try to wear white gloves whenever possible because they don't see me. I've had them drive across like I'm not even a visible person. And that is scary because I at least live here and I know how it works. It needs a stop sign very badly. And maybe we can all chip in and buy two signs there, okay? Because it's really gonna save some lives, okay? So you do a lot of wonderful things. I'd like to see all of you become mayors, and it's ridiculous to have some kind of a little side game where somebody has to get off the map. Why do people vote? They vote because we want you all, you know? So that rule is a very peculiar thing to have. And the other thing is with the tickets that you put, permanently on your car. I don't have a car, but I do have people that come over, and I also have contractors, and I hate to see them have to just park outside and hope that there'll be no ticket. We don't have a lot of places to park. By granting that extra ticket to put on your windshield, it makes a difference because those are temporary people coming here. We don't need a big garage house for them. We just need a temporary visa. I greatly would recommend that that be continued for the sake of traffic, enjoyment, families, and our way of life here. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I have no other public speaker cards. If you would like to speak general public comment, now is the time.
Good evening. Dave Fulton, 304 28th Street, Hermosa Beach.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Madam City Manager, and city staff. First, a thank you for allowing the movies on the beach and the concerts on the beach. They were wonderful. They were just amazing, the families, and thank you for working with the Chamber Foundation. Thank you for working with the Friends of the Park, which is a great nonprofit in Hermosa Beach. So thank you for that. I encourage you to find more opportunities to bring movies and music to Hermosa, because obviously the community loves it. Not surprisingly, I'm also here to express my support for adding a discussion and vote specifically on the additional residential parking pass permit. I wrote you a long email this afternoon, for which I apologize for the length, not for the email. I had a lot to say. When you get a chance to read it, I hope a few of the things I said resonate with you. I've rented a lot of apartments in Hermosa over the last 20 years. Most of them were in the zone, very few. None of them had sufficient off-street parking. It's just a fact of life. Some other people have said it better than I can, so I encourage you to listen to them and consider that. I'm certain you will hear, as you have tonight, over the coming weeks, as people renew, find out they can't get a hang tag, certainly as we get into enforcement after October 16th, that this is something that should be revisited. I think I know all of you. I trust all of you. I know you will listen to the community. I trust eventually you'll do the right thing, and I applaud you for that. So thank you and have a good night.
Robert Preston.
Hi, Robert and Reverie Preston. I live on 11th Street, Honorable Councilman, City Attorney, and Manager, and colleagues. I'd just like to highlight a couple of things. I reviewed the entire video from the meeting on February 28th, and I'd like to point out relevant facts are around 5 hours and 4 minutes through 35. We talked about 3 specific things: limiting the number of permits, the new pricing, and eliminating the guest passes for those non-occupying owners, in other words, landlords. And I think at that point, you guys had a win. You had successfully tackled a problem in Hermosa that the public has been asking for help with for a while. With one fell swoop and eliminating the +1 guest tag, I think you've completely run the risk of eliminating that goodwill, at least insofar as not opening up that specific nuance for debate. Mayor, you yourself said in that meeting that that February discussion was in preparation for a definitive decision in the fall to be discussed. You used phrases like, we'll test drive it, we'll see how it works out. And now suddenly the resolution is final. So I would urge you respectfully to at least open up another future agenda item to discuss the elimination specifically of that +1 tag. I think you can still keep the limit at a reasonable number per household, probably do something like only 1 +1 tag per residence. That solves the problem of the people who got 20 guest tags. I think you can still get a win, solve the bigger issue problem, which is abuse in the past of the parking program, and maintain the ability of the citizens to be able to host their families unexpectedly on Saturday, to get a care worker who comes once a week for physical therapy. Reasonable uses. Thank you.
Mr. Preston? Excuse me, Mr. Preston? If there's going to be 2 speakers, you should get another 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. I think she was actually cutting me off.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard?
Hello, Brian Nahez, 10th Street in Hermosa here. I also am got a problem with the parking issue. I do not have a registered vehicle. This is a temporary place for me sometimes. I come with rental cars, and it's very difficult for me to have any guests, obviously, with it. And I've been okay with that, to where I've had to shuttle them back and forth if I do have somebody. But to completely eliminate the ability for me to have a hanging hanging pass, or anybody else just for a simple guest pass, I think it also needs to be revisited. Along with Dave's comment, the beach concerts and movies were very nice too. As long as I guess I'm addressing the council, I don't know if this is the correct place or not. But in the issue of stolen bikes, everybody knows there's a guy named Sneaky Pete that seals bikes constantly, and it's $200 at a time, $300 at a time, and there's no investigation. I mean, how many times does he have to do a $200 crime for it to, if he does it 1,000 times, is that $200,000 worth of theft? Is that worth investigating? Obviously you're not going to investigate a $200 crime, but if it's a multiple time. But thank you very much.
Oh, cool. Should I wait? Okay. Hi, my name is Ty. I've met most of you, and I've spoken here a couple times now. I'm here to talk about item number 14, information on city regulation of home occupations. I've been patiently waiting on this day for a few months now. Looking forward to hearing you guys discuss it truthfully. Before the report comes out, there's a few things that I'd like for you guys to pay close attention to. Pardon me. Modifications are needed to allow for some discretion in certain situations on this. No specific rules apply to home occupations in a commercial zone, none. Per section 1708.010, the purpose of the home occupation rules is to preserve the residential character of a neighborhood. When the home occupation is located in a commercial zone, this is not applicable. There is no logic in the way that I'm having to run my business currently. I leave my house, I drive 2 blocks because I'm now legally allowed to train at other people's houses and not my own. I drive 2 blocks to a residential neighborhood, not a commercial. They move both of their vehicles out of their garage. They then park it at my home. We have 2 private parking spots, which again I've come here and chatted with you guys about, of where I used to train there before I was asked not to by the city. I move their vehicles to my spot. I move my vehicles to theirs, unload my equipment, coach an hour or 2, and then do it all over again just to abide by what's currently in the municipal code. There's no logic, zero. And to steal the words from Mr. Saman a couple meetings many months ago, there should be some discretion here. And in fact, that is in the code. I was told by Mr. Donegan that I had to get a citation in order for this to happen. I appealed it. I won the citation because of Mr. Donegan's words. I'm trying to go through the process here and have you guys look at how absurd this municipal code is, or lack of a municipal code there is right here. To finish this off, there should be some discretion allowed or modification of the existing rules pertaining to home occupations when the home occupation is located in a commercial zone. Lastly, some things that can be considered are when the proposed home occupation is consistent with the character of commercial neighborhood and where it benefits the community, all of which my business does. So I urge you to pay attention to those specific points when this agendized item comes up later. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Do we have any more cards, Myra?
If we have no other in person, I can go over to Zoom.
Okay.
We do have Christina Cho. Christina, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Yeah, actually, some of the things I wanted to say were covered by some of the other speakers. I just wanted to know if you at any point are going to explain why you came up with this new rule with the parking passes.
This isn't a back and
Hello?
forth. Yeah, hello, Mrs. Cho. This is not a back and forth. Do you have any other comments?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I live at 71 Hermosa Avenue. I think it's going to affect our quality of life as far as, our friends and family go. We enjoy them, being able to visit on the weekends. We also have contractors that come and are remodeling our home, and just for every use, it's really convenient. And I think that by putting these restrictions, it's really going to affect the quality of life. And, people come here and we spend a lot of money in Hermosa when my friends come through. So I'm urging you guys to revisit this and please, change it there. Thank you.
Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hello, Tony Higgins here. I assume you can hear me. On politicizing the mayor appointment, please don't do that. It just doesn't make any sense at all. It was a bad look when you did it to Harry. We don't need that kind of shenanigans here in Hermosa. On the 1 hour parking enforcement, I'm talking about the May 15th to September 15th. It's been a joke for the past 3 or 4 years. Now, you blamed it on COVID, then you blamed it on the Jeeps, because you can't stick the chalker through the door. It isn't working. You're not enforcing it. And that needs to change. Now, when this first started happening was when you got rid of the trikes, the three-wheel vehicles. I guess they fell into disrepair or just wore out. And I was told the reason that you didn't replace them was that you couldn't find them. Well, there now are trikes on the market. They're electric vehicles. I hope you look into that, because on top of the parking permit issues, there's a huge parking enforcement issue. Right now, you're doing the chalking by foot patrol. It used to be that we got the three-wheelers, they'd come by twice a day on all the streets with the 1 hour parking limit. And we had some pretty good enforcement. Now you're lucky if you get a foot patrol once every 2 weeks. That ain't right. And I went back and looked at the staff report when you bought the Jeeps. And in the staff report, one of the selling points was more efficient tire chalking. What a joke. I mean, come on. Let's solve this problem, at least by next year. Rooftop dining. 7 or 8 months ago, I spoke to the fact that the rooftop dining fire safety inspections hadn't happened. These were the ones that were allowed via COVID. It's my understanding that those inspections still haven't happened. I'm talking about stairwell capacity, fire extinguisher placement, the basic things like that. Why hasn't that happened? Or if it has, can you please let us know? Thank you.
Steve Izant.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Steve Izant speaking only as a private citizen. Sometimes when we implement new ordinances, they're not exactly perfect. Over time, they need a little tweaking. I would suggest or recommend that the issue of the guest pass be revisited sometime in the future in a public session. I think the maximum of 3 passes or 3 permits in total is absolutely correct. But I would urge you to rethink the idea that the hang tag needs to be associated with a license plate. With that, I return my time to the City Council.
Do we have anyone else online wishing to be heard?
Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yes, hi, it's Kent Allen. I'm speaking as a former 12-year planning commissioner, resident since 1978, father of two Maricosta graduates, and so what I'm trying to tell you tonight is that I believe that this mayor rotation thing is really screwed up. There's nothing right about it, and clearly, very clearly, Rob Seaman is going to be acquiesced to the Justin Massey and his boys, ideas. And I think that Dean Francois is absolutely 100% the rightful person to be mayor pro tem. As a matter of fact, I want to make sure that the people know that actually Jackson, Justin Massey should not even be considered as mayor, as he has been involved with problems with beating up teenagers, and he has a history of problems with in the town, and so I think that if anything, we should get rid of we should just like move him aside and move into the right person into the role of mayor pro tem. Justin Massey has. He's been accused of so many crimes. It's unbelievable. So anyways, thank you very much.
Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Good evening, Mayor Jackson, City Council and staff, Matt McCool. Madam City Clerk, I sent you in a video. Can you play that video, please?
I will answer, I swear. Why are we still here? I will answer, I swear. Why are we still here?
Oh! Jessica.
Problem is what happens after 10 p.m. It's the worst kept secret in Hermosa. We know where the problem is, we know what the problem is. But City Council hasn't been able to solve it. For a long, long time. Managing our costs better, such as our city attorney. What we do know is when we moved city prosecutions from his office to the Redondo Beach prosecutor, we saved $120,000 a year.
Mayor and Council, my name is Melanie Chavera. I'm the city prosecutor for Hermosa Beach and Redondo Beach. And I understand that the city prosecutor performance evaluation is placed on the closed session agenda.
Do you have any response that you want to share now?
The city prosecutor is a city official, just as the city attorney is a city official, and that it's appropriate to evaluate the city prosecutor's office in closed session no differently than it would be to evaluate the city attorney in closed session.
I'm deeply concerned that the priorities in the downtown area are for cigarette smoking versus violent crime. And tonight we spent a lot of time discussing the violent crime in the downtown area, and I want to close with it. We talk about crime, but we don't talk about the arrests, and we don't talk about the convictions. And on page 10 of this ICMA report.
The ICMA report that was done a few years ago is an excellent report.
And on page 10 of this ICMA report, there is a concern that the city prosecutor is not pursuing prosecutions vigorously enough. We are following all of them, except for ensure the city prosecutor and district attorney provide enhanced prosecution of all capitalized cases occurring in the downtown area. In addition to solving cases by arrest, cases must be prosecuted successfully to ensure the full of the criminal justice system. If we want to go ahead and reduce crime in the city, we have to aggressively go after people who commit crime. The idea of even committing crime in the city is so horrific that we never even think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. 3 quick points to close on this. first and foremost, I warned the city over 2 years ago, if they did not curb violent crime, that there was going to be a shooting in the downtown, and it has happened. Second, Mayor Pro Tem Massey, 8 years of code enforcement is not working. It is time to go ahead and get tough and get a tough city prosecutor. Melanie Chivera.
Please wrap it. Please wrap it up, Mr. McCool.
Yeah, yes, I will. Mayor Jackson, this will be continued. City prosecutor Melanie Chivera is on the take. She's dirty, and I'll expose this. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have a 310 number. Your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay. Hi. Yes. Hi, everybody. My name is Van Rod. I live in North Hermosa in the impacted zone, and I just wanted to raise two issues with the city council tonight. The first is just the guest parking permit issue. When the item was put on the agenda, the proposed resolution to deal with guest parking was worded in a way to make it seem like the city was going to honor guest parking passes. And so someone like me who would read that proposed resolution was lulled into a false sense of security that the city was going to protect the residents' rights to their guest parking passes. But lo and behold, a vote was actually taken at 1 a.m. to cancel them all. And so I would respectfully ask that the issue of guest parking passes be put back on the agenda in October so that we could have a discussion about them, because many of us in this city, like myself, live in rental units that don't have any off-street parking. And so I rely exclusively on street parking. And when my girlfriend visits me from Santa Barbara, or my parents visit me from Orange County, they need a guest pass to stay the night. Without a guest pass, it's really going to impact my quality of life. And to be quite honest with you, I can't imagine continuing to live here without having my parents visit or having my girlfriend visit me. Ironically, I think the new ordinance allows for people with 3 passes to kind of petition for a 4th pass if they can show need, but there isn't any such exceptions in the new ordinances for people like myself who are renters and who have just 1 car with no off-street parking. So I think perhaps maybe a compromise would be to allow people such as myself to also provide evidence of an exception to get a guest pass. The other issue I wanted to kind of raise is I think our police forces resources are kind of taken up a lot by bar patrons who pour out of the bars on the pier, after 2 o'clock on the weekends. And if my math is correct, the revenue from the city that the city gets from the bars, from the sales tax, only really makes up 4% of the overall city's revenue, which I think is really inadequate to address the amount of problems that their patrons cause on the weekends. So I would ask that the city council discuss among themselves ways in which the bars can contribute more revenue to the city to provide more staffing or hiring more officers to handle all the issues that happen on the pier on the weekends after 2 a.m. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do we have anyone else wishing to be heard?
Steve's hand is up again, but he already spoke, and I do not see any other virtual hands raised at this time.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Seeing none, we will close public participation, and I'll return it to my colleagues. I wanted to ask Chief, if I can ask a couple of questions based on some comments we had. There was a question related to parking stickers and why they're on the passenger side versus the driver's side. I'm assuming there's a reason.
Yeah, the reason is that that's where our community services officers are trained to look, and it actually provides a more clear perspective for them regardless of which side they're on. So they will always look throughout the entire car to see if it's somewhere else if they don't see it there, but that's the first place they look, and it's very easy for them to see it there.
Okay, appreciate that. And we had a speaker who mentioned bicycle thefts and an individual that I know you've spoken about who has been oftentimes unjustly blamed for bicycle thefts. And I just wanted you to speak to that if you could, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I don't know if we'd go so far as to say unjustly blamed. That person has had...
He's got a history.
He has had his run-ins with the police department, and we've addressed the things that he needs to be held accountable for. But one of the things that's most dangerous that our community needs to be aware of is when we start focusing all our attention towards one specific person or area or something we think is the cause of all the problems, we start ignoring or missing what's actually happening around us. We have implemented a program where we put out bicycles that are ripe to be stolen. There's no secret about that. Over the last couple of years, I want to say somewhere in the realm of 30 to 35 times those bicycles have been stolen. None of those bicycles were stolen by the person that was mentioned in public comment, but those bicycles were stolen by approximately 32 different people with only 1 or 2 repeat offenders. So what we encourage our community to do is pay very close attention to the things that they'd be looking for that would be consistent with a bike thief. Somebody who is walking around looking suspicious, looking at bikes, tampering with bikes, maybe carrying tools in their hand or lock cutters and things like that. And instead of looking for a specific person, look for the indicators and then let us know right away, and we will catch them if they're stealing a bike.
I appreciate that, Chief. And I know you've mentioned to me several times, and you just to reiterate to the public, that call if you're not comfortable with the situation. Because oftentimes people come up to you and they say, I was going to call, but I didn't want to bother you. So, again, a reminder, everyone should have the non-emergency number on their telephone. Obviously, they know how to call an emergency number, and it's always best to call if you're ever suspicious of anything. So,
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. Just a couple questions for staff from public comment. I don't know if Carrie or Mr. City Attorney would be the best for this, but for the street vendors, LA County, do we have a separate Hermosa Beach ordinance? I know that LA County's been doing a lot with kind of streamlining that process, but do we have anything locally, licenses, et cetera?
So our council passed an ordinance prior to Senator Lara's legislation taking effect. This was a couple of years back. And we had one street vendor come forward and seek a permit, was provided a permit. That is expired. So currently in this city, there are 0 street vendor permits. What we are doing when we have complaints from residents is when they send photos, and I think some of you have passed on that information, we will go out there and speak with the individuals, provide information on how to become permitted, and also try to get their information. Oftentimes we find that they don't have valid information on them, identifying information, but we are making contact.
And if anyone is listening, what's the best way to report it if you're out walking around the community?
You can call the non-emergency number for the city. That is one way. You can use the Go Hermosa app if it's during the week, but the fastest way is to call the city's phone number.
Perfect. And then I know we authorized new purchases of the RFB, our rapid flashing beacons. The Cypress and Pier, one of the intersections that's getting replaced.
Let me ask Director San Clemente to join us on that for that specific location.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I think the question is with our RFP project. On that project, we are looking to bring to Council for award, contract award at the next Council meeting later this month. Cypress and Pier, I don't believe is one of the locations for that.
Okay. I know that there was a couple on Pier that we talked about. I just didn't know if that was one of them and how easy it would be to add additional before we go to RFP. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just adding on to Councilmember DeToy, for those out listening, the non-emergency number for our PD is 310-524-2750, 310-524-2750. Everybody should have it on their speed dial. And we had a speaker who mentioned Hermosa Avenue, Joe, and I know that that is a location where we're looking at some of those unprotected crosswalks. And he also mentioned some of the line of sight challenges that are pervasive on Hermosa Avenue. Is that being looked at as part of the overall safety program for Hermosa Avenue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, absolutely. So the first phase is going to deploy rectangular rapid flashing beacons and updated pavement marking and signage. And the larger project is going to take a closer look at all the sightline limitations and make bigger recommendations for enhancing those sightlines, which will include reshuffling some of the parking and some more permanent curb alterations to further enhance safety.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions, Councilmember Francois?
Thank you. Yeah, I have 4 things. I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. The vendors, I was concerned about that, and so as I understand, they appear to be popping up more. There have been a lot of people complaining about it, and on the beach as well. In fact, they were on the handicap ramp going up and down the middle of the concerts on the beach. So it applies to both on the beach and in the city. They're not allowed anywhere, and people need to report them and provide assistance to get them cited.
Correct.
Okay. And then several people commented about the rotation coming up on September 28th. Several mayors have come down and spoken or written in. They support the traditional rotation of the highest vote getter when it comes to newly elected council members being rotated. And I just want to state that I support a traditional rotation, and I might think about bringing up as a future agenda item at the end of the meeting if that's applicable then. And then the other one, I passed out with advice from the city attorney the resolution that was signed and drafted by the city attorney regarding the parking pass program, and did that not so that we get into a discussion of whether we should or should not have a guest parking program, but to just go over what our impressions were of what occurred at the meeting, because we can talk about expressing our viewpoints about what we believed. And so I want to first state that the way the resolution is written, I think that the staff did implement it according to that resolution. I don't think there's any ill on that part, but it's a matter of what occurred was we were in the process of, and correct me, Mr. City Attorney, if I misspeak, because I did talk to the city attorney about this ahead of time. In the process of amending that resolution, I didn't realize that the guest parking pass program was part of that resolution, and when we implemented it, it overrode that section that addressed the parking pass program. Correct?
That is correct.
And so the fact that we did not discuss the guest parking program at all, I was under the impression that it was going to remain.
And so I will, I'm not here to question your impression or your understanding. That's entirely your own. Myself and staff, with the help from Madam City Clerk, exhaustively went back and reviewed that meeting. There were phrases like, "This is it. This is all in." There were anecdotes and scenarios posited by various council members about the number of passes that, from my perspective, if there was a guest pass, this kind of +1 on top of everything involved, would have been germane to that conversation as well. So I know that we've spoke, my office, city staff, city clerk's office, stand behind this resolution. Like any city program or policy, you all as a council, of course, have the ability to bring it back up, modify it should you so deem appropriate. And Madam City Manager, I may need some help because I know you said the date previously. This will not go into effect until October 16th. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I originally thought that, well, okay, this is easily correctable. We could bring it up at a future agenda item at the end of our meeting. But I guess there's a little problem I have with the logic, because basically it takes 3 votes of a council member to change a program, and the old program was every household got a guest pass, and the fact that we didn't discuss it, I'm under the contention that it didn't get changed, which means it would take 3 council members to change it and get rid of the guest parking pass program, but you have determined that no, in fact, the guest parking program got terminated with this error, or whatever, with this clerical situation. So therefore, we have to bring it up as a future agenda item to bring it back if we wanted.
Correct, and so I can't be any more clear. My office, nor Madam City Manager, we don't decide policy.
Sure.
We didn't get together and say, we think, the council got it wrong. We are just going to implement it how we deem fit. The conversation that we had during this was lengthy. I think everyone can agree to that. This exact language, and I think I probably even got a few eye rolls, rightfully so, from you all. I wanted to be careful. I wanted to repeat it, be redundant, and repeat it again. So during that meeting, I read this language over and over again. You are correct. In reciting that, I did not declare or say, and not included in this statement is insert numerous things that could or could not have been included. So I just want to clear that up, that my office, nor Madam City Manager staff, we didn't decide to implement any policy. This is the language from the resolution, and I can't be any more clear than that, and just reiterate that this resolution is subject to modification from the council should there be the will.
Right, okay. And a resolution is something you draft up, the mayor signs, and then it never came back to us for a consent item. I think one speaker mentioned that it did, but I don't believe we ever saw that resolution, because had we seen it or had it been on a consent item, it could have been addressed earlier in the stages, although it still can be addressed. It's just going to take 3 council members to agree to
Correct. And
bring it back, which...
Right, and going back to that was one of the reasons why I was arguably redundant during that meeting and read it over and over again. You are correct.
Right.
If there is direction from city council that is inconsistent with the draft provided to you all, it's usually somewhat of a judgment call, that if it's a typo or we're going to change one word to this, usually I feel comfortable reading it into the record.
Right.
And saying, hey, this is what we're going to do. For a multifaceted conditions of approval, or we change 20 of them and we basically rework the entire thing, yes, maybe I'll say, hey, why don't we just bring this back? This I felt was clear. This I felt was addressed repeatedly by me during the meeting. And of course, if there is any concern about that from any of you all during a meeting, I would be all ears. It's not a judgment or a decision that I make unilaterally. It was my intention to effectuate the will of the council as efficiently and expeditiously as possible, and that's what we did.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, the earlier press releases came out, and they did talk about the parking permits on the residential automobiles, and so when I read that, I thought, okay, that's the residential parking passes. And it wasn't until, I guess, the letters came out to the constituents that said, no guest parking passes will be issued, that finally it came to light. And okay, thanks for clarifying that. I'd be happy to hear from the other council members if they have any other indications of how those proceedings went that evening at the council meeting. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions before we move on? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, what is next?
Written communication.
I have a motion.
Motion to receive and file written communication.
I have a motion from Councilmember DeToy.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Saman. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy.
Aye.
Councilmember Saman.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem
Aye.
Massey. Mayor Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up on the RRFB question. We did double check, and Cypress and Pier and Cypress is on the list. Loma and Manhattan Avenue as well.
Fantastic.
What was that for, the Cypress?
The question earlier from Councilmember Detoy whether the rapid flashing beacon system includes the intersection of Pier and Cypress. And the answer is yes.
All righty. What is next, Madam City Clerk?
Item 10, City Council member comments.
Any updates from my colleagues on ad hoc subcommittees, standing committees? Councilmember Francois?
Yeah, I attended my first. I was recently elected to the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission representing the South Bay cities, and I attended that meeting on August 17, and we discussed a lot of ocean issues, including the ocean water testing and also the Westwood Neighborhood Greenway project, which basically diverts most of the storm drains into a diversion project. And, you know, I brought up the concern that there's still a lot of streets that don't have street cleaning in LA, and that would certainly make this program less costly. But nonetheless, it was very informative. It was a good meeting to be at, and I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Thank you.
And I think I would also, you, Mr. Mayor, and I attended the Fiesta subcommittee meeting, correct? That was a few weeks ago, and got an update on the Fiesta and the Oktoberfest that's coming up the last weekend in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think council member comments also allow us to comment on some of the public comment we received during public participation in addition. Okay. So I wanted to briefly talk about the parking program because we had people who were tuning in and who came in to talk to us. First, I want to thank everybody for writing in, for e-commenting, and particularly for the people who came tonight. Your comments were all civil and constructive, and I appreciate that. I want to make sure that folks understand the various tools they have to essentially get preferential parking, which is what this permit is all about. Beyond the limits of this program, guests and everybody else can park just like any other member of the public. They can get day passes, they can get monthly passes, they can park outside the impacted zone at non-time limited spaces, they can park at the meters, and so on and so forth. So what we're talking about is just the limits of the preferential parking program for people who are in the impacted zone, which is part of the city closest to the beach typically, where we have typically high demand for parking. And just to make sure that folks have an understanding, given I think that there's in the e-comments and in the emails some confusion about exactly the nature of the program the council decided upon, which I think is accurately reflected in the resolution. Let me go through a couple of scenarios. First example is a single tenant with no garage, but a vehicle in the impacted area. They can get a hang tag, so they can park on the street, no problem, as long as they have a vehicle registered to their address if they have an apartment with no garage. If they have a guest, they or the guest needs to park somewhere that's not time limited or otherwise arranged, just like any member of the public to park, outside the impacted zone, whatever the case may be. I lived with my family in the impacted zone. And what we would do is when we had people come over, we would take our car that had the tag and we would take our car that didn't have a tag and we would park it outside the impacted zone typically, or somewhere where we could park without needing a pass, and have our guests either park in our on-site parking or with our hang tag, which everybody's still able to get, provided they have a registered vehicle to the address, on the street close to the house. So for the single tenant with one car and no garage, either they or their guest uses the hang tag to park close to the house. The other one has to park somewhere else. Let's take another scenario. A family with 4 cars and 2 garage spaces. If they just park one car in the garage, they get 2 stickers and a hang tag. They can park all 4 of their cars without preference, or with preference. And if they have a guest, the car with the hang tag or the guest just parks outside the impacted area or elsewhere that doesn't have time limits. If that same family with 4 cars and 2 garage spaces is parking both of their cars in the garage, utilizing both of the spaces that they have, they can park all 4 of their cars with preference. They get 3 stickers and 1 hang tag. And if they have a guest, they can use the 2 garage spaces for the guests or 1 garage space for a guest and give the second guest the hang tag to park on the street. So there's flexibility there and the capability with a small bit of planning to accommodate guests. And let's talk about a more extreme example. Let's say you have a family with 5 cars in a house with 1 garage space. So you live in a bungalow, for example. If you park your 1 car in the garage, or one of your cars in the garage, you get 3 stickers and 1 hang tag. You can park all 5 of your cars with preference, 1 on site, 4 on the street. And if you have a guest, the car with the hang tag, or the guest just parks outside the impacted area or elsewhere without time limits. Those scenarios don't even account for single-family residents who can get driveway permits. So for example, for the family with 5 cars in a house with 1 garage space, if they park 1 car in the garage, not only do they get 3 stickers and 1 hang tag, so they're able to park 4 cars on the street, they can also get a permanent permit to block their own driveway from the city for a nominal fee of something like $40-something. That's not an annual permit, it's a permanent permit. So they can park 5 cars on the street and 1 car in their garage. So there is quite a bit of flexibility in the program, quite a bit of capacity for folks, particularly if they're fully utilizing their on-site parking. And I mean, ultimately, one of the trade-offs of living in an urban area is we got to figure out how we share limited resources. Parking is just an example of that. And we didn't hear a whole lot of it tonight, but we've seen it in some of the emails and some of the e-comments. You know, the question the community needs to ask itself is, does it benefit the community at large to provide preferential parking in the impacted area for residents who are running businesses out of their garages, residents who are parking commercial vehicles on residential streets, residents with 7+ vehicles, or residents who rented a dwelling that doesn't have any parking and want multiple parking passes. It's a finite resource, and lines have to be drawn in terms of how we allocate that resource so that parking is available when everybody needs it, and so that it's fairly distributed and available to as many folks as we possibly can. So like every other public resource, we put it to its highest and best use. So that's the essential comments that I wanted to make in terms of my response to some of the emails and the e-comments, because it's important, I think, that folks understand, given the fact that we've changed the program and there may be confusion as to how the program actually works. There are, in these scenarios, examples of how the program does work, how the program accommodates people in various settings and various circumstances. And so I hope that helps. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I comment to me?
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. Just regarding the guest parking pass program, the hanging placard, as I understand it,
Are we,
placard that's
hang on one,
the
hang on
hanging
one,
residential placard.
hang
is
on one,
part of
hang
it.
on 1 second, please. Mr. City Attorney,
And so I just want to be sure that we're not delving into a
That's right.
substantive discussion. I think that,
No.
I think we're all aware of the issue.
Right.
We should not be delving into the
Comment.
pros and cons and what we're talking about with what has occurred. But just to correct a clarification, because there's some confusion when there's this talk of this hanging placard. That is something, as I understand, we've had for years, that you can get one for your car, but it's only good for that car that it's registered to. And I believe I asked Mr. City Attorney this, and you said, well, yeah, it's only for that car, but the
So hang on, so
community service officer doesn't go around and check to see if it's...
hang on, so that was not, those conversations that myself and you have are often meant as a way to give you what I think in that moment. I cannot comment at every moment on the operational nuance and detail of every single city staff person. So when you asked me, well, what if someone just takes that hang tag and gives it to someone in parks? I guessed or pontificated, figured, I don't think that the CSOs have a running list or an Excel spreadsheet that has every single one. So that by no means was a policy stand.
Let me just, the way the resolution's written and the way the policy is administered, the hanging placard is associated with the car that it's registered to. Correct?
In order to get that hanging placard, yes.
You either get
need
a sticker,
car, correct.
you either get a sticker for your car or a hanging placard, but it's associated to that car only.
And so I guess I'm having a hard time when you say associated with that car only. Yes, in order to get one, you must show I have a car registered in the city.
But it's not a guest placard.
And so the placard does not say, and I may have to defer to Madam City Manager, that placard does not say this placard has been issued to Pat Donegan, who drives a Honda Accord license plate number, blah blah blah. It just says Hermosa Beach. It has like the guest, the drawing that we select, and just says guest parking pass. Not guest park, but just says parking pass.
So essentially, you're saying it is a guest placard, guest parking permit.
If I might try this, in order to get a hang tag or something that is not a sticker, you need a registered vehicle at your home, registered to yourself, in order to qualify for one. You have the option of getting a hang tag, one hang tag for the number of permits that you qualify for. If you qualify for one, you can get one hang tag. If you qualify for 3 permits, one of those 3 can be a hang tag. You can use that hang tag for a visitor. We don't stop you from doing that. But in order to initially get one, you have to have a registered vehicle. So you'd be taking it off your registered vehicle and putting it on your friend's car, visitor's car.
I mean, once again, we did not discuss the implication of the guest parking program. That seems to be a contention here. And so to be clear, any resident that does not own a car doesn't get a guest parking permit for their visitors that come to visit them, nurse, doctor, anyone that comes to visit them, they cannot get a guest parking permit.
Correct.
And the previous policy was they could. It was issued to 1 per household.
The council's current policy replaced the previous policy in its entirety.
Right. And
Not
it's-
just in
yeah.
pieces, in its entirety.
And when I see amended, my thought is it amends that section, but it doesn't replace the section. And so I guess that's probably where there's a discrepancy there. And I don't know if it's going to be easily rectified or not, but in any event, I mean, we didn't discuss guest parking permit, and it's a shame it's come to this, but hopefully we can get it rectified later on tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Next, we have the consent calendar. This is a time for the city council to pull any item on the consent calendar for separate discussion.
Anybody wishing to pull any items for separate discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent calendar.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Detoy,
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey,
Aye.
Mayor Jackson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What is next, Madam City Clerk?
Next, we have item 13A, public hearing. CUP 23-08/APE 23-04, City Council review of a conditional use permit amendment approved by the Planning Commission to modify a CUP for an existing restaurant, AKA Sushi, at 1121 Aviation Boulevard by incorporating additional conditions of approval related to service of alcohol, beer, and wine, and to make the determination that the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Mr. Mayor, we have our senior planner, Daniel Horchert, to present the staff report.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. Greetings, Mayor and members of council. That seems too loud. This is a public hearing to uphold, modify, or revoke a resolution 2308 for a CUP for alcohol-related violations at AKA Sushi located at 1121 Aviation Boulevard. If I can get this. Helps if you push the right button. So a little background on Aka Sushi. In 2004, the Planning Commission approved a CUP for alcohol sales at the site. In 2011, the Planning Commission approved a CUP for expansion of the use, and that was sustained by City Council later that year. The CUP allowed for expansion into the neighboring space and increasing seating by approximately 5 tables and 7 seats at the sushi counter. That was never actually completed. So currently there are 15 seats at the sushi bar and approximately 10 tables for 38 seats total. And the kitchen is the center of attention around the sushi bar, surrounded by the sushi bar. In 2018, a business license was approved for Aka Sushi, and the hours of operation are less than those permitted by ABC. As you can see in the slide, they close at 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays and 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday. So City Council Resolution 116776 from 2011 has 3 conditions that are pertinent to this matter. Condition number 9 summarizes if the police chief determines continuing problem exists, the CUP can be submitted for review by the Planning Commission. That was done on May 16, 2023, and at that time, the Planning Commission requested that it be brought before them for a public hearing. Condition of approval number 27 states the business shall be in conformance with all city and regulatory agencies, including ABC, and that is the Alcoholic Bureau of Control. Sorry, I didn't state that earlier. Condition of approval number 29 provides that the Planning Commission may review the CUP and amend or impose the new conditions, which they did. The city was noticed of 3 violations over a 6-month period between September 22nd, 2022 and March 2023. At its May 16th meeting, the Planning Commission discussed the matter and asked staff to prepare a public hearing. At the Planning Commission meeting in July at the public hearing, the Commission voted 4-1 to approve Resolution 23-08 to modify the CUP and add 5 new conditions of approval. At the July 25th meeting, City Council requested the CUP be brought back before them for further review. The three alcohol-related violations occurred September 2022, where city code enforcement received a complaint and acted on it. In July of 2023, a complaint was reported to the city about an underage drinking when the police department arrived. 20 to 25 juveniles went off in all directions. March 2023, ABC went to the location and issued 9 violations to juveniles. Modifications to the CUP are proposed, including signage warning of the illegality of consuming alcohol by minors posted conspicuously in the restaurant. Signage will be required to be a minimum of 18 by 24 inches with a font size that's legible from 5 feet away and in a distinct color different from surrounding signage. Staff should take all ABC licensing, education, alcohol, and drug, or acronym is LEAD training, as well as responsible beverage service training. Provision of training will be kept on site and available upon request of code enforcement and/or the police department. A copy of the CUP shall be posted on the site and available to management and staff at all times. A copy of the CUP and conditions of approval shall be posted in a conspicuous location. Staff shall be made aware of the said CUP and conditions. Installation of video surveillance within 60 days of the Planning Commission meeting shall be approved by the police department, and arrangements with the police department shall be made to confirm installation of the surveillance system. Periodic testing shall be required at the request of the police department. Per site visit, new video surveillance has already been installed. Future discrepancies of the CUP shall require a meeting with the police chief or designee where additional conditions may be imposed on the business. Should future violations of the CUP occur, additional conditions may be added to the CUP, or it may be brought back before the Planning Commission for possible revocation. So throughout this process, there were several instances where we coordinated with the business owner. On April 24th, 2023, the business owner was notified by the city that made aware of the 3 violations in 6 months and was proceeding to the Planning Commission at the May 16th meeting. On May 12th, the business owner was provided a cover letter and staff report packet notifying of the May 16th Planning Commission meeting. And Community Development Police Department staff made a site visit on June 28th to review the current situation, and staff provided the business owner with a letter notifying him of the July 18th public hearing. On July 13th, staff hand-delivered a cover letter and the staff reported the packet to the business owner, notifying them of the public hearing on July 18th. And in September 2023, staff hand-delivered a cover letter and staff report for the business owner to review and be prepared for this meeting tonight. On April 3rd, 2023, this is coordination with the police department. It started in April 2023, where the community development staff received a memo from the police chief outlining recent violations at Akasushi. June 14th, 2023, the police chief provided a memo with updated conditions of approval for inclusion in the proposed resolution. On July 28, 2023, community development staff and a representative from the police department visited the site to discuss matters with the owner. New conditions of approval were discussed, such as number of cameras, types of placement of signage, and the CUP and license. During the Planning Commission public hearing, the business owner spoke and read a letter acknowledging wrongdoing and taking steps to rectify. They've already installed the video surveillance and ABC signage, as I mentioned. Discussion of the amount of window coverage was also brought up during that public hearing, and they've since removed a significant amount of covering over their windows so that you can see in now. Our code only allows 20%, and they've met that. After discussion, Commission voted 4-1 to approve Resolution 23-08. On August 31st, 2023, notices were mailed to 580 occupants and property owners within 500 feet of the business. A legal ad was placed in the newspaper on August 31st, 2023, and the site was posted on August 31st, 2023, and proof of posting is in the file. The business owner also was provided with a staff report and cover letter of the September 12th public hearing. So staff is recommending that City Council conduct a public hearing and that they adopt resolution upholding or modifying the CUP. And with that, I know the owners are here and I can stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions for my colleagues? Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. So with that new video surveillance system, if there are reports, can the police go and review all the tapes of inside the business?
Yeah.
Even if no one's inside still?
They're required to keep the tapes for 60 days.
Okay.
So they can go in there and they should be high enough resolution that they can see potential minors.
Okay. And then have there been any issues since then?
Not that we know of.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Francois.
There we are. Thank you. I read in the staff report, approval number 9 talked about the need for someone at the door to check IDs. Is it true that no one at the door checks IDs for people coming in?
No, that's typically not a function of a restaurant. That's a condition of approval that kind of has been carried over from restaurants and alcohol selling establishments over the years. So it's kind of a standard condition. But nobody has ever required anybody to stand at the door or a doorman. That's not something a restaurant, that's something more like a bar or a pub would do.
But could that have been added on?
Well, it's still one of the conditions. It's still technically in there. So that would be something that
So they are required to have someone at the door checking IDs?
no, it's not a requirement. It's a condition of approval that says if the police department decides that that's needed, that they can condition that.
So with all that's happened so far, the police department has decided that it's not needed?
Well, we thought the approach that we were going by adding the new conditions would be enough to waylay the
Okay.
activities that were going on.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Saman.
So it's up to the chief at this point to decide if there should be any further conditions applied to the CUP?
Well, the 5 that we added that the Planning Commission approved were provided by the chief.
Right. Isn't it correct that this city council can also add a condition to that CUP?
Absolutely.
We can do that tonight. The checking of the IDs, I realize is more of a bar function than a restaurant, but in this case, when we have 15 underage people drinking in the establishment at the same time, perhaps it's time to use that tool. Maybe this isn't the appropriate time. We're going to go to a general discussion later on?
Right, just questions right now, and then we'll.
Yeah, okay. I do have one question right now. Is there any indication of who the person was that was in charge of the IDs and the manager of the establishment during these 3 incidences? Is it the same person?
That's before my time, actually, but I will leave that question to the owners that are here.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions before we invite the owners up? Okay. Good evening. Would you like to come up and make a comment?
Hi, my name is Edward Song. I just work as a server at the restaurant. I'm here to speak for the restaurant. My boss has like a letter he wants to pass out to everyone. So we prepared this letter to let everyone know that we take this very seriously and we're very sorry for what happened. It's a small restaurant, so there's not that many employees. I think when you guys read, there's no person at the door checking the IDs. The wording of it sounds kind of confusing because like, it sounds like they're talking about like a designated like, bodyguard kind of person. It's a small restaurant. We focus mostly on like family dinners, like dads having beer with their family. So like we wouldn't really be able to, like have like a full-time doorman, but it's not like I'm not checking the IDs anymore, of course. Like I've been taking it very, very seriously. I'm the only server that works there. So my boss, he does take full responsibility for everything that happened. But as far as like the day-to-day work of checking the IDs, like of course I'm there. I'm double checking everything. I've already turned away a lot of the older crowd of kids that think they can get away with this stuff. We're very sorry that it got this far. As far as we know, we've worked together with the police and the city to meet all the conditions, I believe, except for like hiring like a full-time doorman. I feel like the wording of it is just confusing, but I am essentially there checking every single ID that might even like that. If I think I need to look, then, or if I think I need to turn them away, we've already done that several times. We're proud to say this really honestly isn't happening anymore. The police are free to come and look at our systems, our CCTV and everything that we've installed. We've already got some signs warning about drinking. We're planning on adding more. That's all I can say. We're very sorry. I'm just a server, so I'm just speaking on behalf of my boss, who's also the chef. So it's a small restaurant. We're very sorry. I promise. Like I've been turning away like people like crazy. If the IDs just don't even look remotely real, I just send them away. That's pretty much what we've been doing so far. Hopefully everyone understands, and we're looking forward to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I do.
Hang on. You mind coming back up? We have a couple questions.
Yes. So thank you, sir, for being here tonight. Let me just be clear. So you are not the owner of the establishment, but you are the manager there?
No, I'm just a server.
Just a server?
Right.
Okay. And were you is there a manager there every night while the business is open?
Yes. There's only so many employees, so it's the same employees every night. Actually, that would be my boss, who's also the owner. He's like manager / boss / chef.
Okay. But so there's a limited number of employees.
Right.
Servers, waiters, and so on. And but there is one particular person that is considered the responsible managing person during business hours.
Yes.
And that would be you.
No.
No.
That was my boss. Yeah.
Okay. So all three of these incidents, was your boss there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And he had no idea that these people were underage? Or, please try and understand what I'm trying to say. It's one thing for a kid to come in, even maybe he was with his parents, and they're all drinking together at a table, and no one pays attention or doesn't notice it. I understand. Sometimes young people look much older than they are. I understand that on a kind of an individual basis. But when there is 15 underage kids at the same time in an establishment drinking alcohol, this is very serious.
Yes.
At least I take it very seriously. And I'm trying to understand how that could happen, and then happen, not necessarily with 15 people, but with multiple underage kids 3 times in a very short period of time. So that's only the 3 times that we know about, and if it's happening that often, perhaps it's happening all the time, more often, which is speculation, but nonetheless, it seems to indicate that. So bottom line is, it seems to me that there must be someone, the buck stops here, kind of, we have this saying, and there must be someone who is held responsible for that. Now, if there is a manager, yourself or someone else, that's one thing. If it's your boss, the owner of the business, then he should be able to respond to that situation.
Okay, 1 second. So I actually haven't been working there for long. Some of the earlier incidents were for my time, but honestly, my boss takes full responsibility for it. There's no real excuse for it. Like some of the kids started bringing fake IDs and letting their friends in, and the crowds would get big. I mean, there's no real excuse for it. It just kind of grew out of control. By the time I had started working there, my boss told me that he did know these people, that they were regulars, and that he had checked their IDs. That they seem to have like they seem to know him. I haven't been working there very long. The first couple of incidents were before my time, so by the time I had gotten there, I was feeling a little sketched out. But I did just kind of take orders since he did assure me that he knew them. There's no real excuse. He just says like it kind of grew out of control as the kids started bringing more of their friends. But it really I've literally sent like pretty much every single one of them away. Every once in a while they show up, I just send them away. But there is no real justification for like so many underage drinkers. We do apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. I just have a question. Thank you, Councilmember Seaman. You asked some of the same questions I was going to. So to follow up on the ID situation, did you have circumstances where they had fake IDs and you didn't realize it and then they got caught? Or have you turned them away with fake IDs, or what's going on? Because that's a serious violation on top of you, is when the patron has a fake ID. So
it seems like the police were talking to a lot of kids on that night. It seems like from what I heard, they wouldn't discuss it with us. Some of them did have fake IDs. I wasn't, like we were checking very carefully. I was going by my boss's word that he knew them. It did appear some of them did have fake IDs, and I think they were talked to by the police. So that's between them and the police. I actually don't know what happened to them.
So when the guests arrive, do they walk in and take a seat, or do they wait at the door?
Nowadays, I'm stopping literally everyone at the door to check literally,
So everybody waits at the door?
Yes.
So is the ID checked at the door or after they are seated?
In the past, I just went by my boss's word that he knew them since they seem to be regulars, but now I'm just stopping everyone at the door.
So you have a sign indicating that you wait to be seated?
I mean, pretty much everyone. It's a small restaurant.
Yeah,
so
okay,
everyone,
right.
yeah,
And I understand you have a concern of being able to afford a door person, but they wait at the door, and then they are carded at the door before they're brought in?
Yes, exactly.
And how long have you been engaged in that practice?
For me, only just like a couple months, because I'm relatively new. The first couple of incidents were before my time. I think the last one I was there. But that's the way it should be, and I've been especially careful nowadays. For the last couple of, basically since we've been dealing with this, I haven't let like a single person in without checking their ID.
And is that required by the city to do that, or are you doing that voluntarily?
It just seemed like a good idea.
Okay.
Everything, and the
Thank you.
police did recommend it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Should we move into deliberation? I don't know, unless
We have
folks-
opened the public comment.
Unless folks have questions, or more council members have questions of the.
Any more questions before we open this up to public comment? Okay, no further questions. Do we have anyone in chambers wishing to be heard on this agenda item? Seeing no one in chambers, Madam City Clerk, do you have anyone online?
We do. Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you very much. just so people know, I was on the planning commission when this item was approved, when this restaurant was approved. This is, of course, long before Justin Massey, Ray J, and Detoy were even new at Hermosa Beach. So, I mean, I served on the planning commission for 12 years. And while I did, I will admit, I did not agree with the beer and wine license for this restaurant at this time. As a local person, I think this is a fine restaurant. They're doing the best they can. Okay, they made a mistake. I agree with the police chief. I agree with the planning commission. I think everything was fine. I will tell you that it is very disturbing to me that Ray Jackson and Justin Massey were taking pictures with Mayor Gascon. Excuse me, DA Mayor Jackson. Now, this is the exact same people that they're sitting in front of, taking pictures with, who has done nothing but open up crime to the city. Okay. Now, this poor guy just made a mistake. We should allow him the courtesy. I was notified. What's his name? Rob Seaman took my email off the Advocates for Hermosa Beach and trumpeted it like it's some kind of wonderful thing that the city's all of a sudden, putting out all these, like they're like this is a proof that they do everything correctly. Give this guy a break, okay? And you got to understand something. And I'll say it again, that Jackson and Massey are taking photographs with Gascon, okay, who is clearly letting criminals out on the street. And this poor guy is just running a restaurant. He made a mistake, and they pulled this whole thing back. And this is just much to do about nothing. And I think this is just one more reason why we need to get rid of Jackson, Massey and Jackson. They're just Massey and his boy Jackson. Bye.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, Mayor Jackson, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I'll be brief on this. One thing I've learned tonight is there's a lot of demands on our police department, and we have limited resources, and we have to prioritize what we're going to go after. A lot of things that are on there, a lot of things the community wants. We have a system in place. That system has worked. There was an error. There's a wrongdoing. The applicant here has shown contrition, has complied with everything that was asked by the police department. I have complete faith and confidence in Police Chief LeBaron. I believe this matter to be resolved. In the criminal justice system, we have something called deferment, I believe, where, hey, you had made a mistake. If you comply with this in a certain amount of time, that you're going to go ahead and be resolved of the situation. Let's go ahead and let this happen here. Let's just move on. Let's not forget what happened last weekend or 2 weekends ago. We had we're talking, this is a serious situation, apparently, serving alcohol to minors. Yes, it is. I don't condone it in any way. But we regularly have brawls in the downtown area in the plaza, and there was a firearm that was discharged. That's serious. That needs to be addressed. Let's put this in some sort of perspective and how we're going to use city resources. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else wishing to be heard?
Not at this time.
No one online. I'll return to chambers. Would the applicant like to comment on any of the public comments? Seeing no response, we will close public comment. Return it to my colleagues. Motion, deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Very briefly. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you've put in to respond to the police department's requests. I appreciate the challenge of running a restaurant. I appreciate your industry in providing a restaurant to the city for the period of time that you have. And I appreciate particularly your candor in acknowledging and owning up to the breakdown in management that resulted in these 3 incidents. This is severe, however. And so when we talked about this initially, my comment was the city council should take jurisdiction of this item to consider whether to suspend the CUP for a period of time. So that you, the operators, get a very clear message from the city that this is behavior that's beyond the pale and management breakdowns that are beyond the pale. And the folks operating the restaurant need to not only implement what the police department has asked it to implement and keep in touch with the police department and work proactively to run the restaurant the right way, but also to make sure that the owners, operators, and everybody working in the establishment understands the gravity of the breakdown here. And so I will just suggest to my colleagues that my inclination is to adopt the resolution, going with the staff recommendation, but suspend the CUP for a period of 1 week. I had mentioned 30 days. I am moved by the candor and presentation and the email we've received from the owners, so that even as grave as these breakdowns are, I think 30 days is excessive. And so I would say, in order to send the message to not only this restaurant, but to any other restaurants that are watching, the modifications are productive. I also think a suspension of some period is in order, and I would say that period should be a week. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Saman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is certainly, well, it's been said over and over again, 3 incidences with multiple underage drinking is just really, really wrong. I understand that they've said that they're very, very sorry several times, and I believe that. I think that's true. And I understand that there may be some language problems and difficulties there to understand the gravity of the situation. But honestly, why did it take 3 incidences over a period of months before there was any kind of effort to change things? I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Massey that at first I thought that a suspension of the CUP for a period of time would seem to be sufficient. I think that going to school and learning how to do check IDs and so on and so forth isn't really going to do much. Signs, I don't know. I think the patrons who will be reading the signs already understand that they're not supposed to be doing this. So I really see that as very little effort. So this is difficult to try and be understanding and agree with the Planning Commission. And at the same time, I think the severity of whatever happens over and above that is, I'd be interested in finding out what the rest of the council feels what that should be. I have a tendency to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Massey that we should agree to the resolution as it is and suspend the CUP for a period of time, whether it's a week or longer. I would like to hear everyone else's opinion on that, and perhaps we can reach a consensus that would be fair.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry, Mayor Mike, Councilmember Detoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the applicant for being here, and thank you to staff for providing the report. I think walking into this meeting tonight, I would have been voting along the side of Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Seaman, but listening to the applicant and knowing the trust I have in the police chief and the planning commission before us, I am good with just the staff recommendation with the planning commission's recommendations. But just know that if there is a next time, it will be very serious, or, you know, we'll go down that route. Hopefully never, but those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember DeToy. Councilmember Francois.
Is the staff recommendation to suspend it for 30 days or no suspension?
Correct, yeah, the staff recommendation is, there's no suspension component of it whatsoever.
Okay. So the suspension would mean the business would shut down?
No, the only thing the suspension would mean is that they would be unable to serve alcohol. In that zone, a restaurant is permitted by right. So the CUP, the reason for the CUP is for the alcohol-related service.
And can we require that the establishment check the IDs at the door? I'm a little confused about that.
Sure, so from a, you know, the conditions of approval and for a CUP, and in this instance, the modifications based off of, you know, nefarious activity do need to be related to that activity. In this instance, due to underage drinking, that there's a nexus there. Now, what the policy of that is, in terms of, I know our chief is here, and I believe he may have spoke to this at the Planning Commission meeting, about whether or not that, in his opinion, or the police's opinion, would help solve the problem, is once again up to him, not to me. But yes, that would be a condition that would be suitable for this CUP.
Okay, well, I'd be in favor of something like that. I'm not so sure I could go along with a suspension, but perhaps I could hear more about, apparently, I guess, a suspension would be kind of like a punitive thing because of what occurred. Is that the idea? And therefore they have a loss of revenue during that time period, and that would be a punitive recourse. Is that the idea of a suspension?
You know, I will
Yeah, okay, sure.
defer to Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll pose that question to the mayor, and another council member can respond, sure.
I will defer to the one who made the suggestion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, and I'll try to be as efficient as I can. I'm not in favor of writing into the CUP a requirement that they have somebody at the door, because that's unusual for a restaurant, and I'm not inclined to permanently impair their operations or impose costs of having somebody at the door or change their operations. To your question, what the point of suspending the CUP is to reinforce the notion that the CUP and the ability to serve alcohol that comes with it is a privilege. And it comes with responsibility. And that responsibility was not met in a fairly grave manner here. And suspending it for a period of time reinforces the idea that for everybody involved with the operation of the establishment, that meeting the terms of the CUP and operating responsibly are important to the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Francois.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting to require that they hire someone at the door, but I was suggesting a requirement that what they already claim they're doing voluntarily is that they require everyone to wait when they arrive, and they are checked IDs at the door before they come into the restaurant. And I was thinking that maybe perhaps that was a way to add more enforcement to it, so we can avoid having to suspend their license for 7 days or something like that.
You're done.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Seaman.
I apologize. I have one more question that occurred to me just now. What does the ABC have to do with this? In other words, what is their standard method when an establishment that has an ABC license has been selling alcohol to minors. Do we know that, or can we find out? Maybe the chief would, or someone would be able to explain.
Mr. Mayor, is this on? Okay. In this case, ABC did visit the site and cited 9 juveniles. So it's up to complaint driven.
Works now.
Complaint driven, I'm assuming. I would defer to chief to see if he knows a little bit more about that.
Okay, but ABC did, the individuals who, the underage drinkers were cited.
The third incident, they attended, or they visited the site and cited 9 juveniles.
9, okay. So their focus would be on the underage drinkers, not necessarily management.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Seaman, I'll just add a little bit to that, and I can't speak specifically. I don't have the report in front of me for this incident, but I've worked with ABC throughout my entire career. They pay very close attention to any conditions that they have on their license. And so in this case, even though the citations were to the juveniles, they would look at the business as well. I do not know, like I said, what they did, but likely is that they did work with the business and probably had some kind of a hearing, and there was either a suspension, a fine, or something like that, which is a typical resolution for them. But again, without seeing the report, I couldn't speak specifically to it. But ABC will run separately from what we do, either through CUP or a criminal case that we might bring against them.
And I imagine their timing is separate from ours, too.
It is.
It may take them much longer than what we're doing here.
It could take them longer, or they may be able to do it quicker, depending on where they're at in the process.
And there's no way of knowing what they did anyway.
I could certainly find out. That there's
All right.
no secrets there, and we work very closely with them. Like I said, I just don't have that report in front of me right now.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember Seaman. I came in here, pretty fired up. I appreciate the applicants showing up, and I appreciate your willingness to step up and said, hey, we messed up. Your contrition was certainly appreciated. With that being said, also understand, underage serving is, that's one of the forbidden rules of alcohol establishments. You cannot serve underage, you can't serve minors. And the fact that this happened on 3 separate occasions makes it that much more egregious in my mind. So I fall somewhere between the 30 and the 7 in terms of the suspension, and I think there should be a suspension of some time, and I'm certainly willing to look at a time specific between 7 and 30, whatever the consensus is with my colleagues that are interested in said suspension.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Having heard that, I completely agree with you, and I was very upset about this when I read this report also. And 30 days seemed to be about the right thing to do at that point. But this evening, I have a different feeling now after listening to your explanation of what happened and so on and so forth. And I appreciate the fact that it's a small business, it's a family-run business, and you guys are doing the best you can. And so I think being too punitive would be a mistake. So, 7 days would be agreeable. If we want to go a little more than that, maybe 10 days or 14 days or something. But I think anything more than that, I think the purpose of that would be to not only emphasize how serious this is, but also to send a message to all alcohol-related businesses in our city that this is absolutely forbidden. Selling alcohol to minors is very bad for our society. And so I'm open to something pretty much in the same area that you mentioned there, something between 7 and 14 days, let's say. And I'm good with that. So,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the staff recommendation to adopt the modified CUP and determine that it's categorically exempt under CEQA, and that we do so with the additional measure that the CUP is suspended for a period of 10 days, effective when the modified CUP is effective.
Second.
We have a first and a second.
And so, Mr. Mayor, if I will, just for clarification, I do want to provide the language that I have drafted here to ensure that all five and everyone out there knows exactly what it is we were doing. So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if anything I say is inconsistent, feel free to interrupt me midstream so we don't get any confusion. So what we're going to do is add a condition 6 to the attached resolution that says the following. All alcohol sales authorized by this CUP shall be temporarily suspended between the dates of, and that's why I think that this is important, that it's clear that there's not, well, what day did this meeting adjourn at, when was it effective, et cetera, et cetera. And so I believe if that is the measure, we can get it adopted. Today is the 12th, so, and I apologize, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I already forgot, did you say 7 or 10 days?
10.
10 days, so 13. So I think that would be through, so assuming we start it tomorrow, so that would be Wednesday, September 13th, that would take them through Friday, the 22nd. And we're going to be clear even that it goes through Friday. So Friday night, there is no alcohol sales allowed, provided this language is adopted. Okay.
Correct. The first day they could recommence selling alcohol pursuant to the CUP would be September 23rd, Saturday.
And I think if you don't mind, I may even include that in the added language for the avoidance of doubt. The first day any alcohol sales can resume is Saturday, September 23rd.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first day that
Can, right.
the modified CUP becomes effective. There's no CUP
Well, the one thing and once again,
otherwise.
I want to be sure that we don't, I know it went back to Councilmember Samons. I don't know if we suspend the entirety of the CUP that then requires them to report to ABC. I'm not too sure what that does to that license, but if that's your guys'.
That makes better sense. To carve out specifically the portion of the CUP that allows the sale of alcohol. That's what's suspended and resumes on September 23rd.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This public hearing is now closed.
Can I make one?
Madam,
Can I make another comment?
Councilmember Francois.
I was inclined to accept 7, and I think I'm probably okay with 10 as a sign of unity. I know that it's hardworking business, and he's tried his best, but we do need to ensure the seriousness of this, and I'm going to go along and support the motion of 10 days. Thank you.
The public hearing is now closed. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Detoy?
No.
Councilmember Seaman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And what is next?
Item B, introduction of an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code related to cannabis delivery and approval of resolutions establishing application fees, fines, and taxes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Just to confirm, Madam City Clerk, you can see my slides, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So the item we have before you this evening is the introduction of an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code related to cannabis delivery and approval of resolutions establishing application fees, fines, and taxes pertaining to the city's cannabis delivery permit program. The staff report provided this evening contains a complete background of federal, state, and local legislation pertaining to commercial and medicinal cannabis. But for this evening, I will cover just a few of the key pieces of local cannabis-related decisions. On March 8th, 2016, City Council adopted Ordinance 16-1362, amending sections 17-.42.110 and 17.26.030 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code to prohibit commercial medicinal marijuana uses in the city, cannabis deliveries to any location within the city, and to prohibit cultivation for medicinal use by a qualified patient or primary caregiver. On November 28, 2017, City Council adopted Ordinance 17-1380, amending Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code to prohibit all commercial cannabis activities in the city and to prohibit outdoor cannabis cultivation for personal use. Also relevant to tonight's discussion is that on July 26th, 2022, City Council adopted a resolution calling for the placement of a measure on the ballot for the November 8th, 2022 general municipal election for the submission to the qualified voters of an ordinance adding Chapter 3.44 to Title 3, Revenue and Finance of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, establishing a local business tax on cannabis businesses operating within the city. Measure T was later approved by the voters in the general municipal election. The city's prohibition on commercial cannabis activities remained in place until August 9th, 2022, when the City Council introduced and waived first reading of an ordinance of the City of Hermosa Beach adding Chapter 5.80 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to cannabis delivery in the city and amending Section 1.10.040 to add that violations of Chapter 5.80 were subject to administrative penalty procedures. At its September 13th, 2022 meeting, City Council adopted Ordinance 22-1449, adding Chapter 5.80 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code to allow cannabis delivery in the city from businesses located outside of the city. I'll just quickly go over some of the prominent details of Chapter 5.80, which allows cannabis delivery into the city. So each cannabis delivery permit holder must comply with all applicable state and local laws and regulations as they are amended. Delivery activities are limited to operators with physical locations outside of the city and may take place only between the hours of 8:00 a.m. and 10:00 p.m. Entities must be licensed and conform to all relevant legal standards and impose operational requirements to ensure health, safety, and welfare. And entities must apply for and be granted a cannabis delivery use permit subject to standards that eliminate or minimize to the extent possible any associated impacts. In addition to the terms of the ordinance, the city manager is authorized to establish any additional rules, regulations, and standards governing the issuance, denial, or renewal of cannabis delivery permits, the ongoing operation of a cannabis delivery permit holder, and the city's oversight, or concerning any subject deemed necessary. Since the creation of Chapter 5.80, staff identified and is seeking to alleviate discrepancies between the new regulations, the city's existing zoning code regulations contained in Title 17. At its July 18th, 2023 meeting, the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 23-09, recommending City Council approve an ordinance amending portions of Title 17, the zoning code, to remedy the identified conflicts with Chapter 5.080, allowing cannabis delivery by operators with physical locations outside of city limits. The proposed zone text amendment would modify the sections listed here on the slides. The first one regarding commercial land use definitions. The second regarding permitted uses in the R1 single family residential zone. The third regarding permitted uses in the MHP mobile home park zone. and a section regarding permitted uses in the C1, C2, C3 commercial zones. And finally, the section listed regarding permitted uses in the M1 light manufacturing zone. Delivery would essentially be allowed in all zones except for the open space zone, and businesses locations within the city would still remain prohibited. The Hermosa Beach Municipal Code governing cannabis delivery activities within the city does establish a requirement that the applicant obtain a cannabis delivery permit. It further outlines that the application shall be accompanied by an application fee adopted by resolution of the City Council. It's staff's intent to ensure that the cannabis permit application fee fully represents cost recovery of providing the application review service. Based on the personnel and the estimated time that we believe will be involved in the application review, staff recommends council approve a resolution setting the cannabis permit application fee at $702. Since this is a new application and a new fee, staff would review the fee and make any necessary adjustments as part of the city's next fee study. In addition to the permit application fee, staff recommends council establish a rate of fine for an administrative citation under Hermosa Beach Municipal Code Section 1.10.1040 that's related to cannabis delivery. And since a penalty is designed to encourage and obtain compliance, fines are not based on cost recovery, but rather set at an amount that would deter non-compliant activities. Staff therefore recommends council establish an administrative penalty of $20,000 for each day that an unpermitted activity occurs, and that each day or occurrence be considered a separate and distinct offense. To encourage legalization of activities occurring within the city, staff does recommend granting the city manager the option to grant forgiveness of a first-time offense if the business operator submits a complete application for cannabis delivery. Following the passage of Measure T on the November 8, 2022 general municipal election, Chapter 3.44 was added to Title 3 of the code. The voter-approved ordinance established a local business tax on cannabis businesses operating within the city, up to $20 per square foot for cultivation and up to 10% of gross receipts for all other cannabis businesses. The maximum rates outlined in the municipal code may be adjusted by city council by ordinance or resolution, subject to the maximum rates set by the voters. As a business activity that the city intends to legalize, staff recommends setting the local tax rate at a reasonably low level to encourage business operators to seek a cannabis delivery permit and to begin to pay taxes on its gross sales. A lower tax rate may also ensure that the cost to the consumers to purchase from a legally permitted entity is not so significantly higher that it would discourage the community to shop legally. In addition to the local tax, the retailers are now responsible for reporting and paying cannabis excise tax to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for retail sales or cannabis products. This new tax change results in a compounding of state and local taxes on each transaction. Based on the review of other cities and compounding of the city's local tax with the state excise tax and sales tax, staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution establishing the Hermosa Beach cannabis business tax rate at a 5% for the commencement of the program. Should council wish to modify the local tax rate in the future, the rate could be changed by resolution. Thank you so much for allowing me to provide this presentation. And I also want to give a special thank you to our Community Development Department team, who was integral in developing the recommended zoning changes. And with that, myself and Community Development staff are available for any questions.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Are there any council questions? Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Mayor Mike, Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Mobile cannabis dispensaries, is there, that term seems to have some loaded definitions in there. Could cannabis delivery suffice, or is that kind of the going term now? I'm not too familiar with this, so any explanation on using that verbiage for this explanation? for this ordinance.
Good evening.
So the term that was in the term that was in the recommendation from staff was a term or a title that was already in existence in the municipal code. And so the recommendation was to retain that and change some of the definitions. And I see our planner, John Macy's, available to assist.
Yeah, so as Angela had mentioned, the term was existing in Title 17 as a commercial land use. Chapter 5.80 added cannabis delivery as the kind of punch out under commercial cannabis activities as a commercial use to bridge the two sections of the code, Title 17 and Chapter 5.80. The proposed text amendments include adding cannabis delivery to the definition of mobile cannabis dispensaries to kind of create a contiguous set of regulations. But it was essential that cannabis delivery be included in mobile cannabis dispensaries, given mobile cannabis dispensaries is the proper commercial land use.
Okay, and then just a clarifying question on the draft ordinance on page 2, under commercial cannabis activity, the last two sentences. This definition also includes mobile cannabis dispensaries and a medical marijuana dispensary. This definition excludes mobile cannabis dispensaries. Am I reading that?
And that's under the definition of mobile cannabis
Under
dispensaries?
section 6, commercial cannabis activity.
I see what you're saying. So yeah, the last two. This definition also includes. Correct. Yeah. So I believe that there, and Deputy City Manager Crespi let me know that first. This definition also includes mobile cannabis dispensary, and should be deleted. So the first time that it appears, it should be stricken through and deleted. Thus, the idea being the entirety of commercial cannabis, as we view it, businesses, was attempted to be included in commercial cannabis activity. That remains banned. That is your retail locations, that is your manufacturing, that is your storage, that is anything related to the cannabis or marijuana industry in the state. The one thing that we are trying to carve out is the following idea. Someone is, well, I shouldn't say, but the one thing we are trying to carve out is the idea of someone in the city, provided they're in the permitted zones, can get cannabis delivered to them under the very, very rigorous regulatory regime that the state imposes on them. They must be licensed somewhere else. They must have a physical location somewhere else. When I say somewhere else, I mean not in the city, because their actual location is not allowed in the city. There's a plethora of, excuse me, regulations on who can drive, how much they can have in their car, when they must deliver, et cetera, et cetera. So apologies for the typo, Councilmember Toy, you are correct. That should read the definition includes a medical marijuana dispensary, period. This definition excludes mobile cannabis dispensaries.
Okay, and then as far as
And just to add on, the red line text does reflect exactly what City Attorney Donegan just described.
Okay.
So we do apologize for that oversight on the draft ordinance. Thank you.
and then as far as, I'm going to butcher all the terms, but when they track all the transactions of licensed.
Yep, track and trace.
Track and trace. As far as the city goes, we'll be able to pull that data if there's a delivery from an unlicensed operator. We could reach out, or we could, how does that work? I mean, we know as I mentioned before, last year, taking the trash cans out, started chatting with my neighbor, unmarked car eventually pulls up, delivery happened. You know, we'd be lying to ourselves if we didn't know that cannabis deliveries were happening in our town, possibly right now. So are we going to be able to pull that data and then reach out to those people who are doing deliveries illegally currently And then how does that work? There's a dashboard, is there data that we can see?
If I may, so there were a couple pieces of legislation that were related to the track and trace system and how it's being used. And so last year there was AB 195 that required the incorporation of cannabis delivery into the track and trace system. However, it did not provide specifics, determine regulations, and so they were tracking deliveries based on county and not city zip code. But recently, AB 687 was passed, and that completes the inclusion of cannabis delivery into the track and trace this system, and they will be required to report based on zip codes. It also used to be that the track and trace system, you could only get access by law enforcement, but with the passage of the new legislation, 687, cities will be able to get access to that and get information based on their zip code. We don't have access to that just yet because it just passed, I believe, a few weeks ago. And so I think they're still working out the details of letting cities, not law enforcement partners, but other departments get access to that. And so we will be able to get that, but I can't speak to exactly what it would look like right now, but we will have our zip code related data.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just to add to one of the questions, with regard to mobile cannabis dispensaries, yeah, I mean, obviously that's a term that nobody is fond of. Does that have to be included? Can we dispense with that and just talk specifically about cannabis delivery? So it is unambiguous.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, and if I could just start answering that question by reading the existing definition of mobile cannabis dispensaries, you'll see why we had to keep it intact, but we can talk about the question. So the original definition is mobile cannabis dispensaries means any dispensary, clinic, cooperative, association, club, business, or group which transports or delivers or arranges the transportation or delivery of cannabis to a person. And that's how it started. So it was an all-encompassing definition involving the transportation and delivery and the arrangement of transportation and delivery of cannabis to a person. That broadly encompassing definition included what cannabis delivery actually is. So we used it. However, we wanted to bridge, like Jonathan earlier mentioned, we wanted to bridge the term cannabis delivery, which was in use in chapter 5.80. And so we added that to the definition. But for all intents and purposes, they are the same thing. As these questions have come up, we've asked ourselves if we were to make the terms coterminous, whether we would be precluding any other category of transport or delivery of cannabis, and I don't think we would. And so I think it is possible. So I hope that answers the question, but I wanted the council and members of the public to understand how broadly encompassing that definition was, and that's why we started with it.
No, I got it. No, I appreciate that. I understand. But so, Mr. City Attorney, this being our ordinance, we could eliminate any such language referring to mobile cannabis dispensaries, if that is the will, and be very specific that, understanding the definition, but one shouldn't necessarily have to go to the definition to understand that this is right.
Correct. It's not lost on myself or staff when we started doing this. When you look at just the three words without looking at the definition, mobile cannabis dispensary, we understand the questions that we got. The answer to your question is that yes. If the direction from council is, hey, we want to just,
crystal clear,
be crystal
unambiguous.
clear, come on back and get rid of that term and do this, that would be you guys' discretion.
Got it. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Patrick, did you discuss the amended language that you and I discussed via email today?
Once again, no, I have not brought that up. I was going to defer to you on that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if you thought that was advisable.
All right. To the extent there's any ambiguity in the term mobile cannabis dispensary, I think anchoring our ordinance to a defined term in state law, that's a defined term in state law, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is useful. And I think the definition is clear, but I asked Patrick about this, if there was any way for us to simply add a sentence or so to the operative definition in our ordinance that made it airtight. And he proposed exactly that language, which I think accomplishes that without tossing out the term, which is a defined term in state law and has presumably interpretations associated with it that are favorable to us in lieu of a brand-new term. So do you want to talk through the potential modification that council could consider?
Sure, and so it'll
You're talking about, excuse me if I may interrupt, you're talking about something different than what the mayor suggested by just changing the word to delivery service. This is something different than that?
Correct. So I'm not going to, I believe what Mr. Mayor said, it would be a bit more, that's what staff was saying. It may be a bit more complicated than just saying, we direct you every single time we use the term mobile cannabis dispensary to insert cannabis delivery. So we would have to bring back, but if that was the direction, that would be fine. But it wouldn't be like when you're in a Word document and you hit Control F and replace. It wouldn't be that simple. We'd have to make sure everything's, dialed up. What Mr. Mayor Pro Tem
Excuse me
is-
for interrupting,
Yeah.
by the way. It's confusing, and I'm trying to dive through this
I get it, yeah.
clearly,
Understand.
so
Yeah,
go ahead.
absolutely. And so, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and this is a language, it'll be brief. It starts with the exact same definition. Mobile cannabis dispensaries mean any dispensary, clinic, cooperative association, club, business, or group, which transports or delivers or arranges the transportation of delivery of cannabis to a person in the city, and here's an addition, to be clear, from a location outside of the city. Now, that is already required. I stand before you today saying that is already the law. But just for the avoidance of doubt, I've included that from a location outside the city, period. This definition includes businesses engaged in cannabis delivery, period. Here's the additional added language. Nothing in this definition shall be construed to allow for the parking or storing of a vehicle or mobile trailer in the city and the use of this vehicle or mobile trailer for any commercial cannabis activity. And what that would do is make it crystal clear, even though it's already the law right now, that someone could not get their van, park it by Clark Field, throw out the back and say, I am a mobile cannabis dispensary, come on up, what do you want? It's prohibited city law, it's prohibited by state law, but I understand the potential issue with the lay vernacular of just mobile cannabis dispensaries.
So does state law prohibit a truck decorated with mobile cannabis on it from delivering as well?
Correct. I believe one of the state regulations is it prohibits the advertising.
Advertising.
So correct. You couldn't throw the giant decal that's, insert name of cannabis business.
Weed Wednesday, come
Yeah,
on out.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. So that was the language that you had discussed, which you just...
Correct. It was, I believe it was in response to one of the numerous public comments. Mayor Pro Tem Massey said, hey, basically echoing the same concerns that I believe all of you have. Hey, how can we clarify this a bit? And so that was the language that...
And you're confident that that would essentially do what
And, right, and so once again, we would have not brought this ordinance to you
Right.
if my office was not confident. I understand the direction from the council and the direction from working with staff. This is what we want to do. In hearing, once again, maybe it's one of those things, you're staring at the tree, you're not looking at the forest. In hearing the public comment, clearly there was a bit of consternation. I get it's a bit legalese to say, look at the definition and put two and two together. So this is, in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily change anything legally. I don't think that additional language, it doesn't prohibit any activity that the other one doesn't. However, hopefully what we're hoping is that it does placate any concerns. Anyone that reads it and goes, I can't believe that they would do this.
And it's already prohibited by under state law.
That is correct, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
got
You
it.
get all that. So, in other words, as attorneys would describe it, it's just belt and suspenders.
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. So to tag onto this, is there any legitimacy to separating the definitions out? I'm having a hard time understanding why we're calling mobile cannabis delivery services mobile cannabis dispensaries. And is there any reason to separate these definitions out so it's more clear? These are delivery services only to be delivered in residential zones, and mobile cannabis dispensaries is something different.
And so I will take a crack at that. I may have to rely on you, Jonathan, or Director Ty. Recall that we can't stress this enough, that the mobile cannabis dispensary, that definition, is not one we created just for tonight. That has been there for 20, 15 years, roughly. Don't quote me on that, but it's been in the ordinance for multiple years. When you look at just that ordinance, you're right. But when I hear the term delivers or arranges the transportation or delivery of cannabis, arguably that probably that does include the delivery. Now, once again, this was, I believe the term that Jonathan used is kind of this other business license section that the city put and adopted. What was that? A couple months ago, to ensure that residents could get delivery into the city. Now, I guess looking back then, could it have been wise to say, well, let's use the term mobile cannabis dispensary, but then we're kind of in the exact same position. The public would say, well, we don't want that. What does that mean? And so that's why we used, at least in my understanding, that may have been one reason why we used the term cannabis delivery. So what this is meant to do is meld the two and make sure they are both internally consistent in Chapter 5 or Title 5 and Title 17, the zoning code in the city.
It's just that it implies that there are mobile cannabis dispensaries that are not delivering. If we're saying it includes deliveries, then are there mobile cannabis dispensaries that are not delivering? I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't separate those three definitions out and make it crystal clear, rather than saying this includes delivery. I don't quite follow that logic.
Sure, I can take a crack. So, as Director Ty had mentioned earlier, the definition of mobile cannabis dispensaries already is specific to delivery of cannabis. The inclusion of cannabis delivery is simply to note that commercial land use is included in the definition of mobile cannabis dispensaries. So delivery is already covered by the definition of the term, but the inclusion of cannabis delivery is to reassert that the commercial land use or businesses that receive the permit as specified by Chapter 5.80 would fall under that commercial land use.
Okay, I'm a little confused, but that's, maybe I'll have to think more a little bit about this. Deliveries will only be allowed to homes, is that correct? Residences?
So as proposed,
Yeah.
they're allowed to any zone. So it could be a commercial business, somebody on their break, let's say. The only zone that's not included is open space. So you can't accept a delivery of cannabis at a park, a school, city hall, but any other property in the city.
So someone could call up and say, deliver it to 52 Pier Avenue, and the delivery service would park somewhere on Hermosa Avenue or wherever they can park and walk it all the way to the front of, I think that's Sharky's or something, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be a residence.
Correct. It's not specific to just residential zones. It's anywhere in the city, just excluding parks, city hall.
Okay, so the city council approved this, and it wasn't limited to residential zones. It included commercial zones. Is that clear that that's?
And once again, that is, yes, that was clear. And then the one thing I would add is that in the commercial zones, we have residential uses. Does that, so there is a building and a property zoned commercial with a residential use. And so I can't put myself into the head of the then council, but I would assume that the idea being those people should not be precluded from getting delivery just because their apartment, house, condo, townhome happens to be in a commercial zone.
We're probably talking about a handful. I mean, can it be required that it must be a residence in the commercial zone, or is the way the previous council passed it, it's anywhere in the city? Like you stated, in the commercial zone.
So as of right now, it is anywhere in the city, sans the few that Mr. Massey posited. If there is a change in direction from the council, there is a change in policy that we only want it delivered to residences, that would be something that you all would have to direct us on.
Okay. This Mitsubishi Municipal Code 1742-110, we're changing the definition to make it consistent with the requirements in that code. That's the reason we're changing the definition to be compatible with that code? Is that what's happening?
This is on letter.
Well, I'm looking at page 9 of the staff report at the bottom. It's like these definitions are being changed to be consistent with the municipal code, but we could just as soon make the definitions correct and then revise it appropriately.
So the proposed zone text amendment is based off of the intent from when Chapter 5.80 was added to the code. So the action in 2022 established the permitting procedures with the intention that at a later date, staff would come forward with the changes to Title 17, the zoning code. So the changes before you reflect that intention. Based on the approval from City Council at the time, the thought was it was not specific to just residential zones, but based on the intent of Chapter 5.80, the proposed changes attempted to piece together the incongruencies between the two sections that exist at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I guess there is a fear from constituents that it's required that we deliver it to any private person, but they can be anywhere in the city. They don't necessarily have to be in front of a private residence. They could be in front of any business, so they could walk out into the street and get it on they could receive it on the street. They don't have to receive it inside that actual entity. I mean, is that how it works? The delivery person would walk to that business and walk into the business and deliver it, or they stand outside, or when they deliver it to a residence, do they have to be walking down the drive onto the property, or how does that work?
I imagine with delivery services, you typically specify an address for where the goods you're requesting be delivered. So in that regards, Title 17 can regulate the address that you provide. Again, you can't provide the address for City Hall or a park, but you can provide a private residence, a business that maybe you work for, and that would satisfy the proposed requirements of Title 17 and Chapter 5.
They don't have to walk into that address. They can just give it to the person on the sidewalk in front of that address.
Well, and so no, I mean, and once again, I don't deliver cannabis myself, but you know, the state regulations require the delivery driver to ensure whoever ordered it is the correct person. And that, so if someone orders it to 123 Main Street, no, it's not. This isn't like an old school paper boy where they just drive by and just chuck it out the window and go, check mark, let's go to the next one. There's typically an ID component. I don't know if now they've gotten up to speed whether you can do that previously and they have a digital electronic copy. That I am not up to speed on. I do know that the state regulations are extremely, extremely stiff, that when you deliver cannabis, you must deliver it to the person who ordered it. Now, you know, in the age of COVID and sickness, does that mean I'm going to, you know, breach the door of your house versus knocking on the door and saying, hey, let me see your ID. Okay, here's your thing. That I don't think we can really speak to because it's probably up to the, you know, the specific, delivery driver. And in reviewing the state regulations, it doesn't seem to get that specific in terms of you must do the exchange within a structure. So yeah, that's the best answer I think we have right now.
Thank you. And I have one more question. It was brought up that there's a fear that the state could require in the future that we allow dispensing, not just delivery, but that they could require us to allow dispensing. Is that true, or?
And so I don't want to, you know, the only thing that I would say is that if the state legislator said every city in the state of California must allow, and when you say dispensing, I assume you mean like the ice cream truckification of this. So I can just pack it, you know, I can't, you know, I don't want to litigate or say whether or not that would be, you know, an abridgment of local control. All I can assure you is that if that is ever floated, that will be brought to your attention as soon as possible. And I'm sure myself and staff will basically exercise every potential legal way to bring that to you all to either say thumbs up or thumbs down. Now, if the state decides it's a matter of of statewide concern that cannabis must be dispensed like ice cream trucks, you know, I can't guarantee that won't happen. I find it highly, highly unlikely and something that would be extremely, extremely poorly received and something that cities, including ours, would likely fight vigorously against for the very reasons that a lot of the public commenters, you know, stated.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the concern about calling these delivery services mobile cannabis dispensaries. That could be related to that, but thank you very much for clarifying those questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Saman.
Councilmember Francois has covered quite a lot of the things, my own questions, and I think it's fairly clear. But I'm not a lawyer, first of all, but I really do not like the term dispensaries involved in this. And I know we've gone over all the, it means this, but it's really that, and so on and so forth. But dispensing marijuana and delivering marijuana are two clearly different things. And I would really like to see the word dispensary removed from this. In any way that is necessary, I think that's important. Just to be absolutely crystal clear. All right, having said that, again, I'm not a lawyer, and honestly, it was a little confusing how we have one law and another law. We're trying to use an old term that doesn't really mean what it sort of means. And all of that, I just would like to be very clear that I would like to see the word dispensary go away and the word delivery implemented. Secondly, I am concerned about the delivery to commercial businesses. I think the idea of having marijuana delivered, it puts it sort of in the category of you buy things from Amazon and they deliver it to your home. You buy food to go and they deliver it to your home, and so on and so forth. You're sick in bed and you can't do this and you need marijuana for pain relief or whatever, and so you can order it and get it delivered to your home. This is a great convenience, and I agree with that. However, if you're sitting in Sharky's drinking with a bunch of your friends and you want to have some marijuana delivered, I'm not so sure that's really such a great idea as have it delivered to a business. Whether you work there or not, or you're on your break or not, it just doesn't seem like it makes much sense to me. I do understand the idea that there
Councilmember
are many
Saman.
homes
Hey,
outside
Rob,
of commercial.
sorry to interrupt. Do you have a question before this?
Yes, I did.
We're not quite at deliberations yet.
I'm leading up to that.
Sorry.
Marijuana, when it's delivered to the home, has to be delivered to the person and not left on the porch. Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, apologies, I thought, yeah,
No, that's
yes.
okay. All
That
right.
is, yeah, that is.
All
that
right,
is
thank you.
required.
Those are my comments.
Thank you, Rob. We'll now open it up to public comment, assuming there were no more questions. All right, do we have anyone in chambers wishing to be heard?
Carolyn Petty?
Good evening. So just because you have a legacy definition doesn't mean you have to stick with a legacy definition. You're the ones in charge, and staff can make recommendations, but you can dictate the way it needs to be. It is confusing, and this came before the Planning Commission, and I didn't even realize what was going on. I don't think anybody understands these definitions. I don't think people understood the staff report. It took us hours to understand. That's not good. This can be easy. Separate out two different definitions. These definitions are used in other jurisdictions. Delivery has been defined. There is a definition for that. There is no reason why you have to stick with this staff recommendation that is confusing. The thing that's very important to realize, just because something is illegal today does not mean it will not be legal in the next legislative session. In New York, trucks park. They are logoed and they dispense. It is not a good look for New York City. I am from there, and when I went back there and saw it, it was horrendous. Do not think that that might not happen in California. This is specifically why when staff recommends legalizing this in the commercial zones, which by the way was not discussed last year when this came forward. I don't even know why staff is recommending this. There is no good that comes of this. If you want to do a tiny little carve out for the 10 people who live there, fine. But it is not good to think about us having a summer concert and then marijuana is being dispensed everywhere, because keep in mind too, smoking is illegal in our commercial zones, particularly next to our beach. Do we really want this? There is no gain for us. I don't even understand why staff wanted to recommend this being legalized in the commercial zones. That should absolutely not be allowed. Trying to go through all of my notes. Last year, when you guys passed this, had you handled it differently, had you used the terms in this ordinance 5.80, calling it mobile dispensing, had you said allow this in the commercial zones, there would have been a lot more people in this room. We would have protested this in this room. But what you did last year was reasonable. We understood, and so we were okay with it. But what is being proposed by staff right now goes against the spirit of what you guys passed last year. So please, make it easy. Then you guys can talk about taxes and all these other things. Just make it easy. Two separate definitions. There's no need for the legacy definition. It is very confusing. And you got to be thinking ahead, because this industry is always coming up with ways to sell more. And I really believe our community does not want this in these commercial zones. And they want you to protect us and be the visionaries, because the industry is very visionary, that's a word, in terms of how to sell more. Thank you very much.
Heidi Swan.
Mr. Mayor, staff, thank you. I'm freezing. So, freezing here. Yes, let's definitely separate out delivery from mobile cannabis dispensaries. And Councilmember Seaman, you said it perfectly. There should be no dispensing. This is just an act of delivery. That is what we voted for, and this is what we discussed with the Cannabis Advisory Group. And I did not want delivery, period, but that's what the group endorsed. And to put in mobile cannabis dispensaries at this point would seem like a little bit of a bait and switch, and I don't think that would be intentional at all. And so I think we should definitely separate the two out. Now, why also do we not want marijuana delivered to Sharky's or anywhere that sells alcohol? Because a little bit of marijuana and a little bit of alcohol make the other one not go out of the system. like it normally would. So a person stays impaired much longer. So we will have more impairment. And this is why we don't allow marijuana and alcohol in the same establishment. This is why they're separated out. And this is why one of the things that we got really upset about during the Cannabis Advisory Group, or I did anyway, was at the bottom of Gould, there was a cannabis tent outside of a bar advertising cannabis outside of a bar. And you cannot have the two together because of how impairing it is. And imagine the impaired drivers. So we really don't want marijuana brought to people who just happen to be at a bar or a restaurant where they can mix the two. And so, yes, had we heard the term mobile cannabis dispensaries, we would have gotten a lot of information and spoken out about it loudly last year. And I want to compliment you all for taking underage drinking so seriously tonight. That was heartening to me. And I hope that we can do the same thing with exposure to marijuana. It is illegal to smoke at the beach. I was so sad to see adults smoking in front of babies, children, teenagers at the concert over the weekend. And we should bring those people who are breaking the law forward and say, do you know you're exposing children to toxins? Do you also know that we're a blue zone? And the blue zones say that smoking in a community is contagious. That's why the blue zones is against smoking. That's smoking anything. And so when people are smoking in public in front of children, that's spreading it to them. We should be against this 100%. So thank you so much. And thank you for fighting for the right thing.
Next, we have Joan Irvine.
Mayor, city council members, city staff, and the people who are here. I'm Joan Irvine. I live in South Redondo, so you don't know me, but I am a Leadership Redondo alumni. I founded Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. We do for the last 10 years. We have done monthly cleanups on the Esplanade, and I've had several careers. I mean, look at this. The one thing I want to make sure, and also currently I do cannabis education for seniors, and I have been advocating in Redondo Beach to have delivery and also dispensaries, since we're going to be doing that in Redondo, because what that will do is that will allow the seniors and other people to be able to have safe product. Because right now, as he said, delivery is happening, but you don't know what kind of product, because if it's illegal, you don't know whether it's being tested. And so the fact that you want to have tested product, you want to have the delivery, because they only will deliver to people who are over 21. They do check IDs. Hey, they check my IDs. When I get delivery, they check my IDs. So I just really want to advocate for this, and I think it's important because seniors now, we have to, if we don't want to have illegal deliveries, we have to go to Lomita, we have to go to Culver City. It's a hassle. And some of the seniors are shut-ins, and they're using this for pain or for stress. I mean, I broke my ankle in April, and I, used a combination of CBD and THC to take care of the pain instead of pain pills. I also stopped drinking about 2.5 years ago because I got alcohol-induced peripheral neuropathy in my feet. And what I did is I replaced that with cannabis. So I go out with my friends. I'm not going to not go out with my friends because the blue zone is also about socialization. So before I go out with my friends, I'll take a 5-milligram gummy, and I do that. I don't smoke. I don't vape. And so, but it's important that we have access to this and access to legal. Also, keep the taxes as low as possible, because a lot of seniors are in limited income. And also, so they can't afford that. And if it's too high and the price is too high, then you'll find that they'll go with the illegal product, which is not good for their health. So thank you very much. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Oh, and seniors use it for sleep. They use it for stress rather than the addicting pharmaceutical pills that they are sometimes given. And I think that covers everything. If there's any questions, let me know. Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Jonathan.
Good evening, Jonathan Svetko here. I think it's worth taking a pause for a moment that this is a culmination of a several-year effort here. Our beach cities here were attacked by an outside initiative starting in 2021, and it has been my focus to help this city, Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, all stop that initiative, and we have done that successfully. Part of that effort has been what we're here tonight discussing. It's quite exciting to me because a lot of what is put into the report has been also work for the last couple of years in establishing that delivery services are regulated at the most responsible level possible from a state. So this is where we're getting now the access to the track and trace so we can see where they're coming from. This is where we're taking care of access from the city to be able to ask for that information as well too. So I want to put that forward for us to consider on that. The other part that I kind of wanted to just put forward as well is staff I think has done a phenomenal job in distilling the vast amount of information that comes out of this. This is a topic that keeps evolving. We keep changing it year by year. This year we had 41 state bills we looked at, where I think we've come down to about 3 that we're going to be passing this year. That's a lot of conversations with a lot of legislators and a lot of different local jurisdictions to get that going. For staff to distill it so well, I'm very proud of that, so thank you for doing as much. The other part, when it comes to the theme here, it is important to recognize that what we're trying to do is we're trying to change consumer behavior and incentivize them to purchase on legal and to support legal operations and not the consistently illegal operations we've had within the city here. And so when we're considering what it means to get access, think about what it means to marry up your ordinance so that the enforcement efforts will match with what's with the state. If we're going to consider different zoning than what the state allows for, how does that work with enforcement? How is that friendly to businesses? How does that also apply to businesses that are unlicensed? And I don't mean not even state licensed, I mean fully illegal businesses. How do we even know they exist? And yet they'll still be able to do that. So I do think that allowing for reasonable access that matches what the state regulations are is the most responsible way to handle this. There's a number of things that I could opine on that stuff, and I'd be willing to should there be any questions, but I do want to focus real quickly on the taxes, and if I may just submit this to you here. This as much as possible, but recently our state attorney general had come out and said that the state taxes, and I want to quote what the article says here, are unacceptable. California needs to lower the cannabis taxes. I can't stress enough how absolutely absurd the taxes on a state level have been, and more importantly this year here. This year the state had changed for their taxes to where we have now created a triple compounding tax, whereby previously we never had this, to where the local tax is where it starts. That local tax is then is taxed by the state excise tax, which is 15%. And then further on, both of those taxes are taxed by the sales tax. So we have a triple compounding tax going in here. Our nearest neighbor, Redondo Beach, is going to be able to lower their tax as low as 3%. The one that's passed here is going to be Hawthorne at 5%. On a state level, we've seen a reduction of taxes quarter after quarter for the last 2 years. This overtaxation is not working. If the focus is here to encourage legal purchases, this was the whole point of why we did a range here in the city. We can start low, and we can grow that over time once we've captured that market to make sure that customers understand and the residents know that the better and healthier way to do this is to purchase legal. Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Seeing none, do we have anyone online?
We do. The first is a 310 number. Your virtual hand is raised, and your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
okay,
we can
great.
hear you.
Hi, this is Van Rod. This is Van Rod. I live in North Hermosa. I just wanted to comment real quick. I think the city attorney had mentioned or proposed amending the definition of mobile cannabis dispensaries to include the phrase, from outside the city or something to that effect. And I just wanted to bring to the council's attention that if that amendment is made, it basically either nullifies or contradicts all of the subsections that are listed under that definition. So I'm not sure an amendment would work. And I would just echo some of the other comments that were made that I think you guys would need to have a separate subsection to deal with the delivery issue. And that's it. I yield my time.
Do we have anyone else online?
Next is Ken Allen. Ken, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Well, first of all, thank you, Ken Allen, 12-year planning commissioner, resident of Hermosa Beach since 1978, and parent of 2 people. I would like to thank both Carolyn Petty and Heidi Swan. Excuse me, I think I got the name correct, Heidi Swan, who are truly looking out for the residents of Hermosa Beach. Yeah, the children, actually the children. And what concerns me is I have no doubt that Justin Massey, who is a toker and a smoker and a midnight toker, is going to he's going to be supporting anything that supports marijuana to the town. And his little lapdog will be right behind him. And hopefully Rob, who is, he just wants to get along with anybody right now. He just wants to be part of the club. I'm very concerned about this matter, and I would go with the recommendations of Heidi Swan and Carolyn Petty, and I hope and anything, whatever Justin Massey says, go the opposite direction, and we'll be doing the right thing.
Do we have anyone else, Madam City Clerk?
Matt McCoy, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, Mayor Jackson, City Council staff, Matt McCool. Mayor Jackson, before I begin, I just want to go ahead and point out your hypocrisy tonight, that you've allowed people to go over 3 minutes, but with me, you cut me off exactly at the 3-minute mark. But I'm used to that, and hopefully we can get through this. We only have one more meeting together. So I want to go ahead and point this out. City Attorney Jenkins, former City Attorney Jenkins, when he was addressing this issue, and I believe this goes back as far as when Carolyn Petty was on the City Council, he was very articulate about defining these definitions. How this has become so convoluted, I can't even possibly comprehend. But City Attorney Jenkins made this very clear so everybody understood exactly what this meant, specifically regarding mobile delivery. So we'll figure this out as we go forward. But the second point I want to go ahead and add on this.
Next is Tony Higgins. Tony, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hello. I have a slightly different viewpoint on this, but I'm for cannabis and I'm not for smoking it in public. But if I want to eat an edible at the beach, it's nobody else's business. None. Get out of my belly. Stay out of her womb. You can't regulate these things. People acting like doctors and pretending that they understand this implication or that implication. This is a personal choice. I shouldn't ever smoke around a child. I know that. I don't need to be told that. But if I want to take an edible, leave me alone. Now, the Cannabis Advisory Committee promised us, recommended an up and down vote on whether we have cannabis establishments in the city. That's what they recommended, an up and down vote. They were very clear that they didn't want the industry initiative, but they recommended that the citizens, your constituents, get an up and down vote on whether or not we have a cannabis business in the city. So we're just not sloughing it off on, the poor communities, the black, the brown folks. Oh, let's put it out there. That's crazy. Now, when are we going to get that up and down vote? Not on the industry initiative, but on whether or not we have cannabis dispensaries here. We're a bar town, for God's sakes. That's probably what we're known for more than anything else is our bars. And you're going to take a teetotaler line on cannabis. You don't see the hypocrisy there. I mean, it's look, if I'm doing cannabis, I don't drive. Can you say that, when you meet someone on the street who's drunk and rowdy and crazy versus meeting someone on the street who's a little stoned, I tell you who's going to give you the trouble, and it's not the guy that's a little stoned. So I wish we could have an up and down vote on cannabis in Hermosa. I wish that people would be more reasonable. We're not, if people are smoking around kids, that's stupid. But if I want to take an edible, don't try to put your guilt on me. Okay, that's crazy. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else?
I don't see any other virtual hands raised at this time.
Hearing no one, seeing no one in chambers, we will close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem for motion deliberation.
Sure, let me make a few comments and then I'll make a motion. Generally speaking, I think we all have the same interest. I think there is a difference between some of us wanting to prohibit mobile cannabis dispensaries or delivery, whatever you want to call it, to commercial zones. I don't have that concern. I recall specifically the discussion about lifting our prohibition on delivery was in part based on the idea that we don't want law enforcement resources spent trying to enforce something which is difficult, if not impossible, to enforce. That's equally true of delivery to residential zones as it is to commercial zones. I think the notion that alcohol serving establishments are going to have trouble because people are getting cannabis products delivered to them is not one that I view as a problem significant enough to anticipate and prevent at this point. In the unlikely event that it becomes an issue, we can revisit this. But the bottom line is access is important. Properly using our law enforcement resources is important. And this discussion grew out of, in part, the fact that we had the ballot initiative, and we wanted to make sure that folks in the city knew that they had access without having dispensaries within the city limits, and that's through mobile cannabis dispensaries. Now, mobile cannabis dispensaries is not the term that I would pick if I was writing the ordinance now, but it has a history, and it goes back to state law, and all the benefits of the interpretation of it are carried forward if we keep that definition. The city attorney and staff have consistently advised us that even without the modifications to the definition of mobile cannabis dispensary in Section 6 of the draft ordinance that's before us tonight, mobile cannabis dispensaries would not allow anybody to park or store a vehicle and sell out of that vehicle. It would be what we all commonly consider to be delivery. What we intended when we lifted the prohibition, what we discussed during the advisory committee, and what we discussed during the campaign with respect to the ballot initiative. With all of that, Mr. Mayor, I move that we introduce by title only and waive first reading of an ordinance of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, amending portions of Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to mobile cannabis dispensaries, parentheses, delivery, with the changes to the definition of mobile cannabis dispensaries in Section 6 that were recited by the city attorney, that we adopt a resolution amending the city's master fee schedule to establish a cannabis delivery permit application fee and establishing the rate of fines for an administrative citation under Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 1.10.040, related to cannabis delivery, that we adopt a resolution establishing a cannabis business tax rate in accordance with Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Section 3.44, in the amount of 5% for the activity allowed under this ordinance, and that we find that all of the above actions are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Councilmember DeToy.
I will second it just for the sake of conversation and offer some amendments if the original motion maker is okay with it. And if not, then I'll withdraw my second. I don't like the idea of cannabis being delivered in our commercial corridors. I know we do have residential scattered as non-conforming residential units in commercial areas. So that would be the one thing I would be wanting to modify with that, and if you're not okay with it, then I will withdraw my second.
Well, let me ask this question, and you can answer or not, but what's the difference between mobile cannabis dispensary delivery and delivery of alcohol to somebody's at their place of work? Obviously, you're probably not, if you're sitting at a bar, going to get a fifth of whiskey or vodka delivered to your table from somebody other than the restaurant. But a variety of goods get delivered, whether it be pizza or alcohol or cannabis. And so it's just not clear to me that there's a problem here. And that's why I'm not really inclined. And I recognize that, you know, if you withdraw your second, then we go back to the drawing board and we figure it out. But I'm just posing the question to you. What is the distinction between this and anything else that can be delivered to both residential and commercial zones freely?
Can I make a point of inquiry? We can't really discuss a motion until a second's been made, so
I made a
it's
second.
not clear that
He made a
friendly amendment, but he didn't accept it, so I'm just unclear. I didn't think we could discuss the motion until a second's been made.
He made a motion with a second contingent on a friendly amendment that's now being discussed between the two.
So we're discussing the friendly amendment?
They're discussing the friendly amendment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
My only concern is knowing the high, the density of certain types of restaurants and alcohol consuming spots in our commercial corridors. And I agree, and I don't even know if the state law, if they can speak to it, can you deliver cannabis to a alcohol serving establishment for delivery?
So I'm not aware of any prohibition on that. I know you can't, you know, in terms of, I'll defer to Director Tai.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. Yeah, and just to clarify, we used Chapter 5.80 as the guide to build the changes on Title 17 around. And so City Attorney Donegan is correct. There's nothing in Chapter 5.80 that precludes delivery to any particular location. So we combed that section and then we made Title 17 match. And so does that start at least answering that question? There was nothing from a starting point that precluded that.
All right, so that's a helpful clarification. So assuming it's workable, and we should check with the city attorney on this, I'm amenable to a compromise that would simply carve out alcohol serving establishments from where cannabis can be delivered. I don't see any reason any other type of commercial establishment wouldn't be treated the same way as residential.
Then I'm going to withdraw my second on that.
Well, I will second your motion. I will second your motion. I think it's a distinction without a difference. It's a legal product that if I am sitting in my hotel room, it's a commercial establishment, and I want to order a legal product, I could order a fifth of bourbon, and if I want to order 5 gummies, what's the difference? And if the concern, I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that has a prohibition on deliveries, but if the concern is somebody's going to have gummies delivered while they're at a bar, then we can remove that delivery option. But to the extent that, a legal product can't be delivered to an office or a hotel or any other commercial business, when I can have, cases of whatever delivered is a non sequitur, and it doesn't make sense to me. So I will second your motion.
And so just for clarification, the motion as amended is,
Well,
yeah.
Not amended.
Yeah, not amended, okay.
the original motion,
The original motion that you made, got it.
that's the one that's being seconded, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So we have a first, we have a second. We can deliberate, make a change.
Make a substitute motion, and then that would, then if it's
Councilmember
seconded, then we
Saman.
voted on first.
Correct, but just for everyone's, we can only have 3 motions on the floor at any one time, so if there's
Right.
a substitute and then an amendment, we would have to vote.
So at the moment, we're deliberating the original motion. Okay.
Well, we're free to deliberate. Anybody's free to make a substitute motion.
Yeah.
If no substitute motion is made or seconded, then eventually the question gets called, and if the motion fails, then we go back to the drawing board, or if the motion passes, we move on.
Sure, I understand. So, just as a matter of opinion, I don't like the commercial delivery, not in a commercial zone, because there are much more than a handful of houses, residential units, within the commercial zone. So I think if we limit it by commercial zone, that's going in the wrong direction. I don't see any logic in allowing marijuana delivery to bars or barbershops, shoe stores, clothing stores, et cetera, or restaurants for that fact. Now, all of those establishments usually have a sign in the window that says, we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. And I suppose it's up to each person if they wanted to. Couldn't they put a sign in the window that says, we reserve the right to refuse delivery of marijuana to our business? This is the point I'm trying to make. What I think the spirit of the law was originally was to allow individuals in their homes to get marijuana delivered to them. Now, your example of a hotel is a very good one, and it makes perfect sense. But a hotel is actually a residential use, even though it's a commercial establishment. And I don't see any reason why a person in a hotel room shouldn't be able to be allowed to order marijuana delivery. So where do you draw the line? Delivering to alcohol establishments only? That's one way of doing it. I don't know.
You mean prohibiting delivery to
Prohibiting delivery to
alcohol serving
alcohol
establishments?
I'm not sure if I had a restaurant, I would like to have customers around ordering dinner and so on and so forth, and I was the owner of the restaurant, and have a guy come in with a little bag of marijuana and go over to table 27 and drop it off of there, and here's your receipt, thank you very much, and off we go. What's the purpose of that? The idea of this law is so that folks at home could get marijuana delivered to them. And the hotel thing makes sense to me also. So I don't know how we accomplish that, but I am more in favor of that than just making it a blanket anywhere in the city.
Do we have any?
Just my thoughts.
Do we have any data? Have there been any issues of cannabis deliveries at bars and restaurants that have been problematic?
Not that has been brought to our attention. So problematic would mean that through a complaint, we have not had that. I do want to share that, just for your consideration, we effectively have no way to enforce zones. The track and trace data we get is by city and zip code, not by address. So while we would know an outside retailer is delivering inside our city, we don't have the address details, so I'm not quite sure unless there's self-reporting, there's complaints from a neighbor, how I would know that it was delivered to a commercial address or delivered to an establishment that you may determine is not something that we should do, whether it's a bar or a hotel. We just wouldn't know. So I want to be clear that I don't leave you with the impression that we can enforce that if you decide that. We could not.
I mean, I just sort of see this as, I can have any other legal product delivered anywhere I want. I'm not certain why there's a concern with this. Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're trying to implement something to the will of the voters and will of what was passed, and I think that certainly it's acceptable to be able to deliver to a hotel. I don't know if when the person orders it, whether they can be asked, is this a residence or a hotel? And maybe that's the way it can happen, where we allow it only to hotels and residences in the commercial zone. I don't know if that's a way, it certainly becomes an enforcement problem, but I guess originally, the original motion had a friendly amendment proposed to exclude bars, and I guess the thought was, well, okay, that would be acceptable, but the maker of that motion didn't make it. So I'm a little confused about what can be enforced and what can't, but you know, it's clear it's difficult to enforce this no matter what, but if we set the law in place, for example, that it's only deliverable to hotels and residences in the commercial zone, I would think that could be a workable way to make this happen, understanding that it could be problematic to enforce, but on the other hand, it could be made the law and the code, and we could move from there. I don't know. That was my thought on something like that. As a substitute motion, I guess.
So, I don't mean to be the parliamentarian here, so I just want to be sure. So your substitute, are you making a substitute motion or no? I want to be sure that it's clear
I'm
to
just
colleagues.
keeping it open for discussion
Okay,
at the
fair
moment.
enough.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
I think whatever we pass should be pragmatic and enforceable. What we can enforce, what we know is what comes into our city. It's a legal product that would be delivered to an addressee, to an adult with proper identification. Where that person receives it is not really an issue from my perspective, provided it's not at a school, it's not at City Hall, it's not at a park. So whether they receive it at, pick your commercial establishment, the real estate office, whatever, the escrow office. I just see that as immaterial. So we're going to create conditions that are unenforceable for the delivery of a legal product. When again, the guy can have, 25ths of bourbon delivered without any issue. So I just think we're spending a lot of time on an issue that, from my perspective, isn't really an issue. It's a distinction without a real difference.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I think your point's well taken, and I will remove my objection to that and support the motion that we have now. All commercial zones everywhere. It makes perfect sense, honestly, when you think about it, and you can buy anything else, any legal product, and have it delivered anywhere. I think it may be self-enforced that, again, let's go back to the subject of you have a restaurant or a bar and somebody comes in to deliver marijuana and you say, I don't want that in here. You can take that out of here.
Just like if
That's your business, yeah.
Just like the pizza guy.
That's right, yeah. And, yeah, just like the pizza guy. Well, nobody objects to pizza too much, I think. That comes after their marijuana, the pizza. But at any rate, I think you're right. There, you can buy anything else that's a legal product and have it delivered in any place. And I think it's self-enforceable that any business owner that didn't want that to happen in their establishment can certainly make their own rules. So I'll agree with the motion that we have on the floor now.
Do we have any further deliberations?
Mr. Mayor, so
Yeah.
I just want to be sure. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember DeToy picked up a, inconsistency between the clean version and the red line version. I want to be sure that the motion reflects the red line version, where it's not, that we don't redundantly use the term at issue here in the commercial cannabis activity. Just for the record, that's clear.
That's fine. That's acceptable. That is acceptable.
Do you have anything further, Mike?
I just have
Councilmember DeToy?
Thank you. The one thing I equate this to is our ride service drop-off and pickups. We have designated areas in downtown for ride share, yet we're going to be expecting these delivery drivers to be trotting all over the plaza, parking who knows where, with up to $5,000 to $10,000 worth of product in their car locked up. I just think it's definitely an interesting thing the way our downtown is set up, especially down in the plaza. So,
But our businesses consist of more than just the plaza.
correct, and I have no problem with hotel deliveries or anything like that. It's just, as I said, we can regulate rideshare drop-offs and pickups, but
Anything else?
If you want to make a substitute motion, go ahead.
there's already majority support, so.
You have anything, Councilman Francois?
Just on the original motion at hand regarding the definition, because we didn't really discuss that. We're not changing this definition, mobile dispensary. We're keeping that intact. We're simply changing the words of that definition. What exactly are we doing with this definition change on this original motion here?
Let me reread it to you, just to help make it clear. So in section 6 of the ordinance, the motion before you would provide as follows. Mobile cannabis dispensaries means any dispensary, clinic, cooperative, association, club, business, or group which transports or delivers or arranges the transportation or delivery of cannabis to a person in the city from a location outside the city. This definition includes businesses engaged in cannabis delivery. Nothing in this definition shall be construed to allow for the parking or storing of a vehicle or mobile trailer in the city and the use of this vehicle or mobile trailer for any commercial cannabis activity.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's a little better, but is there any particular reason why we can't just change the name to keep dispensary out of that definition altogether? Or?
So, well, I can just explain why the motion doesn't do that. Because the term mobile cannabis dispensaries has not only been used in city ordinances, but also in state law. And when a term is in use for a while, it develops interpretations. In this case, those interpretations are beneficial to the city in limiting this activity the way that we want to, as has been explained by the city attorney and the staff. What we've done with the further modifications is, as I described it, belt and suspenders, just making it airtight, eliminating any potential ambiguity, and ensuring that mobile cannabis dispensaries, whether you like the term or not, means what we all intend it to mean.
Thank you.
Hearing no further deliberation, we will now close this public hearing. Roll call, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Detoy?
No.
Councilmember Seaman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francois?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have item C, introduction of an ordinance amending portions of Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to short-term vacation rentals in commercial zones and a determination the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move that we extend this meeting till 12:30.
Oh, ye little faith, huh? I'll second that.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't go that far.
Roll call, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, let's power through.
Good evening. The item before you is the introduction of an ordinance amending portions of Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to short-term vacation rentals in commercial zones. So the staff report covers a comprehensive background for short-term vacation rentals within the city. However, I've identified a few key events through the years, starting with Ordinance 16-1365, which established the general prohibition in residential zones for short-term vacation rentals. The line for what defines a short-term vacation rental is less than 30 days. The intent of this ordinance was to establish the general prohibition in residential zones while allowing for further discussion for potential allowing short-term rentals in non-conforming residential uses in commercial zones. Moving forward, Ordinance 19-1395 was the creation of the pilot program as it stands today. The short-term vacation rental pilot program establishes short-term vacation rentals are allowed in certain commercial zones as long as they are non-conforming residential uses in commercial zones, and if that residence is demolished, the use ceases as the building is demolished. Moving forward to Ordinance 21-1440. This was the first extension of the pilot program. There's a sunset clause in the pilot program for a period of 2 years. So when the program was created in 2019, the end date for that program was 2021. In 2021, the program was extended to 2023. A little more background continued. The Planning Commission adopted Resolution 23-12 recommending that the City Council extend the program an additional 2 years along with minor changes to language in the short-term vacation rental pilot program. Just as a general disclaimer to the public and a point of clarification, the ordinance as it stands before you today proposes no change to the general prohibition in residential zones, and additionally does not change the zones that short-term vacation rentals are permitted in. So C2, C3, SPAs 7, 8, and 11 are the only zones that short-term vacation rentals are allowed. So a bit of analysis. As I mentioned earlier, there's a sunset clause in the pilot program that establishes, originally it was supposed to be a 2-year program, but allows City Council to extend the program for a period as specified by the Council. So again, in 2021, the City Council elected to extend it, and tonight before you is a recommendation to extend it again. Again, there's no change to the prohibition of short-term vacation rentals in residential zones. Short-term vacation rentals are only allowed for residential uses in commercial zones, non-conforming residential uses, and that will not change. And again, there's no change to the qualifications for units that could become short-term vacation rentals, no change to the zones that they have to be within, just minor language and the extension of the program. So going to the particular changes, starting with Section A, there are some slight tweaks to include language regarding outstanding fees, as well as language specific to trash requirements and parking requirements that exist elsewhere in Title 17, but are simply added on here for clarity. Further, Section C discusses violations, so we wanted to include further clarification on the enforcement measures and going after individuals that violate the pilot program before you. And finally, the sunset clause, the only modification here is to extend the date an additional 2 years. So the proposed expiration date would be October 24th, 2025. And then finally, the entire section relating to the short-term vacation rental pilot program will be relocated from 1740 to 1742. 1740 relates to uses that require a conditional use permit. Short-term vacation rentals are permitted by an administrative permit, so it's simply just putting it where it belongs. Moving to the program's success over the years. So since 2019, the city has permitted 14 short-term vacation rentals. Specific to the complaints received through that time, between 2021 and 2023, the city received 64 complaints regarding suspected short-term vacation rentals. However, none of those complaints were specific to permitted units. In fact, they were only in residential zones. So in no case were any of those complaints specific to the permitted 14 units or specific to units located in commercial zones. Moving to general plan consistency. So the introduction of the ordinance is consistent with goals 1 and 2 of the general plan, specific to transparency and ensuring the community is involved in decision-making processes. Next, the environmental determination it qualifies for what's called the common sense exemption. Given it's simply just an extension of an expiration date, it does not cause, as a result, any sort of detriment to the environment, and therefore it's common sense to say it's exempt from the parameters of CEQA. Finally, the public noticing for this ordinance. Legal ad was published on September 2nd, 2023 in the Daily Breeze. Public notices were posted at 3 public locations. They're the bright orange posters. They're hard to miss. One is at City Hall, one is at the library, and one is at the community center. Additionally, before the item was presented to the Planning Commission, staff reached out to the Chamber of Commerce. Originally, when the program was adopted in 2019, there were some concerns from hotel operators that potentially allowing short-term vacation rentals may undercut their bottom line. However, when we reached out to the chamber, we were assured there were no concerns, and the Planning Commission received no comments from these individuals. If there are any supplemental comments, they'll be included in the staff report. So finally, the recommended action. To introduce by title only and waive first reading of an ordinance approving Zone Text Amendment 23-04, amending portions of Title 17 relating to short-term vacation rentals in commercial zones, and determine the amendment is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have we heard from any of the permitted operators that the short term of the pilot program has inhibited investing in the property, for example? Have they talked about uncertainty of the future of the program being an impediment to renovating the properties or upgrading them or anything like that?
Sure. So because they're non-conforming uses, there are limits on what they can do to renovate the property. There haven't been any complaints from the operators of the sunset date. But again, that might just be because the non-conforming section kind of limits the capability. They can't demolish a beach bungalow and build a tall and skinny and then rent that on a short-term basis. They would lose their status and lose their eligibility for the program. So I think, if anything, being able to rent a beach bungalow is kind of a quaint thing. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions, Councilmember Francois?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There have been complaints about a lot of illegal ones. Is there any thought to reducing the number of days to encourage that more become legitimate? For example, to 13 days so that a 2-week rental would qualify, or are we locked into this 30-day definition?
Yeah, so going to the slide I provided about complaints that we'd received, as I had stated, almost all of the complaints, I believe all of the complaints we've received so far are specific to residential zones. So the number of days wouldn't affect eligibility. It's a matter of where they're located. So staff does field a lot of questions about whether or not properties do qualify for the program, and more often than not,
Okay.
the property is a residential.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you for clarifying that. And can we possibly extend this for 4 years instead of 2? Is there anything limiting us to only extending it 2 years? I'm just wondering, because we could always change it. So it always can be changed. Is there any reason why we can't make it 4 years instead of 2?
Yes, good evening. One of the tenets of a pilot program is that it's supposed to be a trial. And while recognizing that this is the third extension of a 2-year pilot program, one of the messages to convey is that the pilot program it's a temporary test, and that's done in the lens of us working with the Coastal Commission. The pilot program is supposed to show us what works, show us what doesn't work, so that when we do pursue a long-term or permanent program, that we have some evidence to demonstrate what is right for the community. And so generally pilot programs are short for that reason. But to answer your question, no, there's nothing precluding us from having a longer pilot program. It's just that typically they are short because they're supposed to be a test trial. So hope that helps.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned the Coastal Commission, because is the reason this program potentially could be approved by the Coastal Commission as it is if it became permanent, because we are allowing it, because the Coastal Commission does like the fact that we're offering it as opposed to banning them completely?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Yes, the Coastal Commission policies on short-term vacation rentals has been that short-term vacation rentals support access to the coast by providing lodging in a variety of settings. So the Coastal Commission does look at short-term vacation rentals as a coastal asset. And that means that, yes, we do hope that when we pursue our larger local coastal program, that there will be a short-term vacation rental component as part of that, and that component could look exactly like what you're looking at tonight, but in a longer-term format.
Well, we don't necessarily have to wait and tie it into our local coastal plan approval. We could make it permanent and get Coastal Commission approval separate from putting it in our local coastal plan. If they obviously approved this program, we would then incorporate it into our local coastal plan, and we know that we would be okay with it, right? I mean, there's no direct correlation between this and our local coastal plan.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. We could take it separately. That's more of a workload issue. And when we start taking things in separate pieces, every step just takes up more time, versus if you bundle it and take it as a complete package. It's more realistic given the resources that we have. But no, there's nothing precluding us from taking it separately. It's just I have a responsibility to manage how much work we can take on. And taking them separately definitely takes more work and more time.
Oh, see, I didn't realize that. I had the exact opposite. I would have thought that get this over with, and then we know that that's approved, we just stick it in the local coastal plan. But what you're saying is the exact opposite. You need to put all these things together.
Yeah.
It's more efficient when we get our coastal plan approved.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Ryan.
Councilmember France, Seaman, sorry.
Thank you. The 64 complaints that we had on the of course, illegal short-term rentals, what are we doing about those? I know that it's very difficult to catch these people, if you want to put it in those terms. And I've also noticed that a technique that they're using these days is to write a 30-day lease for a short-term rental. And then, of course, the people who are writing the lease, take the lease, are in and out in a weekend. So that if someone says, hey, that's a short-term rental, and those people were only here for a week, or 2 days, or 10 days, whatever, they say, well, no, they had a 30-day lease, and they show a lease, which makes it even more difficult to enforce this. Do we have some organization that's chasing these folks down for us, or are we doing it? And how's that whole process work? And how can we improve it to eliminate that 30-day lease as a sham?
Sure. Yes. Thank you for that question. I'm going to take the question in a couple of layers. So the first of all, yes, the city had a firm that was assisting on combing dozens and dozens of websites to identify illegal short-term rentals. There was a lapse in that service. We have since resumed that service. So that is active. The monitoring status is active, and I think the first batch of letters is going out in the next couple weeks. And that's low-hanging fruit. That's going to take care of anybody who wasn't aware, for example, that short-term vacation rentals are not allowed in residential zones in the city. It's going to take care of a lot of them. And so that goes through several rounds. After that, we're probably going to be down about 80%. At that point, we are dealing with the ones that have become very creative in their method of their workarounds. And yes, that includes having the 30-day lease. That includes listing a 30-day minimum on the website, having somebody, which then has somebody deposit that, and then they might give a refund on the back end, and there's no way to trace that. And at that point, the city then has to engage much more deeper level investigative services, which are very expensive. And so then the city has to take on the smaller number, which consumes like 90% of the resources that we have for enforcement. So that's the difficult part. They always say that 10% of your violators eat up 90% of your resources, and short-term vacation rentals are no exception.
Yeah.
So that's how we're taking that on. But yes, we have the monitoring firm on board, and they do a whole matching system where they match the photograph to the address of different websites so that we have a confirmed location. And then there's a template that automatically gets sent out to all the violators. So hope that covers the enforcement side a little bit.
So once you've identified a property as being a potential illegal short-term rental, then you send them a letter?
Correct, yeah, because it is illegal to advertise.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah. And is there a fine for that, advertising?
There is. There's a $5,000 fine for, I think, if you have a 2-bedroom unit or smaller, and anything larger than that, it's $10,000 per incident, episode.
And the process of gaining that, finding them, citing them, and finding them, does that go to court, or you just, in other words, how do you determine whether or not, well, we think it's a short-term rental, how do you prove it to the point of finding them and then collecting the money?
Sure, so the documentation that's discovered on whatever website is recorded, and that's provided along with the administrative citation. The administrative citation is a fine-based, and the responsible party has a certain amount of time to appeal that. Mm-hmm. If they appeal that, it is appealed to a city hearing officer, and then the hearing officer's determination can be pursued legally if the violator does not agree with that.
And then does that eventually end up with a some sort of motion against the property itself or the owner itself?
There-
You get a judgment that can be collected on?
There are many paths, but any number, yeah. I mean, you can end up in collections, where eventually a lien is placed on the property. You can end up with any number of penalties. It
All right,
just
so there's
depends
some
on the
teeth to
case.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
yes.
All right, great.
yeah.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it. And thank you, Jonathan.
Councilmember DeToy.
Thank you. This item doesn't talk about any of the fines or anything for or does it?
No, the proposed changes won't modify fines for violations. There was, I think, some minor language changes in that section of the short-term vacation rental pilot program, but there's no change to the
Okay.
citation.
Has staff thought about non-monetary fines such as revoking possibly residential parking passes?
No, that has not been considered. I think that would, involve a greater conversation about, whether that penalty relates to the use, for example. But certainly, that could be something that's looked at. In other words, if there are vehicles registered to an address that has a parking permit, but then that address is found to be operated as a short-term vacation rental illegally. I mean, it's possible. There'd be modifications needed to both, I think, the short-term vacation rental ordinance as well as the parking permit program. So it's a pretty complicated discussion, but I don't think there's anything precluding that.
That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think that's a great suggestion. I'm not a fan of the warning letters that are going out. I mean, everybody who's operating these short-term vacation rentals know they're operating them illegally. They've been getting away with them for years. We've done nothing for years. So the fact that we're sending out a warning letter, I think, is the wrong tactic. It should be a citation. It's illegal to fine. There should be fines going out today. Not a letter saying don't do it again or you're going to be fined.
I'm sorry, I'm going to just correct that. We are sending out citations.
So
We've been
these,
actively doing that.
so these,
full time.
all the ones that are now on your radar, the 50 are all going to receive a $5,000 fine for violating.
Or whatever whatever the fine is for that property, yes.
Oh, wonderful.
And that has been done up till now. We have citations that have been issued, that have been appealed, but they've been in response to advertising, and they're either 5 or 10, or if they're multiple, they're even maybe 20.
Because there are the serial ones that, I get 5 times a week, I have a neighbor coming up to me or neighbors who are telling me about the, on Loma or the Strand or some of the walk streets. So we know who the serial repeaters are. And
unfortunately, those are the ones that ultimately will take up the most resources to rectify. Yeah, we know about them too.
Okay. So all the recent ones, how many did you say are illegally advertising?
64 were cited.
So 64 letters with a fine of some sort.
So there were 64 complaints. There is a investigative process to confirm whether or not there is a violation. So,
Well, before we get, we got 2 separate things, I think. You got the complaint piece that's coming from residents. Then you've got the company that is now monitoring all the websites. So if the 5 of us are operating 5 illegal Airbnbs and we're advertising those, then we are each going to receive a letter with a citation for illegal advertising.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what's being done now for all the ones that have been
That's correct.
found.
Yeah, and we've been doing that even before the company, just on a smaller scale. The company were able to scale up the enforcement operation.
Right. And so, Director Tai, if I may just add, we do look at each one, though. And I know Councilmember, I believe Salmon, there are some games that they can play where just the appearance of it may or may not, like the Airbnb, where it says 31 days, but then you click on it again, and you really can't do it. So I do want to somewhat, temper that. It's not just we see a property on Airbnb or VRBO in Hermosa Beach, and boom, $5,000 citation. We analyze it because we don't want to issue one in error. We don't want it to be susceptible. But yes, the enforcement effort, as Director Tai has stated, has been increased, but it's not quite as, I don't want the public to get the wrong impression that, hey, they type in airbnb.com and they see an address, okay, guaranteed 5,000. There's a slightly bit more to it. I hope that makes sense and doesn't ruin the overall positive enforcement.
And doesn't Airbnb, the company itself, monitor where they understand that their platform is permitting the advertising of illegal Airbnbs in respective municipalities?
Yes, Airbnb, how do I say this diplomatically?
They don't care.
Airbnb, yes, has a business manager somewhere that is aware of different regulations and jurisdictions. And in the past, I know with other cities, and especially when Airbnb was getting off the ground and trying to stay in the good graces of regulating jurisdictions, they would do a very active role in preventing advertisement of properties that were knowingly in a prohibited area. I'm going to say that now that short-term vacation rentals are a more widely accepted part of the urban fabric, the platform's willingness and responsiveness to limit the advertising has decreased from years ago. That's my experience. And so while, yes, they have somebody that technically does that, coordinating, getting a hold of that person, we have found that to be a great challenge.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions before we open it up to public comment? Go ahead.
I just have one quick question. I asked the question about whether the 30 days could be changed to 14 to encourage more compliance, and you stated that that's not where the problem is. And then Councilmember Seaman asked about the 30-day lease, that's the way that it's being abused. So is that something different, or am I getting confused now between the two?
Right, so the regulation for, in the residential zone, your rental has to be more than 30 days. And so what will happen is some violators deliberately create a lease for longer than 30 days so that there's paper proof, but then the term of the rental is actually shorter. So that's one of the ways that people are using to get around being caught violating the regulation, for example. So I think that was the crux of the answer to Councilmember Seaman's question. But in terms of shortening the term, I'm not entirely sure.
In other words, if it was made 13 days, then we could allow short-term rentals of greater than 13 days, and we would get more compliance that way, as opposed to making it 30.
Am I understanding that question to pertain to the residential zone?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that would be a conversation beyond the item that's before us tonight, which only pertains to commercial zones. I think it's a conversation about whether the council would like to discuss allowing rentals shorter than 30 days in the residential zone.
Oh, okay.
But in terms of the ordinance that we're presenting tonight, it wouldn't be within that scope. And so I'm not entirely sure how we could do that through this.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, certainly the council is free to have a conversation about short-term rentals in the residential zone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. Anyone in chambers wishing to be heard on this agenda item? Seeing no one. Do we have anyone online, Madam City Clerk?
We do. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yeah, hello again. Yeah, there's short-term rentals all over the residential area. So we're now, 4 or 5 years into this pilot, and we're still don't know how we're going to enforce it. I mean, by any reasonable standard, if after 5 years we haven't figured out how to enforce the residential prohibition, the program itself has failed. This whole idea, it's failed. I don't understand why you haven't asked for hard data, year by year data on how many citations have been issued, on how much money has been recovered, because it seems like on the periphery here, I realize it's about commercial zone, but on the periphery, we're not able to manage the enforcement. And if we haven't managed it after 5 years in the residential areas, then what is going on in our city? I mean, it's like we just keep kicking the can down the road on the hard issues. And we say, oh, it's resources, oh, it's that. We spend 2.5 million on consulting a year, or some huge number. The issue of enforcement is simply, it's not been a priority. And the reason for the lack of residential enforcement not being a priority is something I think you need to ask. Because once again, the residents seem to be the low man on the totem pole. And really, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else online? Hearing no one, seeing no one in chambers, we will close public comment. Do we have a motion? Deliberations? Trigger finger. Go ahead, council member.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we introduce by title only and waive first reading of the ordinance of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, approving zoning text amendment 2304 to the amended portions of Title 17 of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code relating to short-term vacation rentals in commercial zones, and determine the ordinance is exempt from CEQA.
Second.
You have a first and a second from Mayor Pro Tem. Any other deliberations on motions, changes, before I close the public hearing? This public hearing is now closed. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What is next?
Municipal matter item A, information on city regulation of home occupations.
You're on a roll tonight.
Yeah, I know. Greetings once again, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is an informational item regarding the city's regulation of home occupations. Did I go the wrong way? Okay. So the origin of home occupations in the code is unclear even after an exhaustive search of city records. Ordinance 86-865, adopted in December 1986, included Article 4 single-family residential zone language that included Section 4.2, permitted uses, where number 6 was home occupations, and at that time it included 18 regulations. No reference to home occupations was found before 1986. Ordinance 21-1435 to amend section 17.08.020.d to delete home occupation requirement 14, which prohibited professional offices, and renumbered the following items accordingly, leaving the 17 requirements found in the code today. And then May 9th, City Council requested staff prepare an informational item to be brought before them. There is no clear definition of a home occupation in the code. However, they are typically defined as occupations conducted in a dwelling unit or accessory building that are incidental to the principal residential use of a lot or site. Both home occupation permits and city business license are required to operate a home occupation in the city of Hermosa Beach. Any home occupation may be excluded from certain or all zones or portions thereof if determined by the Planning Commission to be incompatible with neighboring residential uses. Home occupations are permitted in all residential districts, including mobile home parks. They are permitted in any type of residential unit, not just in a single-family residential. That would mean apartments, condominiums, and so forth. The code does not specifically address home occupations being permitted within ADUs and junior ADUs. SB 9 projects specifically prohibit non-residential uses on newly created lots, and home occupations are permitted in legal residential uses in commercial districts and must comply with the home occupancy regulations. They are not intended to replace commercial uses. So here I'll go through I'll go through all the regulations. Only the occupant of the household is permitted for the home occupation, and no more than 400 square feet, not to exceed 25% of the total floor area of the building. Inventory and supplies for the home occupation can only occupy 25% of the permitted area and must be stored entirely within a building. No sale of goods is permitted from the premises. No employees other than the occupants are allowed. No signs are permitted advertising the home occupation. No display shall be visible from the exterior of the home. Light business machines are permitted, such as computers, faxes, and printers. No specialized equipment requiring, sorry about that, too many SPs. Specific electrical installation are allowed, such as high voltage machines. No tools or equipment shall be audible from 20 feet of the property between 6 p.m. and 9 a.m., and no storing of vehicles advertising the home occupation are permitted. No foot or vehicle traffic can be generated to and from the premises except specific uses approved by the planning director, such as tutors, childcare, etc. Complete conformity to fire, building, plumbing, zoning, electrical, and health codes is required. No structural altercation strictly in the benefit of the home occupation is permitted. No listing or advertising the address of the home occupation is allowed. The permit is good for 1 year and must be renewed annually unless otherwise approved by City Council. If the code section changes the requirements for the use within a certain district, the home occupation shall not have the status of non-conforming and may be eliminated. Prior to commencement of a home occupation, the premises must be inspected. So with that, staff's recommending that City Council receive and file this report and provide direction on whether modifications are desired. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from my colleagues, starting with my left, Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing in the staff report that indicates why it was placed on the agenda. I know that it was requested we have an information report, but I was just wondering why was it placed here? What type of direction would we be looking for, or would you be looking for?
Councilmember Francois, the item was placed as a result of a future agenda item requested by Councilmember Seaman, supported by one or more council members. So we brought forward an information item on the current home occupation rules and regulations. We are not making a recommendation, so this is your opportunity to have a discussion and provide us with any direction if you wanted to have this reviewed by the Planning Commission. So we're not looking for, direction from you, other than the direction you wish to provide.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if it helps, like maybe in the future, when that happens, that we could have a report from the person that wanted to put it on the agenda, and that would help give us direction, or I don't
We
know if
could
that's...
say on the report going forward, and that's a fair point, that we are bringing this item forward as a result of a future agenda item. So we could say that.
No, but I mean,
ourselves.
having a summary from the council member that wanted to put it on the agenda so we would know what direction we're going in.
That opportunity exists
Yeah.
during the oral deliberation. They
Sure,
can state that. And that is typically what happens, is the author of the future agenda item will state why exactly they requested it. If you're looking for a written report, that's up to the council.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd be willing to find out the reason it was placed on here. Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you very much. So we're all familiar with Mr. Renner's issue, and he provided comment during public participation, which, if I understood it correctly, indicated that he can conduct the business that he's conducting at another person's property in a residential zone, if I understood it correctly. If I read the 17 regulations for home occupations permitted in the residential dwelling, the ones highlighted, and perhaps more, would seem to be counter to that representation. So the occupation has to be carried on only by the occupants of the dwelling. So you can't use somebody else's dwelling. Inventory and supplies shall be stored entirely within an enclosure or building. No display of any kind shall be visible, and no foot or vehicle traffic may be generated. So, am I correct in understanding that the business that has been the subject of city involvement can't be conducted in a residential zone?
Based on the code, yes.
Okay. All right, that's the only clarification I wanted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Saman.
It cannot be conducted in a residential zone, but his particular property is in a commercial zone. Is that not correct?
Correct. And so if you don't mind, so I don't believe that the zone distinction was the answer to Mayor Pro Tem's question was that any assertion that a non-resident, so let me back up, someone who does not live in that specific dwelling, wherever it is in the residential zone, can have a home occupation, which and basically his neighbors, friends, someone else's. Mayor Pro Tem Massey is correct. The code does not allow for that. Right. We are, of course, a complaint-driven city. So if someone opens their garage and lets someone in, closes the garage, and then they fitness, therapy, we are not going to, we cannot issue a home-based, occupation permit, but, we cannot, we obviously aren't peering behind every garage door and every door saying what's happening in there.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying that I've been looking at these same regulations here, and I'm trying to figure out, it's his own personal home. It is a residence, but it's in a commercial zone.
And that's
residential
permissible.
neighborhood.
That's permissible
And it's
for home
permissible.
occupations.
For a home occupation.
Yeah.
Right. So where is the problem in him conducting this business in his own home?
The 4 or 5 regulatory requirements that Mayor Pro Tem just verbalized. It's got to be by the occupant. If he does it by the occupant in his home, it's got to be internal.
Okay.
It can only take up 25% of the home max,
Right.
400 square feet or 25.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have any foot traffic, so you can't have anybody coming and going unless it's like a tutor or childcare or something like that.
Right. So he was doing this activity in the driveway, as I understand.
Which is not permitted under
This is
the
not
home
permitted. So
occupation.
if he were to do it in the garage, it would be permitted. No?
It doesn't meet all of the requirements that are listed under that ordinance. So the foot traffic, outside of daycare, childcare, a couple of other items there. So
I'm just
bringing
trying
it
to
in,
determine.
right. So maybe we can go through them. I think we have them listed.
While you're doing that, I think I would add that I thought the premise of the comment was, and if I understand correctly, where Mr. Renner was operating the business initially is in front of a non-conforming residence in a commercial zone. And the point of his comment was that he views it as ironic that he can't conduct that operation or that business in a non-conforming residence in a commercial zone, but he can go a couple blocks away, presumably to a residential zone, and conduct that business as somebody else's property, which is not accurate because there are several of the regulations related to home occupations in residential zones that would violate. That's what I'm just trying to clarify, that the irony, if I understood the comment correctly, that was being asserted doesn't exist because it doesn't hold up.
Right, so let me, if I could, if you don't mind, Mayor, members of the council, I want to just draw a slight distinction to that. In order for the city to issue a home occupation license, it has to meet the 17 regulations. However, if a occupant of a residential unit hires somebody to come do something at their home, whatever it may be, the city doesn't need to issue that property any kind of a home occupation. So you hire a gardener, you hire a landscaper, you hire your personal trainer, you hire somebody to come and paint your house. That address where the work is being conducted the city doesn't do anything for issuing a home occ on that.
So just to stop you for a second,
Yes,
so
that's-
using this example more, if Mr. Renner was going as a mobile trainer to train a client at their house,
Correct,
that house wouldn't need a permit.
that's correct.
But if Mr. Renner is going to that house to hold a class in which people who are not residents at that property are invited, so let's say they have 5 or 10 people doing a half-hour or 90-minute or 60-minute class or whatever, that's a different.
That's a whole different situation.
Correct, okay, that's my understanding.
Are daycare centers allowed under this ordinance?
Carrie,
Carrie?
there's a question.
Are daycare centers allowed, small daycare centers allowed under this ordinance? Which I believe they are. I'm asking a question because I think,
Yes.
I think they are.
State law requires that all residential units be eligible for daycare uses. That is something that the city's preempted from prohibiting.
Okay, so even though a lot of daycare activity takes place outside the house, not in the garage, and there are multiple people there, which would indicate foot traffic, the fact that it's a daycare center means that they're allowed to do this, but a yoga class would not be allowed. Is that what we're getting at?
Yeah, because the state treats any care facility in a unit with 6 or fewer as a family, and we cannot differentiate the care continuum that's regulated by the state. So yes, it is different.
Okay, I understand the regulations. We don't have to go over all 17 of them. I've already gone all over them. It seems that there's this fine line here, and there's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. Well, we're just asking questions to staff right now, so I'll stop there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. Do we have any public comment?
We do have one virtual hand raised by Laura Pena. Laura, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Hi, Laura Pena. I'm providing some feedback on some necessary modifications needed on this city regulations regarding home occupations. As I understand, this is just being presented as informational, but I think we need to add clarifications and updates. I think Mr. Renner brings up some really good questions. Considering we have recently added mixed use to more of our commercial zoning areas, I believe we need to consider how several of these 17 regulations outlined may affect home occupations so that we do not create a barrier. And I'm just going to go through a few. Number 4, no employees are allowed. Currently in the home occupation application, question number 6 asks, yes or no, are there employees on site besides the resident? I don't know if this was a gotcha question because a few statements later it says no employees are allowed. Beyond this regulation being confusing on the application, the idea that I can't have an assistant who works for me if I'm a consultant, an artist, or whatever, just seems incredibly limiting, especially if I'm working in one of the residential units in one of our commercial mixed-use zones. So please consider allowing for employees in our commercial mixed-use residential units if it's applicable. Number 5, no signs permitted. I understand we don't want signs in our residential zones for those who work from home, but for residential units in our commercial areas, if I was a notary, why can't I hang a sign? If I pay all the fees on a commercial building outside my residential unit, it just seems arbitrary. I think it should be revised and permitted if it's consistent with neighboring business standards. Number 7, light but not medium or heavy business machines are allowed. This regulation needs further clarification because it's subjective and vague. What do we consider light versus heavy? If we want to create regulation, what's the rationale? What are we trying to prevent? If we have to have this, then apply an objective weight standard so it's clear. Number 10, no garaging or storing of vehicles besides those advertised related on home occupation. Considering we had numerous concerns expressed tonight with the recent updates to the residential permit program, I would be mindful to create additional barriers for those whose car may have advertising for their home business and is registered to the home address, but not allowed to park their car on the premise, street, or vicinity. It just sounds like an unnecessary barrier. Number 11, no foot or vehicle traffic may be generated to or from the premises unless it's approved by the planning director. I think it's important to update the staff directory so our community knows who is the planning director, because currently the title is not listed. Number 14, no listing of addresses. Well, this makes no sense for a residential unit in a commercial zone. I could go on. I think we need to look at this more carefully. I look forward to improving how we can communicate regarding these important changes to our community so that if we choose to work from home, we can make it a rewarding venture. So thank you.
Do we have anyone else online wishing to be heard?
We have a 619 phone number. Your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kelly Douglas. Wanted to add to this discussion. It was my understanding the purpose of this was to understand if modifications are needed to allow for some discretion or otherwise tailor the rules to apply to home occupations that may be located in a commercial zone. And I would agree. And to piggyback on what Ms. Pena indicated, I do think the rules need to be updated. Currently, the home occupation rules are found in section 17.08.020. The title of chapter 17.08 is R1 Single Family Residential Zone. Per section 17.08010, the purpose of the zone is to provide development standards for single family dwellings and protects the residential character of each neighborhood. When the home occupation itself is located in a commercial zone or a mixed use property, that stated purpose is not applicable. Moreover, certain of those 17 regulations that have been discussed simply just don't make sense when it's applied in a commercial zone. One example of a unique situation is by Hermosa and what Mr. Renner was saying earlier. This is a very unique property, and where this is located, the physical building is a 2-story structure. And that structure was built originally as a residential property. It became located in a commercial zone as the city developed and changed. Currently, Mr. Renner and his husband Randy live in the upstairs unit. That downstairs unit is run as a commercial business. There are 3 private parking spaces for that property. 2 of those 3 spaces are assigned to Mr. Renner's upstairs residence. And Mr. Renner is the owner of Vibe Hermosa, which is a business that originated during the COVID pandemic to provide outdoor personal training classes to promote and support healthy lifestyles and a high quality of life for local residents. The personal training sessions take place in those 2 private personal parking spaces that are assigned to Mr. Renner. The personal training sessions occur only in the mornings and late afternoons of the day. All equipment used for the training is completely stored away when it's not in use, and then Mr. Renner parks his vehicle in those spaces. The area is completely surrounded by businesses, including that lower unit of that same property. And Mr. Renner has submitted over 100 letters of support from the surrounding community. This is an activity that local community needs and wants. It adds value to the city, and it's consistent with Plan Hermosa. It epitomizes the vision of Hermosa Beach. And this is a perfect opportunity for the city to recognize that the home occupation rules are not a one-size-fits-all situation. We respectfully request that the council agree to take another look and modify the existing home occupation rules. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else wishing to be heard?
Next, we have John David. John, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yes, good evening. I'm assuming you can hear me okay. John David, and beyond, Randy Renner's issue, I would love to hear, I know it's late, but I'd love to hear a discussion about how we view home occupancy in the commercial districts at a much higher level. I have a feeling it's just kind of like old law that hasn't been questioned. So, as far as I know, the purpose of the home occupancy rules are to put some kind of guardrail on business activity in the residential areas so we can all avoid being a nuisance to each other. However, the nature of commercial districts is much different than residential areas. Commercial areas already have offices, employees, storage, sometimes more than just light machinery. The permissible noise levels in terms of decibels is much higher. So, it doesn't really make sense to me, I guess. And, I'd really like to see more residents moving to our downtown, living there, but also running their businesses there. And I think this accelerates our environmental and living streets goals as well. So I think it's important to discuss, at kind of a higher level and really question whether we should continue or at least take a fresh look at in the commercial district. So thank you.
Do we have anyone else, Madam City Clerk?
I do not see any other virtual hands raised.
Hearing no one online, do we have anyone else in chambers wishing to be heard? Seeing no one, we will close public comment. I'll return it to my colleagues for any comments, deliberation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'll start out, given this is just a informational item. I appreciate all the work that's been done. And I think, let me just give you my sort of general understanding of what a home-based business is and why I think the 17 regulations actually are quite suitable to it. We have an old family friend who had a home-based business, which was essentially a startup stitching clothes for babies. And it was basically like a mom and one sewing machine in the garage. And the business grew from there and then moved out of the house once it became more than mom and a sewing machine. The classic story is Jeff Bezos. He started Amazon as an online bookstore out of his garage. home-based businesses are businesses without employees of a very modest size and consistent with the residential character of the neighborhood that they're in and the zone that they're in. They're not meant to be a hybrid of commercial and residential. And so, you know, to the example of Vibe Hermosa, having a class out on a driveway in a residential neighborhood is not what I envision as a home-based business or appropriate for a residential zone, or a residence in a commercial zone. And I'll just finish by saying, Ty, you're obviously charismatic and adding value to your clients. You're a perfect example of somebody who has probably outgrown a home-based business and is ready to partner with somebody with commercial space or lease commercial space yourself and open a training center or a gym because you have a product that sells, that people want. And so, I mean, that's the challenge before us. Anytime we make rules, or our predecessors back in the 80s make rules, or however long ago it was, we're always going to have to grapple with the fact that they're generally applicable, and there's always going to be exceptions where they're going to require us to make hard decisions. But what I can tell you is that we want you to succeed. But from my perspective, I'm not inclined to sort of adapt the rules to, you know, fit your situation, as opposed to encourage you and provide any support we can for you to the extent that you've outgrown, you know, what's allowed where you're conducting your business, to move to the next stage, to grow your business and to be successful. Those are just general observations to start out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You mentioned Jeff Bezos. I don't think he'd be able to operate his business here, would he? Because he's got people coming and people going.
Right.
Right.
As soon
as he receives a book that's being delivered, or he's mailing out a book, right? Isn't that people coming and going?
I think it's debatable, but I don't think so. If you're basically just going to and from FedEx to send things off when you're in the early phase of your business, I think that would fit within what we're talking about. But you know, there's a clear line. I mean, obviously, he very quickly outgrew a home-based business, no question about it. So at some point, there was enough FedEx truck traffic that it became inconsistent with what a home-based business is.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Saman.
The reason I asked for this as an agenda item is so that we could do just what we're doing now, look at these regulations and understand how this applies to, in particular, Mr. Renner and his business. And once again, I think it couldn't be said any better than what Kelly Douglas said. One size doesn't fit all, and I think, you know, as a city, we have to have some understanding that we should be able to have some leeway to make this work. Now, I understand that he holds the classes in the driveway in the front, and perhaps that would be a serious problem if it was in an actual residential neighborhood surrounded by homes in another area. But he's not. He's in a commercial area with other commercial businesses there. So I just don't understand why this one business, in this particular reason, because of one or two of these 17 regulations, doesn't quite fit, and that there isn't some way that this could be fixed by perhaps taking a closer look at the 17 regulations and see if there can't be some modifications to those. Is there a garage on the property? I'm sorry? Is there a garage? Yes, sir. Okay. So if he could feasibly hold these classes in the garage, I don't see how that could have a negative impact on the neighborhood, much the same way, and I understand the state law. I just got a clear answer on that about child daycare centers. I don't understand why that would have any more negative impact on the neighborhood than a daycare center with a half a dozen or 6 or 8 or however many kids playing in a yard or outside. I live in a residential neighborhood that's not commercial whatsoever. And if there was a daycare center next door to me, and there was a half a dozen kids screaming and playing in a little play area, a sandbox and swing and so on and so forth, that would be a negative impact on the neighborhood that really I shouldn't have to live next door to in a residential zone. But yet, because of a state law that says, no, 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 daycare centers are different, you have to allow that. I don't really understand how that is allowable, and this business in a commercial zone is not allowable, especially if you were to do it inside the garage. Make some compromise here. So that's frustrating to me. I think it's wrong, and I'm not sure how we can accomplish that. Certainly not here tonight, but maybe we should suggest that this go on another future agenda where we actually literally change this. Look at these regulations. I don't know, is that the right thing to do? Is that the appropriate?
It'd go to planning, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Go back to planning?
Yes, because it's in the zoning ordinance. If the direction tonight were, that you guys want to further look into this, that may be a good place to start, is to
Can we send this tonight? Can we send this back to planning?
provided there's council direction and consensus.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. All right, well, then I would suggest we do that, if possible. So, and I would like to know if my colleagues have a similar feeling that there is a reason to look at this again and have it sent back to the planning commission and see what they can do with it.
I think part of the reason we're here, and I think you mentioned this, Mr. City Attorney, we are often, things are complaint-driven. So this is an issue because it has become an issue for someone. Someone's plural. I don't know. So that's why we're here. The question is, does it make sense? I mean, there's a difference between being inside of a garage and being outside in an open parking lot. So, I guess at the end of the day, what is the end state? Are we looking writ large at our home-based businesses, and we want to look at creating some sort of policy that makes sense as our business community sort of evolves with more home-based businesses, and so I just think we have to sit back and take a holistic look, I think, at home-based offices with different scenarios. And if this makes sense, then, maybe it's something that goes to the Planning Commission for their consideration and review. So, Councilmember DeToy.
Question for Director Ty. Is this something that's getting looked at in the zoning update in general, or I know that you're doing a lot of work right now on it?
Specifically, thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at all the parts of the code. For example, one major deficiency in the home occupation is that home occupations actually aren't allowed in the commercial zone, for example. We just extend that courtesy to residential units in the commercial zone because it's the logical thing to do. But with that comes the 17 regulations. So it's things like that we're trying to fix. So, I mean, as part of the zoning code update, I mean, it's possible that we look into that. Right now, our priority is to complete the housing element related zoning changes and then get back on track with the zoning code updates, because we had to put a lot of that aside given our resources. But that's absolutely still on the list, and we're going to be resuming that in earnest in the next couple months.
Well, with that explanation, I definitely am supportive of looking at home-based occupations in the commercial district, and knowing that, as you said, there was some things that don't, measure up. So,
Councilmember Francois.
So as I understand, the proposal potentially could be to come up with regulations for home occupations in commercial zones, or to simply allow it in commercial zones, and that could be part of zoning updates later. Is that how I understand this is going?
That's just one possibility.
Yeah.
We're doing the zoning code update right now, so I think, as some of our public commenters said, that even the home-based residential businesses either need a little more clarification or specificity in machinery or whatever else.
And Mr. Mayor and members of the council, just wanted to also highlight, we bifurcated the zoning code update process to focus initially on housing elements so we can meet our own, well, not our own timelines, but the timelines that we have established to see that through successfully. And then the remainder will be taken up afterwards. So there wouldn't be an immediacy to it.
But if I could just follow up, if we did that, that doesn't address activities outside.
It could be considered, if you're referring this to the Planning Commission to consider alongside the general zoning code update, which we are doing after the housing element, that could be something that's looked at. You'd be directing them to review existing home occupation rules and regulations and determine if modifications should be made, should other circumstances be considered. So you could leave it open for them to consider that. You don't have to you can specifically direct, if you'd like, certain opportunities to extend the program, or you can leave it open for them to work with staff to look at some of these nuances.
I mean, it sounds like it's problematic to have it outdoors, outside in a parking spaces, so, okay, thank you.
So he could operate his business 100 yards down the street on the beach. Is that correct?
So we do offer the outdoor fitness program permit, and I believe we are working with Vibe Hermosa to extend that to Valley Park. We are still issuing those permits.
Because we issue those for the beach as well, right?
We did during COVID. I'm not sure if we do today. Sorry, we can ask Lisa if she is on, if the beach is still part of that program.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We do extend the outdoor fitness permit to the beach as well as the parks.
Thank you for that. Okay. So we can on public space, not on private commercial space. Okay. Councilmember DeToy.
Mr. Mayor, I move that receive and file the information, city's regulation on home occupations, and include revisiting home occupations in both residential and commercial zone properties with the zoning code update.
Through the Planning Commission, is that what you said?
Through the Planning Commission.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Could I just ask a question, Mr. Mayor, on the motion? Could it be clarified what you're suggesting? Or you just basically, it seems rather open-ended, and I was wondering if there's a way to just clarify this a little bit more so I could have clarity on what it is I'm voting for, because I don't quite understand just referring it as it is. What does that mean?
We heard multiple public comments talking about some of the issues with possible issues, I should say, with, of the 17 requirements. And I want to give the Planning Commission full reins to do the great work that they do.
So your idea is having it relate to home occupations in commercial zones and going through the 17 requirements and possibly eliminating some of them or changing them around for a separate regulation on home occupants in the commercial zone
And residential.
And residential.
and residential.
No, and residential. Commercial zones, residential zones, home occupations, period. So there's this ordinance right here has 17 regulations to it.
Sure.
And those, if I remember correctly, those were born in the Planning Commission some time ago. So what we're suggesting is that we send that back to the Planning Commission to have them look at it, have a hearing, and study the possibility of modifying those 17 regulations for home occupations.
Oh, for home occupations.
Yeah, that's what this whole thing is about.
Well, I thought we were talking about home occupations in commercial zone.
Same thing. Home occupations, period, in residential and commercial zones. Everything that's in this ordinance. Send it to them, let them work on it, have a hearing, and move on from there. That's what we're voting on.
I want a Jeff Bezos in Hermosa Beach.
Yeah, that'd be good. I like that idea.
Tax base.
I'll give people your email address. Just so I'm clear, the motion is simply asking the Planning Commission to consider it. So the Planning Commission could say wholesale modifications are in order, modest modifications are in order, no modifications are in order, whatever in their discretion they want to recommend to the council after they review our rules on home-based businesses.
That's my thoughts with the motion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next
Thank you,
we,
Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
next we have item B, introduction of an ordinance adding chapter 3.14 to become subject to the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, UPCCAA or Act, for all public projects, amending section 3.12.140 to increase the city manager's authority to award contract for maintenance services up to the informal bidding limit, and finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I am pleased to be here tonight to present this item that's really about what we call alternative bidding for public works construction and maintenance projects. Currently, the city of Hermosa Beach is limited to $5,000 for any project that's considered a public project before we have to go to bid. This is very low, but it's per the public contract code. In the city, we are a general law city, so it does apply to us along with many other school districts and other public agencies. What qualifies as a public project? Pretty much anything in the public right-of-way, construction, alteration, renovation, any type of repair work, which is just beyond maintenance. This is just fixing things that we have, not even building new. Painting technically qualifies as a public project. We can do minor painting, but once you get into major painting, that's a public project. What's not a public project is maintenance work. And currently, our municipal code limits us to projects over $30,000 have to go out for public bid. Formal bidding requirements, there's a lot of steps involved. Anything over $5,000 has to go through this process. It requires a lot of research by staff. But most importantly, we have to prepare plans, specifications, estimates, prepare a bid package, formally advertise. There's a whole process involved with that bid process and answering questions. We have to advertise for at least 15 days. We have to have a public bid opening. and award of the contract, and then actually before you can even get to work and do the project. $5,000 is really low. So is there a solution to this? Yes. The state law does allow agencies to adopt into what is also known as the alternative bid procedures that really are in lieu of these much more restrictive bidding requirements per the Public Contract Code. A little bit more about the alternative bid procedure. The state legislature passed this back in 1983, and it was really intended to provide much more flexibility for local governments to bid smaller projects. It's so we can be faster, more responsive to day-to-day needs, and it's really intended for smaller repair and construction and renovation projects. There are three primary project cost categories that really apply to this. The first row is the under $60,000 project where we really would get the most benefit for implementing this. What it allows us to do is we can skip preparing plans and specs when not needed. We don't have to go out for formal bid. We can get spot quotes. We can bring in one vendor very quickly, get a spot quote. We can get as many quotes as we want, but it simplifies the documentation process, and we can get a lot of smaller maintenance and construction projects completed that fall in that range. $60,000 to $200,000, it kicks in what's called an informal bidding procedure. We have to notify trade journals, and we would also advertise on Planet Bids, so there is still a bidding process, but we would save time in awarding the contract. We wouldn't need to go to council. It would be city manager authority up to $200,000. Then at over $200,000, there is no changes. It would be the current process for formal bidding. What types of projects will benefit from this? Once again, the biggest benefit is anything under $60,000, and we have a lot of those needs. This is replacing a fence, repairing a fence, doing painting. You name it, any type of need we have for repair or maintenance project could fall into this category. This is really not going to help the bigger CIPs. We do have some smaller CIPs that fall in the under $200,000 category, but these are all the little things that pop up through the year that we could much more quickly react to, where people think there's a deferred maintenance item. It actually falls as a repair, and we're prohibited to do it without a much more cumbersome or much larger capital improvement project. So this would be a solution to that and really give us another tool in the toolbox to move ahead. For a comparison here of typical examples, that fencing project or the roof repair that is under $60,000, something that could take months could be done in a matter of weeks. To emphasize the $50,000 roof repair project, which many contractors don't even want to take because it's so small, but once you prepare a complex contract with bidding documents, it scares many of them away. And those take time. We have to hire a professional. It takes time to prepare those documents, many weeks to do that with consultant help, and we have to bid an award. And so something, once again, that could take 8 months for 2 weeks of work, we could get done in 6 weeks. Once again, this is about improving response time for these small needs. Some of the safeguards, our city attorney still reviews the contracts. City manager still is required for approval. We still have to get insurance and bonding requirements, and then all the funding that would be in here would still go through the regular budgeting process annually. Many agencies throughout the state have adopted over 1,500 cities and other public agencies, including our very own Hermosa Beach School District and many of our peer cities in the South Bay. One of the items that we have before you in the council report is to consider also tying city manager signing authority for maintenance projects to coincide with the same limits with the alternative bidding procedure per that code requirement. The maintenance project, it's a very fine line between the definition of what is maintenance and repair, and this would help eliminate any of that type of confusion and help simplify those processes as well. And once again, save us time in ability to react to maintenance or repair and not have to worry about what the difference is between the two. What we're asking tonight is to adopt a resolution to declare that we would join UPCA, which is the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, or otherwise known as the Alternative Bidding Procedure, and establishing city manager signatory authority for both public works and maintenance projects. This would amend Chapter 3, create a new Chapter 314, and also amend Chapter 312-140 to delegate that authority to the city manager. Should council approve this tonight, we would come back at the next council meeting on the 26th for the second reading, and then the ordinance would come in effect 30 days after that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Joe. I appreciate that. It's exciting. I know we've talked about this for a while now, so it's great that you guys have pulled this together for our consideration. Councilmember Saman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the report, Joe. I appreciate it. Quick question. This does eliminate the low bidder process, is that correct? Or is that still an element of this?
I'll let our city attorney chime in, but when it's under 60, we can spot quote. We can get one quote. If we don't like the quote we get, we can get more quotes. And so it does eliminate in that. I don't believe it eliminates it for 60 to 200, but I'll let our city attorney weigh in.
So under 60,000 there is no low bidder?
There is no low bidder under 60,000.
And are we required still to put it out to multiple people? Or do we just go, Joe's Roofing Service, you want to give us a bid on this? They go, yes, and we hire them? Or do we still have to at least advertise it?
Under 60,000, we can hire one contractor. We can have them come out, give us a spot quote. Staff evaluates that bid. The challenges with these low bid efforts, it's hard to get more than one contractor to come out and give us pricing, especially when there's prevailing wage, insurance, and bonding requirements. 60 to 200,000, we are required to notify trade journals that are outlined in the public contract code per the alternative bid procedure.
Yeah.
What we would do in practice is we would notify the journals and we would advertise on our online bid platform, Planet Bids.
That's from 60 to 200,000. We still kind of do a
right, and so you need
request
plans
for
and
bid.
specs at that point. So at that point, we want to take into account,
Yeah.
all the types of bidding potential out there for price
So
and power.
from 60,000 and below, we get an estimate for the work first, a bid, and then we write the specs?
No, then we would get a detailed quote from the contractor, and then that would be attached to a contract. We don't have to prepare detailed specifications.
Okay, but he does. So in
Yes,
other words, he gives, here's my bid, I'm going to use this material, I'm going to do it in this manner, I'm going to use this size nails, plywood, and so on. But he supplies those specs, and then we approve that.
Exactly.
And then write him a contract. Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you. Currently, I understand all the low bidding and all that stuff, which is great, saves time and everything, but currently, if the expenditure is over 60, or is it 30,000, requires city council approval, how does that work?
So for maintenance type work, right now it's cut off at $30,000. So we would have to go to public bid, or we just have to do very small projects, which really limits our ability to move forward with maintenance work. But I think the real challenge is where that distinction falls from maintenance to repair. And a lot of things that look like maintenance are truly repair projects, and we are just capped at $5,000.
So we're raising that from 30,000 to 60,000, is that right?
Right, and so what we are proposing to do is to tie maintenance work with the same limits that are dictated by the public contract code for the public projects. So they are established and they are updated every few years. Currently, it's $60,000 and $200,000. I think they're raised every 3 to 5 years for inflation. But as those change, this would go along with it.
My question dealt with city council approve. When does city council approve it? When does city council not approve it?
City council would approve anything over $200,000 for maintenance or a public project.
And currently, it's set at what?
Currently, we are required to go to bid for anything over.
No, no, not the bid.
5,000 right, over $30,000.
So we're going from anything over 30,000 requires city council approval, and we're jumping that up to 200.
That is correct.
Because we approve it when there's bidding involved.
That, because we're tying into the public contract code, and we are just following those standard limits that they set. And I think the whole reason that this was created was to create more flexibility for cities to be able to be more nimble and get construction and maintenance projects done quicker.
Right.
So it would raise the authority of when city council would see it, but once again, council would also have the ability to approve any line items in the budget that we would do, that any project that would go through this procedure, we would have to use a pre-approved funds to do that work.
Oh, I understand that, yeah. But I'm just wondering, is there any logic to still having city council approve it when it's over, let's say, 100,000 or some designated amount, just having it on a consent calendar item or something like that?
The challenge is that would reduce the benefits that we would gain from joining the program. Because going to public bid, there's two time-intensive endeavors. One is preparing specs and estimates. What this lets us do is we don't have to do that under 60,000.
Right.
The second part of that is preparing and awarding contracts formally at City Council, which also takes staff time to do. So this truncates that process, reduces staff time ability. Most of the work, I think, anticipate would fall under that $60,000. If we're going to go through the trouble of preparing plans and specs, we typically try to do a bigger project. So I do think many of them will be above the $200,000 threshold that would have to come to council. But should we fall in that range of 60 to 200, you know, that's a pretty small project. I think we had one CIP this past year. It was a curb ramp project that was, say, under $100,000 that we had designed for, that we brought to City Council. That would no longer have to go to City Council, but it's a very straightforward design. It was, you know, a pre-approved CIP to upgrade curb ramps and sidewalk, and that would no longer have to go, which would save time.
I mean, essentially, it would delay a project by about 2 weeks because you get it on the consent calendar and then it would get approved, right?
It takes a fair amount of work for staff to prepare those and get it in front of council, present the document, answer questions. So it's not just a matter of a couple of weeks, it's also the preparation that goes into that effort for a very small project.
Okay, but it could be a situation where you don't have to prepare any report or anything. It's on a consent. If someone pulls it, it could be pulled, and then you could come back with a report. I didn't know if that is something that would be.
Every consent item has a staff report.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, were you?
I was just pointing out that every consent calendar item typically has a staff report associated with it, so that if it's pulled off consent, it's ready to go, and staff can make a presentation and so on. So
Yeah.
whether it's on consent or on the rest of the agenda, the same work at the front end is required by staff.
Any other council questions before we open up to the public? Seeing no one in chambers, do we have anyone online? Hearing no one online.
We do now. Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Laura Pena. I just wanted to provide some comment and some question. I mean, if there's anything that we can do to streamline this process to get some of our CIP projects done, I'm very supportive of it. My question is, a lot of the community is asleep right now, so no one's listening to this big change. The city council has in the past really liked pilot programs. I don't see why we can't do this, as David Gretham had commented, do it as a pilot program. Let's see if this works out. I want to make sure that there's oversight on this, because it's a big jump to go from 60 to 200,000. I like the fact that council can weigh in on it. I also understand that could be part of the slowing down process. I just think we have a lot of CIP projects. I'd like to know how this affects particular projects, because I see it as a win for our community if we can actually see things getting done. I see it as a win for council because this is a big step, but I would like to know how oversight will be handled so that things like, the whole thing with the bathroom project. And I know that's maybe not the best example, but I want to make sure that the funds that are being used correctly. And I want to make sure that since this is a big change, that we kind of test it out to see if it works. I hope it will. And so I just wanted to give you some feedback. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else wishing to be heard?
Next, we have Tony Higgins. Tony, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yeah, I sort of accidentally pressed my raised hand, but it does give me an opportunity to bring up something that has been a problem that goes against transparency related to the bid process. Right now, you use a company. I forget the name of it. It's a company that basically you process all your bids through. And when you send out the notifications to the public about the bid, when you go, it says go to that company to read the RFP. And when you go to that company to read the RFP, they won't let you register unless you register as a vendor. Now there's ways that you can work around that. You know, you can cheat and lie if you want to read the bid. The point I'm making is that the transparency that the city, and I'm not speaking about Joe Clemente here, and I think he's a very competent manager, but the general transparency specifically related to the bid process, where a resident cannot look at something like the sidewalk bids or any other request for proposal that the city comes up with. Only vendors can look at it. That doesn't smell right. And when things don't smell right, I have trouble with the idea of quadrupling the purchasing authority, basically, of the people that have set up this system where already residents can't look at RFPs. So I'm not saying don't do this, don't or anything like that. What I'm saying is that maybe the previous caller's comments about maybe a pilot and seeing if it really achieves the objectives that you want to achieve makes sense. I don't know how you do that. I really didn't plan to comment on this. I accidentally pushed the button.
Do we have anyone else
So
wishing to
that's
be
all.
heard? Hearing no one, seeing no one in chambers, we will close public comment. Couple questions based on speaker comments. I know I've seen some comments previously about RFPs and the inability. I mean, so when we publicize an RFP, is there a simple mechanism so I could click it and see it immediately and not have to go through some rigmarole of?
So for our online bidding platform, Planet Bids, to properly work, it requires registration. The challenge is if the documents can just be downloaded by a contractor, they have no incentive to sign up in that, and they could submit a bid, and that raises the risk that they could miss communications, such as necessary addendums that are issued, or any other notifications, such as changes to the design or changes in the bid date. Without having to continually check a website. It also gives staff the ability to really understand and gauge the market for who's bidding. And one of the other benefits is that it facilitates prime and sub teaming, because sub-consultants or small contractors can go on, or vendors, and see who's interested, and it allows them to partner, and we can actually potentially generate better bids. I've spoken with the resident that spoke and others. Anyone can sign up. You do have to register as a bidder, but that doesn't affect us.
Well, I mean,
know that.
let me interrupt for a sec.
Yes.
I get all that. But is there just a simple way where we could just publish the RFP? So that if I get my notification from the city that we're sending this out for bid, can I just see what it is without having to go on and sign up as a pretend vendor?
It would be an extra step, and what my concern would be is that a potential bidder would find it on our website thinking that that was the final document, because we wouldn't be able to issue all the addendums in a separate location and track 2 locations. We had that situation before where we're doing Planet Bids and doing it on our website, and it was very easy to make a mistake. And so that's the confusion. I think that if anyone has trouble registering, we've offered our assistance to those residents to help them sign up. The other thing that we do is when we are awarding the contract, those documents will be attached in the award to the staff report when we bring it forward for consideration at council.
I mean, it makes no sense that if we're putting out an RFP, I mean, there's the mechanism where it goes out to the would-be bidders, right? But if you are just putting it out so that residents can see what you're putting out, can't that be under a separate, just a published with for, not official, whatever. You can put some sort of some wet mark or whatever over it. I mean, it doesn't make sense that if I want to go look at something, I have to pretend I got to create some account when all I want to do is just see what the RFP is.
It's certainly something that we could look into. It'll be an extra process, and we'd have to figure out where it would live on the website. And like you said, maybe there's a watermark that we create, but it is an extra step in the process.
Because there's a step that you do for the businesses, right? This is just a notification to the public that the city is sending this out for this bid, and they can see the 20 documents or the 50, whatever it is. It just makes sense that it could be in a PDF or whatever makes sense that isn't overly onerous. But I mean, to have to go on and create some sort of fictitious account just doesn't make sense to me.
We're happy to explore other options to see what else we can do, but we're happy to look at it.
And then there was a question, city attorney would be approving. Is that what I think I read in the report? There's the approval process involves the city attorney?
Correct, and that approval process, would likely take our typical public works contract.
Right.
And make sure that maybe some slight modifications based off of the project at issue, but none of the indemnification.
Got it. And then we review everything. We'd get a report on consent or whatever. What's the review mechanism for the oversight concern?
And so I guess, and Director Stinkleman, you can interrupt me, that's really up to you all. Part of the benefit, or at least from staff's perspective, is a streamlined approach.
Get it. I love it. I think it's great. It makes sense. It's approved. Then when do we see it? In the report? Do we get it at the next staff report? Do we get it, with an agenda under the Treasury report, or?
Yeah, I mean, one way would be is if there are program CIPs that fall within that limit, they would be shown in the CIP update. And then also discussed at Public Works Commission. If they're smaller maintenance projects, I think there would be check registers available with it. I'm trying to think if there'd be other mechanisms as well, but there would be documents that council would see to be able to tell that they're done. But once again, it would all be funds that are set aside for those intended purposes that we would then spend.
I got it. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Seaman.
How many of these are there in any given month or year? I mean, how many are there basically of these small projects over $60,000?
So part of the challenge is that right now there's none because we can't do it.
No, but if we implemented it.
So no, I understand.
Good answer. Yeah.
So, I mean, it will be a lot more than none, I'll tell you that. And because we'll now have the ability to do the things that we've wanted to do and haven't been able to do without trying to figure out how to do it through a much more complicated way or packing in a lot of different things into a very big project that is
Yeah.
time-consuming. I mean, I don't think we're talking about, maybe a couple a month, I think we're looking at. Right now, I know in our supplemental requests, we have maybe 1 or 2 projects that fall in the under 60 category. Our current CIP had 2 or 3 under $200,000 CIPs. Those have all been completed. Those are sidewalk projects, but just to give you a sense of what they are. But this is also to be able to respond to some of those other unknown items that might come out of our maintenance budget where we have to do a major elevator repair, for example, or a roof repair that we didn't fully anticipate was going to be needed as quickly as it's needed. But I think we're looking at a handful a year, a couple a month, maybe a dozen a year, but it's hard to project without having been able to do it at all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a handle on, how many and how often, approximately, of course. So we can determine if there is some method of oversight that would be not complicate the situation, but nonetheless would still be able to get things done quickly, but still have some kind of oversight.
Councilmember DeToy.
Mr. Mayor, I'm excited that we hopefully join the, just basic math, 1,500 agencies in California, and I move that we adopt the resolution declaring its intent to become subject to the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act for all public projects as defined in the Public Contract Code, PCC 22002C, in establishing city manager signatory authority for public projects and maintenance service contracts, and introduced by title only and waive full reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 3.14 to the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, providing alternative bidding procedures as specified in PCC 22000220045, and amending Chapter 3.12.140 to the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, delegating the city manager signatory authority for awards of contracts and maintenance services up to the informal bidding limit as defined in PCC 22032B.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Detoy?
Aye.
Councilmember Seaman?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Massey?
Aye.
Mayor Jackson?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. What is next?
Future agenda items.
All right. I can start with something. I am interested in I'm seeking support for staff to come back with a report. We've got a challenge right now with people living in their vehicles throughout the city. The epicenter being the strip of Ardmore between 11th and Pier. We've got some other areas, South Park, Volley, and Clark. And I'm interested in options, considerations that we can take, understanding the laws that we are restrained by.
I'll support that, Mr. Mayor.
I will too.
Thank you.
Would that include a giving direction to staff since we have 3?
Yeah.
An action item then? Okay, I support that, yeah.
I am also, Councilmember Salmon, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, sir. I am, first of all, congratulations on the completion of the bathrooms, Joe and staff. Great. Glad to see that it's actually there.
5 for 5.
I know it was a lot of work and it was a big challenge and it was fraught with problems, and I'm pleased to see it's behind us. Glad to see it in the rearview mirror. But I think some time ago we asked that when all the dust settles that we should have a review of what happened along the way, not in a manner in which to assess blame or affix blame on anybody or any particular situation, but to find out what happened and what went wrong and try and learn from it so that we don't have problems like that in the future. So I would like to put that on an agenda as a discussion item.
Councilmember Saman, I'm wondering if we could put a pin on that until we clear the legal hurdles?
Yeah, that's true. I don't really have a schedule for that, but I just wanted to put that in our minds, and because we did discuss that earlier and thought it'd be a great idea, and so I think we should, yeah.
Sounds great, thank you.
So we have a
Support.
support for that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
As an informational item after the conclusion of any litigation related to that.
Absolutely, after litigate, yeah. Okay, then I have another item that I'd like to bring up, and that is Manhattan Beach has recently passed an ordinance on e-bikes. I think it's very interesting, and I think we might want to look at that as possibly doing something similar. And so I would like to see if there's support for delving into the ordinance that they have in place, and then see if we can't work on that and possibly bring it about in our city also. So is there any support for that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's two.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember DeToy.
question for Madam City Manager to start this off. Feasibility of software updates for any of the guest permits, possibly. Timeline, I know it took 6 months for our last iteration.
So I think any changes to the current program, we wouldn't be able to control the timeline for software updates. So we'll have our debrief tomorrow. We can check in with Director Copeland and see. It would be a software change. Our hope is that for next year's program, we could have a more competitive software review for our options, but for this term, we are dealing with the same vendor that took 6 months to do these changes.
And that's where I'm going with this is, I think we heard from public comment about the impacts, and I think myself, if I were to live geographically a couple blocks west, knowing the young child care that we have with both Megan and I working, definitely want to revisit the transferable hang tag, and would be seeking support for revisiting on the parking resolution, if able to for 23, if not, definitely for 24.
So you're asking to review it in February, when we begin to issue new permits again, or?
We asked initially to revisit it in the fall anyways, but if we are able to make any software modifications for 23, because I know that the 1 hour parking still, or the meters are still an issue. The 1 hour parking on Monterey expires September 15th. So there's still some impacted areas. So I was just seeking support to revisit that as soon as feasible.
I'll support that.
That's for revising the 1 hour parking?
No, that's for the guest passes.
Guest passes.
Oh, wait, I'm so sorry, I missed this now. You're proposing to revisit the guest parking pass program for the next meeting?
No.
I don't know how long it's going to take the software to update, but as soon as possible.
Well, I thought if we could hear it quickly, we could then suspend the guest parking passes to a point in time where they'd still be effective until we made those changes.
Yeah, as quickly as possible.
Okay, I'm in favor of that.
I didn't think that's what we were talking about. I thought we were talking about implementing the program as we have approved it now, and in October, and then some months after that, take a look at it and see how it's going, and see if there needs some modifications.
We were already going to revisit in October, November, I thought, to begin with.
Well, you have support over there, so that's fine. 2.
So that's 3 people that support it, but I'm not clear. Is it coming up? Oh, 2. Just Councilmember Dutoy and myself then. So that means it comes back as an information-only item
Correct.
at the next meeting?
Not necessarily. I have to look at the workload. It's hard to say. We already have all the staff reports for the next council meeting that are actually due from staff into the queue tomorrow. And we are here right now past midnight.
Right.
So, yeah.
So that would mean that the current program would be in effect and the old guest parking passes will no longer be valid on October 15th.
Correct. 16.
And nothing would be changed until we have reheard that, which will be after that date.
Again, I can get back to council. I can't commit to a date right now, but it likely will not be the next meeting. We can provide an information item, actually, a simple information item, likely by the next meeting, but it will not be robust or
And that is
Okay.
specific to the +1.
+1. Correct.
Well, the guest parking pass.
Right.
Yep,
It's
okay.
the extras. We're not relitigating anything else, just the +1.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Do you have anything else? Councilmember DeToy. I'm sorry, Councilmember Francois.
I did mention earlier in the meeting that several people had come down to speak in favor of the traditional rotation for the rotation coming up on September 28th. And I didn't know if other council members were interested in taking a relook at that previously established policy, or whether we can simply consider a traditional rotation without changing the policy, and have that brought back at the next meeting prior to our rotation.
Any interest? Seeing none.
Okay.
Madam City Clerk, do we have anything else? Sorry. Madam City Clerk, what is next?
Adjournment.
Thank you. Tonight's meeting is adjourned at 12:58 a.m. The next City Council meeting will be on Tuesday, September 26th at 5 p.m. for closed session, followed by open session at 6 p.m.
State of the city.
State of the City, Thursday. It's going to be a rocking good time.